ส Today's games are going to be momentous. Both Dignitas and CLG are pillars of the League of Legends community, and they could be out of the LCS.
Big Fat LP is on Azure Cats, a former member of CLG.
And what better revenge story than, well, I made a new team and we're going to take you out. The same thing happens here for Locust. Locust was on Dignitas, he was benched for Patoy. They could dethrone his old team and take their LCS spot.
Yesterday, we lost Complexity and we lost Marn.
Azure Cats and Team Summon definitely have what it takes to pull themselves through and gain a spot in the LCS.
There may be a changing of the guards happening in the LCS.
We already know that CLG is running scared, so Dignitas and CLG are going to have to dig deep for today.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and especially the mothers, to Day 3 of 2013's North American LCS Summer Promotion Tournament. I'm Rivington Bisland III, along with Joshua Jat Leesman. Today, Team Dignitas and Counterlogic Gaming will have to fight for their LCS lives against their former teammates, Locust and Big Fat LP, and their new squads, Team Summon and Azure Cats. And if these two challengers can duplicate what Quantic and Velocity did Saturday, just yesterday, we'll have 4 new teams in North America's next split.
And yesterday, Quantic was just awesome. They looked like they could be a top LCS team in the next split. It was breathtaking. And while Velocity and Marn had a battle royale that went 5 games, with Velocity eventually coming out on top.
And so now let's take a look at Saturday's action and the 2 newest teams to qualify for the 2013 North American Summer Split.
The first of 2 very important matches featured Complexity defending their LCS status versus the up-and-coming Quantic. Quantic exploded out of the gates.
Nikki Castro looking to jump right into this, gets a slow as well. Letterboard jumps across, first blood goes down.
And they never let up, taking game 1 in impressive fashion.
Such a good fight for Quantic, and they're still going in on a rampage, getting people dead.
Absolute destruction. Quantic just rolling through Complexity, doesn't give up a turret, only gives up 1 kill, and ends the game before 24 minutes.
Quantic's tricks in game 2 had them looking like an LCS team, and Complexity the challengers.
So much damage being dealt there, probably could not jump away in time. First blood going over to Balls, great play there.
Quantic dominated game 2, securing their second 25-minute victory in a row.
Looks like Quantic is mopping up the battle, everyone falling over, cheers coming out from the players, and this will be 2-0 here for Quantic.
They need 1 more win in the next 3 to become an LCS team.
With their LCS lives on the line, Complexity started game 3 on the right foot.
Complexity, will they pick up the kill? Yes, they do! Double kill for Lauda Mortis.
That is exactly what Complexity needed in this situation.
But Quantic will get an ace at Dragon to go up 12-5 and all but put the game away.
Everyone but Lauda Mortis says, hey guys, me too, I want to drop, and an ace there. Double kill for Meteos. Quantic, great fight.
Quantic completely controlled the series, and their sweep of Complexity earns them a spot in the LCS Summer Split.
Quantic 3-0 going into the LCS Summer Split. 5-0 in the tournament. They are in the LCS.
A spot well deserved for Quantic. All these guys have been top players for so long, and now they get to play in the top league of North America, the LCS. That's got to be good.
Velocity Esports looked to repeat the upset in the second match of the day, as they faced off against the LCS Team Marn and the best Riven, NA. Velocity would secure first blood, but their gank would backfire, and Niantanso's Tristana would walk away with a double kill.
Niantanso's going to be able to pick up 2 in the end. He will not chase, but that's going to be huge for Trist.
Niantanso would then finish off Velocity with a quadra kill, and Marn would take game 1.
We can end it here. We can end it. End it. Get the Penta.
I don't think you can get it.
No.
And it looks like Martin is going to be able to take game 1 here.
Game 2 was all about Velocity Esports' unconventional double AD, double support team comp, featuring NK Inc.'s Jungle Ezreal.
For a sneaky steal.
Shifted Spike Flash out. Oh, he did it so good. Shifted Spike Flash out.
Ezreal, just untouchable play right here.
Velocity's split push execution was too much for Marn to handle, and they grabbed control of Marn's base to even the series at 1 game apiece.
They're closing the fist around Martin's base, and the last inhibitor is going to go down. That'll be all 3.
And it looks like it's going to be Velocity pulling out game 2. Let's head to game 3.
57 minutes into an extremely close game 3, Niantanso stepped into the spot.
This is going to be the Niantanso show as he cleans up again.
And just as they did in their NA qualifiers, Marn would win a breathtaking base race.
In his favor, Velocity's going to have to go after this. The turret is going to go down. There's the last time. Marn, so many minions. He's going to have to hit minions to keep alive too. This could be the game. Oh my God, Niantanso pushing by himself. completely pulling out the back door. Velocity has no time to get back, and they take game 3. This is match point for Marn.
Niantonso! Oh, I was so right. It's the Niantonso show. Congratulations. He finishes off the Nexus by himself, stealing the spotlight. Team Marn with another base race. You just got Marn, Velocity.
After bouncing back in Game 4, Velocity Esports pushed Team Marn to a 5th and final game, where the winner would earn a spot to play in the summer split, while the losers would have to watch from home. Velocity's Chris was on fire with Elise, giving his team all the momentum.
Chris has been given Elise again, and he will take you down with Elise again.
My God, Chris with the plays down bottom.
That momentum wave engulfed Marn, and Velocity became the second team on the day to knock a team out of the League Championship Series to earn a spot in the summer split.
This is it! Go! And again! And they're into the LCS summer split.
There's the celebration we're looking for. Finally, such an epic series.
And after an insane day of action on Saturday, let's take a look at the updated bracket heading into today's matches.
With their 3-game sweep of complexity, Quantic Gaming snagged the first of the 4 spots up for grabs this weekend. And in the second best-of-5 series, Velocity beat out Marn to earn their place in the summer split.
And the last 2 teams in the summer split will be determined by today's matches, chat. Up first, it's Scar and Dignitas taking on former teammate Locust and Team Summon. Then it's Azure Cats and Big Fat LP looking to take down his former team, Counter Logic Gaming.
And while fans are still in a state of disbelief that CLG and Dignitas are playing for their LCS futures today, no one is more shocked than the teams themselves.
We're CLG and Dignitas, like we've been around for a long time. We're not supposed to be 4th place in LCS, and then we're definitely not supposed to have dropped down to relegation. Like that's like an insult, you know?
Well, obviously the mood was really bad when we lost. Like no one likes losing. It seems to be back on the rise. Like everyone's doing really well, and like we're playing at a much more solid level than we have probably since the start of the LCS.
I don't think that anything has changed except for we feel a bit more confident that we'll win, but there's still that looming threat that we could potentially lose.
We're not really stressed. We're just training hard. We're not trying to let it get to us.
In the back of our minds, it's like, oh, we have a chance to lose. Once we get into the match, I'm pretty sure all the nerves will just go away.
I think when people think of our team, they're just like, wow, these guys are really experienced. But they kind of suck, and it's true, we do kind of suck now.
We just tackled the main problems, like just straightforward, like Kiwi, you're feeding too much.
I just kept dying in 1v2s, I guess.
Those like shortcomings that people think that we have is going to really take them by surprise, and our experience is really going to take them by surprise. We cracked against Vulcan, but we won't crack again.
There's some really good amateur teams.
It's a lot easier to scout a big team with a bunch of footage like TSM or Complexity.
We have miles of footage. We have so much stuff you can study about us. Our level 1s to like our champion picks. To be honest, if they use that knowledge, like they should be able to formulate a pretty good plan. We've changed quite a bit since our last week though, so I don't know exactly how that plan's gonna work.
Playing against our team, I would look at how CLG loses and how CLG wins. And throughout LCS, it's been very consistent. We lose when they camp bottom lane. But stuff like that, like we're really prepared for, obviously. Like we know our weaknesses and we will adjust accordingly.
Truth be told, I definitely can't compare this to anything I've ever been through. I've had the most fun in my life in the past like 12 weeks, so yeah, I hope I can stay in this.
I feel confident in both my play and my team's play that we'll perform. It's been a while since I've been able to say that.
I didn't play well at all during playoffs. I choked so hard. That's the most nervous I've ever been for a match. And it's just so strange. Like I played at World Finals, I played at North American Regionals, but that was like the game where I just choked. But this time, I won't choke, that's for sure.
And now that you've heard Doublelift's guarantee that he won't choke, we want to hear from you. And head over to lolesports.com. Predict the winners of today's 2 epic showdowns. You're just going to be able to click on the matches on the site at the top right, go to round 2, and vote away.
And remember, the League of Legends All-Star event will be kicking off in Shanghai, China on May 24th. The world's best players will face off in our team tournament and a 1v1 skills competition. So we want to know, which NALCS All-Star are you most excited to see perform on the world stage and why? We're at LOL Esports, and remember to use the hashtag LCS. We'll be reading the best answers live later today.
But they got to be the best.
Yeah.
Have to. All right, when we come back, it's our first showdown of the day. Dignitas and Team Summon enter the Rift to fight for a spot in the Summer Split. Now go wish your mom a happy Mother's Day and get back here quick, because you're not going to want to miss this.
I'm glad it's best of 5s or best of 3 or best of 1.
I think we've worked hard and we've come together as a team, so I think we have a good shot, yeah.
Honestly, I want there to be stress. I want stress to exist because people perform better under stress.
Hopefully we keep riding our momentum and Dignitas loses.
Either we have a house, we're paid for 6 months, or we're on the street. Like, that's pretty much what it comes down to.
Welcome back to the 2013 North American Summer Promotion Tournament. Now it's time for our first matchup of the day, Dignitas versus Team Summon. And if you would have told LCS fans at the beginning of the season that Dignitas would be competing in the Summer Promotion Tournament, I doubt that anyone would have believed you, but that's exactly where we're at today.
And Dig started out great this year, but their problems really started to kick in around Week 9 when they had to use a sub in the jungle. And then even when Crumbs returned in Week 10, Dig continued their struggles. They went 1-4 in Super Week. That dropped them to 3rd place, which put them into the playoffs. And then they lost to GGU as well. Crumbs wasn't able to find his game in that GGU game during the playoffs. So he made his return, but he hadn't gotten back in sync yet.
Right, and for Crumbs and Dignitas, they better hope that a couple weeks off to regroup and refocus will be enough to turn it around, because today they face a very tough Team Summon and their former teammate Locust.
So even though it's been a while for Locust, he should still know a lot of Dignitas' tendencies as a former member of that team. He wasn't Dignitas' shot caller, but he had a lot of say in the team's strategy, kind of in picks and bans. So it's almost like Locust is a former assistant coach playing against his old team in this one.
So with Locust and Sicko Scott calling the shots,
They really went well for Team Summon and Locust, but it was really close games until the Dragon fight. Then it became a one-sided one. So they really managed those well. And I'd expect them to look to Dragon fights again today to try to swing games in their favor.
And coming up into this match, Team Summon is feeling pretty confident that they can turn around those team fights into a series win against a struggling Dignitas squad.
Dignitas, as you can see, they've lost and they kept losing continually.
Every top team should hate losing. Like, every top team wants to win. We underperformed for a couple weeks, but we're back.
We're very motivated to win now. Can't wait to play Dignitas, and I think we have a good shot.
Team Summon obviously has Locust and everything, so we know a few more of their champions and players.
They're a good team. We just need to focus and come up with some of their weaknesses.
It should be Dignitas worried about us.
We won a 3-0 game and be in and out there in 1 hour.
We finally kicked up our gears even harder.
It's a lot of clicking, it's a lot of mind games. It's a best of 5. Anything can happen. It's now or never.
Today on the blue team we have Dignitas, Kiwi Kid in the top lane, Crumbs in the jungle, Skara and mid. I'm Cutie Pie and Patoy at AD and support.
And on the red side, it's Team Summon with Grim Samurai on top, Sicko Scott in the jungle, Captain Korea in mid, Otter on AD, and of course, Locust on support.
And before we get into Champion Select, let's take a look at which of these teams you think will advance to the NALCS. According to LOLesports.com, 88% of you believe that Dignitas will reclaim their spot in the North American LCS today.
That is a very one-sided vote.
Yeah.
Dignitas was, I believe, 85% favorites against GGU in the playoffs, so they're even more favored for this one, and they've definitely had more time to prepare. Plus, based on some of those videos, I feel like Dignitas is definitely coming into this one with a bit of a new mindset than they had in the playoffs.
And so Dignitas says that, they have miles and miles of research to be done on them, but how pertinent is it to have that quick few games of information that Team Summon had? That's the now. Dignitas back.
Because the way Dignitas, I think, has reinvented their game a little bit in these last 2 weeks means the miles of scouting footage that Team Summon has formulated a plan on, like Skara just said, might not be relevant anymore.
And Twisted Fate finding his spot in the ban list. Still, Gragas coming out on one side. So it looks like a good amount of focus onto Skara for the beginning.
He had some big smiles on his face. He's like, I knew they were going to ban Gragas and Diana, because that's what happened to him against GGU when they were playing in the playoffs and ended up knocking Dignitas down into this promotion game. So based on that smile that Skara had, he was saying, I'm ready for this.
And I feel like the first game is obviously, and we've heard it from the pros, one of those where we're like, we're going to go in with what we want. Let's throw these at them and see how they react. It's really not, it doesn't look champion reaction to the picks right now.
Not yet. It very much looks like the power picks at this moment. Karthus and Zach looks a little bit like what Quantic would have been picking. There's like, we're going to pick Zach every single game, and we'll see if Sicko Scott can pull off some really good ganks in the jungle there with Zach. But, I'm not sure what Dignitas has. If it's the old Dignitas, this is when they start picking like Kale or Zed for Scar right now. They've already banned Zed. And his
hand in First Bloods twice in a row for the games and really helping Team Summon to push through in their best of 3 series.
And based on that Nocturne pick that Crumbs just locked in, that is something that Crumbs hasn't necessarily played. Nocturne was actually more of a DJ Lambo champion, funnily enough, who subbed for Dignitas in Week 9 once Dignitas actually started to go a little bit downhill. But I like the initiative of picking that this early from Crumbs. And then the Caitlyn is obviously just for I'm a Cutie Pie. When he's had Caitlyn, he's really played well in lane.
You know, it's funny you mentioned the Nocturne pick as well, because I remember just like overhearing them when they went for the DJ Lambo to tell him, they're like, who can you play? And he's like, Nocturne, Hacker Room. They're like, go Hacker Room, Hacker Room. But they went Nocturne. So they're doing it again here. So maybe they did, like you said, within the past week, find a way to work these champions in.
Looking at Team Summon now, they're getting the Thresh Tristana combo, which is actually a little bit strange. It's very safe in lane if they want to just farm, but it's not necessarily the most kill potential combo. Tristana's laning phase isn't known as being super strong, even though Thresh's laning phase is, so it's a bit of a mismatch of support.
Unless you're Neon Tanza.
Unless you're Neon Tanza, then you get double kills.
All day. So we'll have to see how they decide to work that. As of right now, we are looking at the poke lane from Dignitas, probably the swap coming in from Team Summon, so they don't have to.
New to the top lane.
Yeah.
So his first few champions he learned were Singed and Elise. And he says himself that he goes on champion binges, where he'll just play nothing but one champion. And then if those champions get nerfed or taken down a bit, he didn't have much to go back on. And I think that's what happened late in the season. So in these 2 weeks off, maybe he's went back to his original champions here with the Elise pick, or we might have something new for the rest of the series.
So Grim Samurai did some damage with Zed. It was quickly banned out by Dignitas. It looks like he might actually get that Zac in the top lane. Yeah.
A little swap around there. Fooled us all because we've been seeing so much Zac jungle, we forgot about the Zac top lane. And that's going to be really interesting. I wonder if that catches Dignitas a little bit off guard. One of the strengths of Elise in top lane is her ability to just repetitively harass you and take you lower and lower on health. But Zac, at least on this patch, has the highest base health regen in the game. So it might actually be really good against Elise dealing with that poke, especially a couple other things that Zac has to do, like when he uses spells, he will always heal up for using the spell if he's below 99% health, so that could be a good pick.
And Zac kind of offers to a team, which I find pretty cool, I'm thinking about right now, is the fact that let's balance you because you're still doing it. It's not just Jarvan Cataclysm. Hey guys, what are you still doing back there? So bringing so much to the team, even from jungle or top.
And just really generally about these two team compositions, this could be a really brawly game. The only real disengage across either of these teams is the Karthus wall, but Karthus usually likes to fight inside teams. Nocturne will go in with Evelyn, who will go in with Elise as far as Dignitas goes, and then Team Summon, it's the Zac attack from the top lane just running in with Volibear. I'm expecting a very high kill game if fights happen early.
That's exactly what we've been seeing. At least the blue ward. They've always been going for the blue, but teams have been mirroring each other. It's kind of every single game stacking one after the other. So we'll see if they decide that. We do see the line of scrimmage being set up by both teams regularly, but it's the first game, so we may see that pressure coming right away.
And there was so many invades yesterday that didn't come out to anything. Everyone just started warding the enemy blue buff, as you were saying. But I want to see if, based on the footage these guys have been studying and walking away, and then there was that 1 week where every single game someone fought each other, because it felt like everyone made their adjustments and said, this is how we're going to try to punish them for level 1. And everyone just started fighting.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we're quite there yet, but it could happen within the context of this weekend.
All right, so it looks like we're getting Patoy switched up on his bindings as well. These guys haven't been in the studio for quite some time, so getting those new champions in, they haven't been really able to get themselves fully set with the bindings because they weren't in game yet, and now they are. So here we are starting off the first match here in our final Sunday. It's kind of the promotion Sunday. These teams looking to get into the LCS. Team Dignitas being demoted from the season, now looking to reclaim their spot. Team Summon looking to take that away.
And look at the double rejuve beat already from Grim Samurai. So he already has the highest base health regen in the game. If I actually look at his character sheet, he's going to be starting the game with 31 health per 5, which means he's also went with probably health regen runes or masteries at some point in there. That's going to be very difficult for Kiwi Kid to harass, and I really want to see how that top lane matchup plays out if they decide to 1v1.
Well, he knows he's kind of in the position where he doesn't want to fight in the 2v1 lane. He knows it's as bad. So maybe he's saying, I'm completely safe. I'm putting on the hard hat for this one and going for the long.
Gotta always worry about that if you're running up against an Elise and a Caitlyn. You could get Caitlyn trapped or just hit by an Elise cocoon. So you do have to be very, very cautious with where you go.
And it looks like Dig may go back to some old strategy of putting the AD carry support mid. We've seen this quite a bit from teams nowadays to pressure that mid lane and really keep a lot more control to the map.
And Dignitas was the first team in North America to actually do that, and it worked to great success for them, and they did it when they had the Caitlyn. Not entirely sure where they're going here, but what we maybe could see is either late invade or just waiting for Team Summon to react to them somehow. That's a late invade that's going to be walking through a ward for Dignitas, so let's see how Team Summon reacts to this one.
Yeah, they did bounce back and forth on whether they're going mid or not. If they can definitely get this to Skara, he may take that bottom lane to himself. We'll see what they can do. The ward goes down, so Samurai is going to be pushed off of this, but just for vision.
Yeah, but he has Smite. No, he doesn't have Smite. He's not a jungler. What are you looking at, Jet? He's going to be able to take this one away. And I was like, this is foolish. He's going to get the Smite steal.
These last games, Karthus doesn't always need the blue buff, so if Volibear can get through it, they're going to be all right if they can keep going with the second one.
It's going to be a little tricky at the start of the game because they've given up 3 of the 4 big jungle camps already to Dignitas, but as long as they can persist through this, they will be okay with it.
This is something we used to see back from Team Solo Mid in Season 2, is where they would come into your jungle, get 300, 400 gold up, which the gold hasn't been in Dignitas, but you pressure it so hard, the jungler isn't able to come back to the lanes because he's trying to get back. His camps aren't there.
And he's not even level 3 yet. Like, Volibear can't even gank until he gets his Rolling Thunder, his Q spell, and he's not even going to be able to pick it up off these wolves, so it definitely gives the lane some added level of safety just based off of the play that happened a minute and a half ago. It means AmaCutiePie can be up here trying to deny Grim Samurai last hits, and it means all the other lanes can pretty much do what they want.
Yeah, because considering, right, this would be Volibear down to his blue and then down to help.
He'd be ganking right now if they wouldn't have stolen that.
So to the top lane now, Otter, Locust putting some damage onto this turret. Looks like they want to go fast damage on this, and nobody's even there. As we see Kiwi Kid now returning to lane, and the Volatile Spider really not even helping him to clear. They're going to get that to about half health, but not too much is going to come from that yet.
That's a new level of passivity for Kiwi Kid in those 1v2 lanes. It's like, don't feed, stay way back. If they hook you, just give some stuff up. Please don't die, and that's definitely how he's playing there.
And that's going to be Crumbs coming back around probably in a few minutes. Is Samurai low in the bot lane, too.
One benefit Grim Samurai has on Zac in this lane is if they do kill him on the turret, he has that one passive proc, and then they have to kill the 4 little blob babies under the turret, and that's actually very difficult to do at a low level, so he's fairly confident sitting around that turret at low health because he doesn't think that AmaCutiePie and Patoy would be able to finish off the blobs.
So Kiwi Kid still doing a good job of playing the mind games in the top lane, is to not make Team Summon aware of that gank coming in. Getting a good flash down on Locust, as we said. We'll see if Crumbs decides to return. Actually, he's already there as I look at the minimap, and he will be trying to come back in. But he's already present in the lane, so really just soaking up the experience.
And Dignitas definitely knows that Sicko Scott is there, and Sicko Scott should have realized that he was going to walk through a ward because that was a pink ward that cleared out a Team Summon ward when they were still in the blue. And he should have had the 3-minute timer on that. So if he would have waited about another 20 seconds to walk through that area, he could have gotten through without the ward seeing him, because right now he's essentially just wasting time. Unless he waits long enough for plausible deniability of Dignitas saying there's no way he's still there.
So he actually tries to come in onto this one. There's the Caliber net backwards. Sicko is kind of on his way to 4, and we almost have an already level 5 Crumb since he's been soaking up experience in the top lane, and he's up in CS. So this is going to be big. That ultimate's going to come for Dignitas sooner than later in the jungle.
I like it when teams do this with their jungler, especially on a jungler like Nocturne, who really wants to hit level 6 to get the majority of his map pressure. You're already in a bad situation when you're in that 1v2 force, so you might as well share experience. You get a bonus when you have 2 people getting lane experience together, and it's just going to help Dignitas overall, as well as making sure that Dignitas doesn't lose that top turret before they're ready to.
So as we see, you know, the new adaptations in the inventory, it's not really new, but the Rejuve beads coming out.
There wasn't even the red elixir, it was the 6 health potions. So if you start double Rejuve bead, you're basically just trying to sustain in a more natural fashion.
All right. We'll see that sustain coming in for Kiwi Kid up top. He was able to keep himself in the lane, but they have gone for flasks as well, so they're looking to drink those down and sustain even more. We do have the Captain Korea going for the tier. As we said, he made before with that pressure on the blue buff from Dignitas, so he'll be looking to keep that stack going.
And Scar and Captain Korea have really just been happily farming with each other in that lane. Now is the point in time where Scar is going to want to roam around a little bit more. Scar had that one bit of roam at level 5 where he went to not really make something happen, but now with his Evelynn ultimate, he should be able to make some plays, since with the tier of the Goddess Karthus, Karthus isn't really looking to get aggressive. So either Scar is going to just jump on him once Crumbs hit 6 and they're going to double gank him, or Scar is going to try to roam around and gank with Nocturne in another way.
So Crumbs is the team Abacus. As they heard before, you see some pink ward damage going down in fights. So he should have that flash on Locust in the top lane, right? You're saying he's going to hit 6. He wants that map pressure. They could look to get this out of the straight lane ganker. He may get it from Wolves and then head up there.
And that's one of the big things that Nocturne does, is he's able to walk in through the lane ganks, and I really have to point out the pink ward battle that Scar just won with Captain Korea in the mid lane. getting that pink ward out of the center mid lane really enables his roaming more, because anytime Scar pushes the wave up like that and comes back, Captain Korea won't be able to see it unless he's in danger zone.
And there's a ghost from Sicko Scott as he makes his way in. He takes to the ground on all fours. Cutie Pie goes back. He still has the net. They're trying to initiate with a Requiem. Captain Korea 6. There's the first blood coming in. It goes to Grim Samurai. He's been doing so well for his team.
That was a really smart gank by Sicko Scott. So there's a trick that Caitlyn players like to do to land harass, and it's they shoot out their 90 caliber net, and as they're fading away, they'll shoot the Q out, because it makes them slow, so they're less likely to dodge the Q, and you also get both damage things done.
Reactivated in the top lane by Dignitas. That turret goes down. They don't get to work off that flash of Locust, but it is going to be a 6 for Crumb, so there is action to be had here by them. It's just where they decide to put it.
And it looks like they might want to get something going bottom lane as Scar is roaming down, as well as Crumb's taking the double golems. But Team Summon does seem a little bit ready for it, as well as Crumb's being quite low on health in that situation. So we may have to wait a little bit longer to see that gank happen.
We see just boots coming out right off the bat for Scar. Is this roam enabling?
It's roam enabling. It's also just to get that early bit of magic penetration in the cheapest way possible.
Okay.
Evelyn has pretty good base damages early on in the game, and he's just wanting to make sure that every little bit counts. Since Captain Korea is not really fighting back at him, Scar can get away without building defensive items at this point.
So they trade turrets on both sides of the map. The 300 gold lead going in favor of Dignitas right now as the pinks go down. Scar throws out the ultimate. Locust is there. He is forced to use his flash as he just gets it back up. So that's a constant one for him.
And now Dignitas is actually, they would be too foolish to think about the Dragon because Crumbs wasn't there.
Right.
So Scar did burn his ultimate for a Locust flash. It's arguable which one is better for that. Obviously, the flash cooldown is longer than the Evelyn cooldown, but if a team fight happens within the cooldown of Scar's ultimate, it'll actually be better for Locust to have lost that flash, since the E-Vault is so powerful in team fights.
And is this something we usually see, that Crumbs being a kind of camp-heavy jungler instead of being in the lanes? Because he's already got that core item in the Elder Lizard, and it's really just a stone for Sickle Scott right now.
Crumbs is definitely one of those junglers who tries to take control of the game early and just have as much presence as possible in the lanes. He hasn't done that yet, but it's been because he's preparing for if something goes down.
They are looking for the press R moment. The window's open with Requiem down right now, so they need to make this happen if they're gonna.
And also, if they jump on Locust, they know he can't flash away. That's one of the reasons Locust is trying to stay so far back, because he knows if he gets Nocturne ult that he's dead.
And they can see that Dig is just playing differently here. They're not pushing up. They're not doing as much poke damage to aggress off, and they're saying, this is completely different. We don't know where Crumbs is. Let's just stay at a turret.
And this might actually be giving Team Summon the idea that Dignitas is actually trying to set up a Nocturne gank, but Team Summon's had enough of it. They're willing to just run straight forward to get the ward in the brush, and they're actually guessing that Crumbs is back as they go for Cutie Pie.
They're going now. The Requiem has just come up, actually, for Captain Korea, so they can go as hard as they want on this. Requiem comes out. It's going to be Otter taking down Cutie Pie. They may follow up. The Locust hitting the death sentence, and they take him down. It's going to be a 1-1 on Otter and Locust.
More bottom lane kills, and Scar might be coming in. Crumbs might ult soon.
Oh, he's going for the I think I can strategy, but can they do it together? The buddy system comes in. Locust very low. The ignite in the shield, but it's the Duskbringer to take him down from Crumbs, putting terrifying nightmares in his head. And it looks like they're able to get out of this one, saving the red buff, but Captain Korea comes bottom, and they may try to pressure this turret hard.
Dignitas gets 1 kill back for the 2 they gave up by burning both of their ultimates and all of their summoner spells here. Doesn't look like they'll lose the turret, but they may end up losing the Dragon. That was a good counterattack for Dignitas to get at least a kill on the board, and because of the farming they've been doing, before this Dragon goes down, they do have a slight lead in gold.
And we see that within those lanes, Grim Samurai went to buy health, and it seems to have been hurting him in this top lane as that action in the bottom lane goes down. The HP is there. He goes for the bounce. The rappel is up. Can he get back down? And he saves himself from certain death.
And Samurai did have his passive up on Zac, and that's why Kiwi Kid didn't decide for the all-out tower dive, because it would have ended up killing Kiwi Kid. He's hoping to pop the passive now, but Kiwi Kid knows he wouldn't be able to finish.
We're evenly going back and forth up to this moment. We now finally have a gold lead, 1,000 gold in the favor of Dignitas, but that first blood was in favor of Team Summon, so we'll have to see if they can continue to work the small advantages they have. We've seen a bit of focus down in the bottom lane, but everything's going to switch now. As I said, the lane's back to normal. AD and support bottom as Grim Samurai heads top.
This game has really all been about the bottom lane. It keeps happening that I'm a Cutie Pie catches himself doing the Caitlyn harass combo, and that's when the Sickle Scott gank comes in. So they're actually just countering the Caitlyn lane advantage quite well by punishing it with ganks at the right time. And look at this. Sicko Scott's not even joking around anymore. He's saying,
nope.
Yeah, we're going to have a 3-man lane. He's another support almost in this game. It's a 34 minion kill Volibear when compared to 126 from Karthus. That is not a jungling jungler. That is a laning jungler.
Does not want to be in the jungle whatsoever. They are going over to check out the dragon. They're getting some pings on here. And look, Thresh's ult and Karthus ult about to come up again, so they're acting on it. They know they can create more pressure here.
And since Captain Korea pushed up that lane, they're just getting a bit of damage on this turret while Dignitas tries to come up and approach. The wall actually cuts them off quite well, and they got a heap of damage on that turret.
So prepping that one for anything they may need, as well as a even juicier dive here in the next few minutes. At 3-1, they are looking for blood. They're getting those kills. One onto Thresh, which is not going to hurt too bad. They do have one in the 80 carry and Grim Samurai. Answering is only Crumbs right now as they give the blue buff over to Captain Korea. Probably back to mid here. Looks like they've kind of shut down the laning phase now.
Captain Korea might become a bit of an issue as well because of all the roaming Scar's been trying to do without creating too much action.
Right.
Captain Korea has been farming up a storm. He's more than 10 CS per minute, or pretty much exactly 10 CS per minute. 136 at 13 minutes 30. Considering minions don't spawn until a minute 40 seconds means he's on quite a hefty clip there, matching Scar in gold, mainly because of the global advantage that Dignitas has. But when a Karthus gets going like that against a full
BF sword right now, so we don't know what late game troubles he's going to be producing. It's probably going to be that Infinity Edge, though, which is completed on Cutie Pie 14 minutes in.
Yeah, that's a big item break point for Cutie Pie to hit. He didn't buy boots, which is in itself kind of strange, since the whole reason he's died twice is because he's getting ran down by the fast bear, so you maybe want to buy a bit of movement speed. But if he can avoid those gank situations, he is way stronger in a straight-up fight.
He's like, Sona, just keep the movement speed aura on and we'll be okay. 15 minutes towards the top lane. Grim Samurai in a tit for tat with Kiwi Kid, but that is completely being won by Kiwi, using all of his long-range abilities to his advantage. And he keeps Grim Samurai under half health during that laning phase. Skara here now back in mid with Captain Korea. They have the blue buffs on, but really teams aren't trying to push towards anything. It's kind of what we saw as we were watching the match yesterday as casting with Kobe. Oh no, going in on Kiwi Kid. He gets a little too antsy on the fight, but he knows Crumbs is there. Grim Samurai locked up. A few more attacks coming in. Crumbs gets one. Here comes the Requiem down. The red buff actually going to Sicko Scott. No, did he get himself a red buff? This should have gone to Captain.
That was kills upon kills. He already had the red buff from his own jungle.
So Captain got one.
And that was terrible, but Dignitas on the counter.
The crescendo counter in mid. Captain Korea looks to go down here. The Requiem's down, but they're fighting on Defile. But Toy is walking right through it. Stop doing that. He's going to be taken down. Otters one. But Toy does go down, and Skara cannot finish off Locust.
More action upon more action. So there's 3 people dead on Dignitas right now to 2 on Team Summon. Both teams are getting lanes pushed back and forth because when a team goes all in aggressive, they're actually giving themselves vulnerability somewhere else.
They have some good attack speed on this turret in the top lane. They might not have good damage, but they're definitely going to be swinging at it copious amounts of time. Scar looking to do something on the right side. Elise up, Elise down, and here he comes. Oh, the blast onto Sicko.
There, after giving up the kill to Grim Samurai's passive, essentially, while Karthus came in for the ultimate, they get all of the kills back. They knew there was no passive on Zac. Scar flanked around the back. Some of the power of the permanently invisible Evelyn while they roam around really caught Team Summon a little bit off guard. You can tell Team Summon was super confident after the kills they just approached in the top lane and said, we're going to be able to push down this turret. Did not see Scar coming, and they paid.
So with the aggression of the lanes right now, the buy is coming back in. How are they going to stop the pressure of Nocturne split pushing top? Because Dignitas is going to start resorting to the let's go with all 3 lane push.
I think it's going to be one of these games where we just see fights all the time because their teams are all in compositions. They don't have much disengage, and just the way these teams want to play, like Dignitas, they want to roam around and force fights, but Team Summon seems pretty content also just trying to run people down with Volibear. So no matter where Dignitas goes, Team Summon will follow and continue to get fights. And then if Team Summon goes too far in a situation, Skara or Crumbs have that ridiculous closing potential and can punish them.
All right, so it looks like we've got about 20 more seconds on the Requiem ride all the way to the bank. We'll see if they try to activate something on Team Summon's side. Dignitas has been caught off guard by Requiem in 2 occasions of their engagements, but at 6-5, they have also found their ways to get their foot in the door and get kills onto the board. 26,000 gold right now to 24,000. A turret kill helping that lead along with the dragon.
And Crumbs might experience some fall off in about the next 15 minutes. He's got a power spike right now. He still hasn't button boots, but he's trying to get either an Aegis or a Locket of the Iron Shalari very quickly, and they need to push their advantage now. Nocturne is not a good champion late game for diving in. he'll pretty much dive in and he loses his ability to solo people once a certain point happens in the game. So it's a good thing Dignitas is all grouped up here trying to take the Dragon because they need to expand on this 2,000 gold advantage as quickly as possible.
So there's a second one. Where they move will tell us what the idea is, and it's to keep Crumb. Yep. Go ahead and take that away. Not going to be good. Kiwi Kid just off on the side. He's like, yeah, it's probably happening, guys. We're not going to do much about it. You better be careful in mid. Patoy, they have eyes on him as to re-pressure bottom and try to push off Tristana. Patoy's forced to use the ultimate to pressure off. This mid turret's going to take some damage, though.
And it depends how long Team Summon wants to stick around because they do not know where Dignitas is, and they know that there's no Otter to help them in a team fight. That's why Team Summon got out of there and said, I think we're a little scared, while Cutie Pie and Scar might go in. That's the jump!
Oh, he jumped, and then he went for the paranoia, or Terrify going in. He goes down. You can see Otter so disgruntled after that.
It is really hard for them to keep track of what Dignitas is doing right now, and you can tell they're getting dictated to. Because if they would have pushed up that mid lane, they would have been daring Dignitas to fight them there. But because they backed off, it allowed Dignitas the freedom to spend multiple ultimates just to pick off a little old Tristana in the bottom lane. So really good play by Dignitas there, containing Team Summon.
So we'll see if they can continue to do that. As we look down, there was some containment in the mid. Great job by Captain Korea at 2-0 and 1. 201 CS at 3-1 and 2 for his kills. And it's 3-0 and 3. And it's funny because the AP mids, they're probably 200 gold apart. They are having great games for themselves, making the plays. Scarra finally getting some kills in for himself as they take down another turret, increase that gold lead.
Yeah, and what Scar is missing in minion kills, he's making up for in other ways. Even though the kills and assists look pretty much exactly the same, it's 4 turrets to 2, 2 dragons to 0. So that's a lot of global gold advantage that he's accumulated for himself, and that's what's making up for the 50 missing.
So we have a Seraph's Embrace already charged up 20 minutes into the game for Captain Korea.
That is a very fast Seraph's, and we knew at the start of the game, defensive in a sense, where he'll be able to go in, pop that mana shield from the Seraph's Embrace, and just sit with the file for longer and maybe make some impact. That's why Dignitas is roaming around so much and doesn't really want those team fights to happen.
And the acceleration and I'm a Cutie Pie's build right to the Infinity Edge has seemed to put him over the build of Otter, unless Otter just hasn't gone back recently. No, he just came off the fountain. So not getting the boots first, rushing the Infinity Edge, allowing them to win some fights, get some kills and assists, and he has the boots and the Zeal now.
It's a 80 carry build where you skip the Vamp Scepter, so we've seen a lot of that in the past as Scar just goes.
He does go right in. The Assassination of Eve coming out to play as well, and Locust does not want to, but he goes down. A double kill for Scarra, 5-0 and 3, and he had just picked up that Abyssal Scepter, so coming in big.
Big time coordination coming out from Dignitas, and it's still Dignitas punishing Team Summon for not being grouped up because Dignitas is doing the 3-lane push, but instead of just strictly 3-lane pushing, Dignitas is roaming around a lot more than we saw in the last couple weeks, and they really do seem a little bit back on their game here as they push up the mid lane.
They are dictating these fights. They have the disengage. No, the crescendo was used actually last fight, so they don't have the disengage that they want. Let's bounces up. Karthus comes up in 3 seconds. They're going to have to be careful for that Requiem. But like you said, Jat, they're keeping him spread thin, so they can't really come into the engage if they want to. Cutie Pie pushing bottom by himself.
Yeah, he nearly killed Otter by himself with that item advantage. He probably crit him a few times and then popped that ace in the hole to get him super, super low. So that was a good bit of harass. Dignitas has decided to back out, though, because they know how many ultimates they used to get the initial pressure off. And since Team Summon has all of them up and all their people up right now, it's reset time. Dignitas going to wait for the next opportunity.
And it looks like, as we're coming in the buys here, we can see Dignitas kind of synergizing around a lot. We saw a lot of Aegis yesterday and hardly any Locket. Today we see Locket, and it seems like Dignitas says pick up some kind of...
The Iron Solari. It's kind of the way he plays as well. He's always been a very good counter ganker as a jungler, so getting that Locket of the Iron Solari really fits his style even better because he can come in to save a gank and just pop it off.
He's just sitting there with it on, trying to get extra damage. They're not even near him, but he can. And he's even losing mana. No, probably not.
That has got to be a little bit of a spectator bug. It's not on. The Defile is not on.
Oh, it's not on.
I'm sorry to spoil it for everybody.
Aww.
We'll know when it's on.
Okay.
He'll be doing damage and losing mana.
I thought he was just like pulling an absolute 0 forever.
That would be real cool.
It would be cool.
Be expensive.
It would be expensive. It's just had tons of regen. So we'll see what they do as they start positioning their wards for Baron, but not really the bodies yet. They're still in a pretty bad spot to engage this one. As they clear it out, they're making sure to stay safe at the same time.
And this is a huge amount of pink wards that Dignitas has actually placed down. When they were doing all the shenanigans, killing Otter over and over again in the bottom lane, they had wiped out the blue side of the jungle for Team Summon with pink wards, and it just made it so Otter had no safety. Dignitas is trying to do the same thing around the Baron so they can get a team fight, but this time Team Summon is actually all grouped up together, so if they get a fight, they'd potentially have to team fight on Karthus instead of just killing Karthus before the fight.
And so at 8-6, 24 minutes in, it's going to be 6,000 gold in the favor of Dignitas being thrown in the face of Team Summon for this fight. Looks like they back off. They don't want the money bag just yet, but they could look for some shutdowns. Scar is going to be a big kill here. I don't think Crumbs went full 2 kills, so it's only going to be 1 they're getting the gold back on, but that shutdown will be real nice to give to Otter right now.
They really need to win a team fight here, because when you are falling behind in the game, the most important thing to do is kill the guy with the most kills, because he gives that huge extra bonus. Scar is actually catching up in minion kills a little bit too, being able to clear out those big waves on the side, and this third time might be the charm.
Wait, here comes the Requiem. Dignitas looking good so far in the HP. Cutie Pie with great positioning on the fight. Peel from Skara, but attack from Skara as well. Patoy staying on the back line. They keep the heals, they keep the speed. They continue the fight. Otter getting hit up. The flash coming in, the barrier summoner spell coming out, and he gets Buster Shot backwards.
It was still a 3-for-2 for Dignitas, and they got the third dragon as well. The combo between Crescendo and Skara's Evelynn ultimate in that fight destroyed the majority of Team Summon. It allowed Cutie Pie to sit in the back and just auto-attack to his heart's content. Plus, they got the other two so low that Dignitas could take a turret off the back of that fight.
So it looks like they are going to take 1, maybe 2. No, everybody's up. The timer is still quite low, but that's good for Dignitas. If you are pressuring this quickly and they're up in your face already, that means you're doing some good things.
8,000 gold advantage too, only 25 minutes into the game, so they're really starting to take control, and this is what they needed to do about 10 minutes ago.
Yes.
And that's why Crumbs has been forcing so hard into these team fights. He's died twice on Nocturne, but that's what Nocturne does. He dove in and got a bunch of Captain Korea damage, as well as Cutie Pie pulling off a great steal as well.
You know, like you said, he jumps in on Captain Korea. They blew that Ceres Embrace right away, and it kind of didn't stop any damage. Nobody was able to focus him, so it went to waste.
It was true. He never got into the fight as much as he needed to, because everyone got locked down by that Crescendo, and he wasn't able to just straight walk in. It's going to be a matter of, can he get to his death cap when his Requiem really starts hitting them, or will Dignitas end the game before that happens?
So we see Otter finally getting that attack speed into his build. I'm sure he's already been hitting that Q up. Yes, level 5 on his rapid fire, so he has that 90% attack speed to come in for 7 seconds. Pretty nice when you don't have the attack speed yet. It makes up for
that mid-game lull. But this time Otter's just went all attack speed because he's trying to get out of the mid-game as quickly as possible, because late-game Tristan is all about the range and the 90% attack speed.
A 6-0 and 5 Deathfire Grasp picked up by Skara here. They are waiting on some summoner spells from Dignitas that got him into that fight and out of that fight quite strong. So we'll see if Captain Korea can get himself to where he needs to be this time.
And where Skara is positioning himself right now makes me think he wants to flank around the back. That's what Evelynn always likes to do. But with this maneuvering that Team Summon's trying to do, Dignitas is actually going to be pressuring the mid inhibitor turret and maybe try to force a fight, cutting them off in the jungle, or just taking the turret up straight up.
Now Dignitas trying to dictate the fight as it comes out. There's the elastic slingshot right into Cutie Pie, but he misses. The slow's not there. 2 shots, and Grim Samurai is forced to bounce out of the fight as he wanted to bounce in. Grim is very low. Passive up. Looks like he could go down here. No, the passive is down. They just keep shutting down. There it is onto Skara. That is going to be some good gold for Captain Korea. Sickle Stock goes down as well. Cutie Pie just going ham. Triple kill in the end. 16-9 as Dignitas finds the ace in a chaotic fight.
What an awesome fight for Dignitas. Skara and Patoy just wrecked the entire backline of Team Summon. And even though Captain Korea died in a pretty good spot, it didn't matter because Dignitas had done enough work on the rest of Team Summon to just roll through them in the rest of the fight.
Looks like they have the inhibitor. It's still those low timers though. Dignitas taking it to Team Summon right now, really putting that chokehold on.
Next inhibitor going down. Maybe if they decide to keep going, they're afraid of the death timers because they don't want to give up a Baron. That is smart play by Dignitas, and they're going to be backing up, shopping, and continuing what they've been doing the rest of this game.
So as we look at some of the inventories now after Dignitas backs and gets some purchases in, we see Team Summon clearing out that base, trying to regroup now. It's going to be ward coverage coming in for these guys. A few more small items, a chalice.
He can cast them. So the chalice will allow him to sustain if they do any kind of back and forth poke, especially at maybe a sustained Baron siege of some kind. Cutie Pie now has the big 3 items, still doesn't care about the Vamp Scepter because he'd be going for either Bloodthirster or Blade of the Ruined King later, but just comparing those 3 items to Otter's 3 items, Otters through Adams are like a Zeal and a Vamp Scepter. That's not a Phantom Dancer and a Last Whisper, sir, and you are way weaker than Caitlyn at this point. So Dignitas really dictating right now to Team Summon.
And we have to take into consideration that these fights are looking a lot stronger for Dignitas. One, the Bulwark is finished, and two, Captain Korea didn't go for that death cap. He went for the Zonia, so he only has pen from the boots and not that much damage as they go in. A huge ultimate from Skara. They're all forced to bounce out. The crescendo a little late on the backside, but it still sounded good. Captain Korea's Zonias, while not taking any damage, and then gets popped out. They're just going to stand and defile, but Toy loves that.
He wanted to kill the ward, so he managed to finish off that 25 gold, and he knows he's got his chalice to heal up at the end of that. That was just Skara saying, I am so incredibly strong that I am initiating this fight with just me and Crumbs, because the crescendo missed. Cutie Pie got like 2 auto attacks off, and they still drove back the entire Team Summon team. Now it's all about trying to get this Baron before Team Summon can steal it, or peeling off and going for a fight.
Looks like they do have Baron down to about 3,000 HP. There is no long-range attack to come out from these guys. Sickle Shot just on the outside. Will he be able to get the smite down? It is going to Crumbs. They get the Baron. Looks like they're going to grab a Sickle Scott for themselves as well. And that is going to be another kill coming in for Skara. 9-1 and 9, 6-2 and 7 is AD carry Cutie Pie right behind that.
3 more fresh kills for Dignitas and a fresh purple buff. They're going to be able to push through a lot of this battle. They've killed so many of Team Summon over and over again. That was a desperation steal by Sicko Scott, and it did not work.
We'll see these guys getting another turret. 8 turrets down. Like I said, there's 11 on the Rift.
Back up again, so if Dignitas wants to fight at any point in this space, as long as they're not straight in the double Nexus turrets, they'd come out on top. Dignitas going to try to get as much control as possible and take that 3-lane push all the way home.
This is the wheelhouse for them. They have to feel so good about this right now. Knowing the momentum's in their favor, knowing they may be able to do this another game in a row. They didn't try to pull out anything crazy. We've seen the Skara Eve. We've seen that Kiwi Kid plays Elise. They're playing comfort zone right now, and this has to feel good for them.
Everyone has done well this game. Kiwi Kid survived the 1v2. Scar roamed well, and here might be the final fight.
Scar did roam well, and he also gets out of the fight well. Looks like Dignitas gets out. They get Kiwi Kid so he can repel if he needs to. The Crescendo does get a good hit across the team. TSM. Team Summon taking some damage from that Requiem. He finally goes down, and Korea cannot attack anymore. Double kill coming in for Skara. 11-1. Oh, come on. He got an assist there. He was ones all across the board until he went 11-1 and 12.
Oh dear, Scar, why didn't you have the perfectly binary score? But they're able to finish off these Nexus turrets, and that was a dominating Game 1 win for Dignitas.
So the first game of our first best of 5 of the day going to Dig, showing they are very dominant, very calm, cool and collected.
They know they need to win 3. Dignitas won a lot of games this year, and when they lost the ones that mattered, they got knocked into the promotion tournament. So all business for Dignitas after that first one, but still got to feel pretty good.
It does. It absolutely has to feel good. They worked well. They didn't get the first blood, but they acted on it instantly. And they started showing that they didn't want any advantages to start flowing in the favor of Team Summon.
There was a little scary moment in that game when they were down a few kills and getting pushed back a bit, especially after they gave up that double kill to the
Cutie Pie kept getting hit up.
But unlike Team Summon's 2 victories yesterday, where they were able to force good dragon fights, Dignitas kept the fight scattered. They never actually let Team Summon congregate in a... Oh, this was when Grim Samurai went over the board and Scar flanked around the back, so that wasn't a fair fight, because Scar killed everyone at the start of it. No one stopped him. He flanked around the back. That was a forced fight from Team Summon having to jump into it in the first place, and no one on Team Summon actually got to do what they want in that fight, as Dignitas was dictating the entire game.
And you know, it looked great. I actually said what happened in the beginning. I was like, man, you can use Zach to bounce right into the back line and then get crit in like 3 shots by Cutie Pie and die. So it didn't work out as well, but it does work. Works pretty good. Coming up next, it's round 2 of this challenger fight. Dignitas is up 1-0 and looking to move within a win of the summer split. Plus, Curse's Boy will join us to break down Game 1 action. Don't click that mouse. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the 2013 Curses tenacious top laner Voyboy. And first question, well, thank you for joining us first.
Thank you for having me.
First statement. First question, what did you think about Scar's performance there? 11, 1, and 12 at the end of the game going into the Nexus.
Scar obviously played phenomenally. Everything's on the line in this game. He just came out really strong. There was a few missteps early game where bot died to some really nice ganks actually by Sicko Scott, but Scar just picked up the pace. He picked Eve basically as a counter pick to Karthus, and I really thought that it was a great pick against Team Summon because they're a bit inexperienced. They obviously don't have as much LAN play and teamwork. They're fairly new. They have to replace 2 of their players, so they're not used to some of the more nuanced champions. Eve is a champion that until very recently a lot of even top LCS teams haven't been accustomed to playing against. I remember when Scar whipped out the Eve against us, it was a curveball. We didn't expect it. And I thought it was a great pick against Team Summon because he was able to put a lot of pressure on the map. He actually he accounted for his teammates' mistakes, and he actually bought pink wards to counter Captain Korea's pink wards that were designed to see where he was roaming, and he just went all over the map. He was making plays, and he really came out strong for his team.
So then you said it was a little bit nuanced of a champion, and also that Eve is a counter to Karthus in lane. Do you want to explain why Eve is a counter to Karthus?
Yeah, sure. Eve is a champion that scales fairly well in comparison to Karthus. She has great AoE. Her late game is phenomenal. And then basically in the 1v1 matchup against Karthus, every time Karthus throws out that wall, Eve can just have her W, which instantly removes slows. So Karthus' main defensive tool is that wall. It's like a 70% slow max rank or something ridiculous like that. And Eve's one champion that with the press of a button can just continue pounding on him. And her 100 to 0 kill potential on Karthus is really, really good. So I thought it was a great pick.
So taking that into consideration, kind of still on that point, having that impact, is that something Team Summon is going to have to focus, or is the way
that Eve is the only champion that Scar can exert pressure with? But I definitely think if they're not used to playing against Eve, they don't know exactly how to place pink wards in the rivers to counter her roam, then that might be a likely ban from their side.
Okay.
All right, so in that case, game 2 coming in, Dignitas now on the other side of the map. Who wins game 2 and why?
I think that Dignitas probably will take it. They have momentum. They're feeling good. They've practiced hard for this. Team Summon, obviously, they've been trying really hard. They want to win. This is their moment to prove everyone that they can be a top LCS team. And I definitely think that they have the potential. You saw they made some really good plays. Sicko Scott was all over the map. They were in it. It was looking scary for Dig for a bit there. So I think if they can just refocus, not let the pressure get to them, and just keep their heads together, they might have a chance. But I think Dig definitely is in the driver's seat for this game.
All right, so momentum, the word here. See if Dig can keep it. We'll see if Team Summon can find it. Voyboy, thank you very much. We'll see you after game 2. All right, everyone. So as we jump into our second match of the day, we are going to be looking to just the best of 5 series, right? We had 2 teams relegated already. It's going to be possibly Dignitas. They would be relegated, possibly a berth into the LCS for Team Summon, and it's been amazing. For us, it's an adrenaline drip is the way I put it yesterday.
These games just have so much passion, intensity, and story just weaved into them based on the format that we have here. Locust, former team member of Dignitas, really wanted to play these guys, and Dignitas were a powerhouse throughout the entire LCS season. It would almost be unthinkable for them not to make it back in this one. And after that first game, they're proving it.
That was really actually convincing. Towards the second half of that game, what you would say as mid-game, I was like, this is the Dignitas we saw before. When Crumbs left, the point you made in the beginning of the show, it really threw them off.
Champion. I want to see if Kiwi Kid breaks out anything else new, because I'm really excited to actually see what he has prepared. He went at the start of the season from being one of the best top laners in all of North America to looking quite weak once he started playing some different champions late in the season. And that last game on Elise, even though he was in the 1v2, he was making some pretty good clutch plays and was really bullying Zach out a fair bit in late.
Yeah, absolutely. So as we come into this champion select now, I actually like what we see already. They say, you don't get Evelyn, Gragas, or Diana. We're going to force you to ban Ezreal.
And Dignitas, Skara, calling him out.
Getting a lot of love.
Calling him out. They wanted to play a fourth different champion.
We'll see if he can do it. He's got that Katarina. He's got the Kale still. They haven't seen the Kale in quite some time from Dignitas. So.
No, we haven't. And I want to see if he has something even more to bring out, because it's like, that's all of his champions. Even if you look at the things that Dignitas has banned, Skara can play Twisted Fate and Zed as well. So there's a bunch of targeted bans of Skara, which should give the rest of Dignitas freedom to pick pretty much whatever they want.
Yeah, it's really not, let's composition around the assassination of my champion. Pick what you want, and then I'll kind of round it out when we can figure out what we're doing.
Obviously, the Karthus was picked off again by Team Summon. That didn't work out for them too well after Dignitas really got going in that game, because Dignitas's roam and actually, funny to say against Karthus, but global presence was higher than what Team Summon could come up with. And with the Nocturne picked in right away, I wonder if Dignitas is going to do something similar.
We'll see what it is. It's kind of funny to hear you say, you know, going against global presence, but we've seen it, you know, in the OGN and other leagues as well, that teams, if you can pressure enough, then you can bring the medicine right back to them.
And it kind of goes in waves as far as just the overall competitive scene goes. Sometimes the game is about power picks. Sometimes the game is about these, you know, it's all about Caitlyn control or Ezreal control. And sometimes it's just about globals as far as the pick priorities go down to. And it seems
and a high priority pick with that. So there is a lot of safety within those two grabs. And we see Nasus coming out for Sicko Scott here. Team Summon, and also locked in for Locust is the Sona. So that will not be in the hands of Patoy this time.
And Locust got to play Sona not yesterday, 2 days ago as well, and was really, really potent on it. Taking that away from Patoy is quite good. We've seen so many good Sona plays lately in these summer promotion qualifiers, so I want to see whether or not Locust can step it up again. I'm expecting Dignitas to pick probably Caitlyn again, just for I'm a Cutie Pie's lane control, and then from there, I'm really surprised and hoping to see what Scar ends up playing.
Patoy locking in, well, I should say Skara locking in that Zyra for Patoy, and we'll have to see what they are going to choose as Cutie Pie being Cutie Pie.
He loves swapping around. He really loves that new icon. I think a lot of people on Dignitas do as well. Skara's new Twitter handle is actually his face.
All of them.
Photoshopped. All of them.
Kids got it too.
Oh no, all of their faces are photoshopped into the Nunu recently on their Twitter handles, but it's just a happy-go-lucky Nunu guy.
Yeah, he is. Kobe was saying yesterday, he creeps him out. He's got that eye tweak going on. We'll see what Team Summon has for the last pick here, and then what Skaro will finally decide to round out Dignitas' composition with.
So Summon needs to pick a top laner and a standard AD, I'd have to think. If they went bold and actually picked like a top lane Nunu, it would be very aggressive, but probably wouldn't work against the Shen. The Varus is what I'm expecting to see from AD carry. And then I honestly don't know what they're doing top lane. They're still open for Zac again. They could still go for a hard initiate team, and this time they'd be able to combo it up with Nasus as well. But we'll just have to wait and see.
The Zed's gone. They have a Renekton, but they have a Rumble as well. We saw a ton of Rumble yesterday.
We saw all kinds of rumbling yesterday. Team fight after team fight. Renekton, though, with that pick, is something that Kiwi Kid had played in the past. Obviously, Shen has already been picked, so it was free. That is your standard safe top laner that Grim Samurai is going to be able to go with in a 1v2 or a straight-up matchup.
So they locked that down, so we could see the, wow, the Renekton versus Shen matchup. But we'll switch over here to the Rise pickup from Skara. Been a while.
It's been a while, but that is another thing that Skara could just go back on. I mean, it's almost a little bit of return to the glory champions for Dignitas, because Skara has had a lot of success pound down on Team Summon. But you look at Team Summon, and they have the Bash brothers in Renekton and Nasus in those big-time team fights, plus the damage of Karthus. So the late-game team fight threat of Team Summon is super high once again. So I do think this could be another matchup of Dignitas trying to scatter around Team Summon, run them around, and avoid the big clashing team fights.
That would synergize well with Team Summon's objective control, too. They have the Nasus. They can go for dragons a lot earlier. So if you're running around with your head cut off, you're not going to be able to position for that fight.
It's going to be about who can take control, and I think Team Summon will put an extra amount of importance on the Dragon fights. That's a very good reason why they would have picked Nasus over Volibear in this one, because even though they got some early ganks on Volibear, the overall game didn't work out for them with that. So the Nasus seems more for their team fight style that they were successful with on the first day of this promotion tournament.
And we'll definitely have to see where the press R effect comes in, right? We have Karthus and 6 in mid, and Crumbs was a little less apparent in the lanes. He didn't show himself as much with his presence, and he farmed all the way up until 7 before we really first saw that gank in the bottom lane with a lane gank.
And we might see that again. I want to see as well if Dignitas decides to do lane swaps, or even if Summon decides to do lane swaps, because that actually allowed Crumbs to hit level 6/7
Super
earlier than he would have if he would have just sat in the jungle, and that was actually to the detriment of Team Summon. Plus, when you pick a Renekton, he can be very strong in the 1v1 lanes. So, what's going to happen?
All right, so we'll have to see what they choose to do. We are into Game 2, Rivington the third, and Jat bringing you this second matchup here in the best of 5. Dignitas winning Game 1 over Team Summon. It was a back-and-forth game for the first 10 minutes and then definitively pretty much taken by Dignitas from 15 minutes on. They look to win Game 2 with momentum. Team Summon looks to find that momentum now.
Yesterday in the best of 5 between Velocity and Marn, had to get that name, we saw a very back-and-forth affair. There we go, face-checking that brush a little bit, but they get the ward where they want it.
So as they do set up that human line of scrimmage across the top side for Team Summon.
Yeah, it's actually a little bit strange against Team Summon because it's just the Renekton who could potentially stun someone as far as the actual catch potential that Team Summon would be able to throw down. But Dignitas doesn't have the... Dignitas would actually have a lot of level 1 power if they decided to do a 5-man invade, but they're probably taking their momentum, trying to play smart, and maybe not do anything foolish here.
Oh, dear.
But speaking of foolish...
This could be foolish.
This could be foolish.
This could be bad. They are waiting right now.
Don't be foolish.
The other side of the wall, Cutie Pie, don't do it. No, he goes in. It's going to be Cutie Pie. So hit up. The grasping roots hit. The cleanse is also down. And so is Cutie Pie for first blood to Captain Korea.
That is the start that Team Summon really needed on this one. The delayed invade from Dignitas. They wanted to be able to pull it off, but the early ward really caught Dignitas by surprise when they got seen up in the river there, and it was a brilliant wait for the blue buff invade that they saw coming. I mean, we even talked about it before the first game, Riv, that a lot of these teams were going for blue buff wards and were waiting for a team to come up with an answer and just wait there to kill them. That's what Team Summon did.
So that momentum is to Captain Korea. That's a huge focus for him because in the overall big picture of things, the AD carries are still even. That kill didn't even get an assist for Otter.
They're even... Because I'm a Cutie Pie didn't have to burn his flash, so he's just got the cleanse. And the exhaust on Locust was actually burned. But that doesn't matter because they're doing 2v1 lanes anyway, so it really is mainly about the mid lane matchup for now.
We'll see what they do. They're going to start pressuring Grim Samurai, and no, Cutie Pie is not having fun with what just happened, so he is going to be super aggressive in that lane, and even Patoy just throwing the auto attacks at Grim. He's not going to get this first wave.
For 2v1 lanes, that's actually the best auto-attacking lane you can have. Caitlyn's 650 range, and Zyra's 575, which is the longest range amongst popularly known supports. So that's a lot of harass they're going to be able to put down on Grim Samurai.
Or how about a lane Nocturne just kind of waltzing in?
What up, guys? I'm going to take a few minutes.
So he comes out with the third siege wave. He hits that up, making sure to get the extra experience from it as well. And they start to hit some damage on this turret. The Wither goes down to Cutie Pie. They try to back them off, and they get a little bit of AoE before they head out.
And it was good for Dignitas that the siege creep actually died before Sicko Scott or Grim Samurai got even an XP range. Just a little tiny edge that Dignitas gains from that.
Captain Korea, again, it's just throwing down the Qs in middle, trying to get that lane pushed, his CS up, get that tier, most likely back in his inventory. He really had the build going well last time, but he went, like you said, he was going to go for the Rabadons and get a burst, but he went for Zonia's, and he wasn't getting in the fight, so maybe he'll switch it up.
We'll see. It really depends on how far ahead he thinks he is in these games or how much he wants to sit in a team fight at the end. But look at how much harass Kiwi Kid is taking. Both these turrets falling pretty quickly. It's interesting that it's a 3v2 in top and a 2v1 in the bottom. I feel like the 3v2 is actually worse for Dignitas, as Kiwi Kid might lose his turret sooner.
Samurai taking a bit of damage there as he goes back and forth, and if they're able to put down damage onto Dignitas here, and they're still pretty safe on the turret, so they stay. They soak up the XP. This one could be dropping here. 4 minutes and 30 seconds. One shot from Otter. We have our first turret of game 2.
First blood, first turret, and first jungler to level 4, I believe, as well, because when you're when you're jungling as Nasus is in the top lane and sharing with only one person compared to Crumb sharing with 2 people, he's not leveling this quickly. Dignitas really wants to be able to make something happen here because they are continually being aggressive.
They have such good wave clear, though. There's no minions when they decide to go in. No, they put the plants down to start taking the damage. They have a few caster minions there. They get the kill onto Sicko.
Beautiful play by Dignitas right there. Crumb's landing all the damage and having the confidence to flash out right after a kill. As a team, Team Summon didn't expect the melee to be the one tower diving straight away. They would have expected Potoy or AmaCutiePie to draw turret aggro first. That's
at 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Dignitas goes to kind of reset here, and we'll probably see the ADs switch. They may even go mid to answer Team Summon.
I think they have to. If they didn't go mid, losing that middle turret would happen pretty quickly because Ryze does not wave clear well. That's one of his weaknesses in lane as a champion, so that's what Dignitas is doing straight away. They're just sending people down mid.
And it's only going to be Crumbs right now. He can't get that Dustbringer clear down, but they're still going to get a few shots. They get it down to half HP. I'm pretty sure there's no damage on that turret on the other side. No, there's not.
And there's been no way Scar's been able to get that wave to the turret against someone like Karthus, especially when Captain Korea picked up the first blood. So a lot of jostling around by these guys, and despite the first blood happening in the jungle, Dignitas has pretty much recovered from that as the turrets are even, the gold is pretty much even, the lanes seem to be settling down a little bit.
We'll look around at the inventories here. The Scepter being picked up by Otter along with the first tier boots, and CutiePie switching it up this time and going full boots instead of full damage.
Keeping him on his toes.
Yeah.
Sometimes he needs boots.
More than you think.
Sometimes he just walks around barefoot. I think he wears socks in the studio though and no shoes, so we haven't seen the tier 1 boots that frequently.
It's better than the paper bags that Kobe was talking about.
Yeah.
You don't want paper bag shoes.
Don't want to walk around with that guy.
Nope. I would. Look good in your shoes. 7 minutes in, it's a little bit of gold in favor of no one, and they're pushing pretty hard in every lane here. It is going to be CutiePie and Potoy trying to throw down the siege minion wave. That's going to be the one they back on most likely. And we see a little race steal, or is that just a word coming in from Captain Korea towards the top side?
That is a
I don't think he got
good
the race.
question.
Nope.
I don't think he was getting those races, but AmaCutiePie and Potoy now finally in the 2v2 lane. Let's see if AmaCutiePie gets caught in that hurry. Make sure he saves his 90 caliber net.
They're getting good CS down, keeping it even for the AD carry. So, like we said from before, that kill onto CutiePie didn't really matter, and there's no real difference of a buy between them except for that Scepter. So right now, they are just hitting it back and forth, using the supports as much as possible. And I always say the supports doing a good job in that lane.
A lot of times, supports are the real members of those AD carry lanes.
Yeah.
AD carries, their job is to hit minions. Support's job is to do everything else, which actually a lot of
for
times.
you, I am your eyes. You just right-click.
It's one of the reasons Lemon Nation, who qualified yesterday on Quantic, has been so good at breeding top 80 carries because he just teaches a lot of the mechanics of that lane and just creates for them. But in this one, Potoy, known by many as like the top support in the LCS before the All-Star voting happened, and just by some of the player votes. And Zyra is definitely one of his mains. You don't see much support Zyra anymore either, so Potoy is very good at getting catches and team fighting with Zyra, as well as getting behind the lane.
So back up to this top lane. It's been quite a slow game for pretty much everyone right now. Just ones across the board. There's some fast gameplay coming in. Grim Samurai getting hit up. He is waiting here. He throws the ultimate down. The Slice and Dice does get some damage in, so he's able to activate the second one. Looks like he gets out pretty safe on this one. That's forced the flash. The Dustbringer, however, carrying Crumbs along with the movement speed. They get the Terror down. Can they get it? The damage coming in. The taunt was there, but over if the gap closed, will they get it? He flashed in as well from Shen. He did use the flash taunt. They got that kill. Looks like Team Summon to pick up Dragon.
So we'll see if that kill was actually worth it. It was a brilliant chase by Dignitas, and I didn't think they'd be able to close for that kill until they just kept on going and used the speed of Nocturne. But it gave up the Dragon for a kill, and if you actually just look at the gold, that's about 450 versus the 975. Advantage Team Summon, man.
You can't blame them for tunneling in on it. Like you said, it was a great kill, but Team Summon on their game, they're saying, let's use this to our advantage. We're going to lose one. We'll move you or make that map pressure, getting objectives in their favor. Then you have their objective guy.
Didn't have the Nasus. He was worried about the big dragon, not the small crocodile. But here we go again in the bottom lane, still farming up pretty darn even between these guys. Almost all the lanes are even as well. We're at 76 to 70 in the bottom lane, showing that even though we had some lane swapping early on, kind of like last game, the start of it's pretty close.
It's going to be. These guys are just kind of watching the first few shots come down the plate until somebody makes a mistake or somebody really gets hit by that first pitch, and you just take them down. That's exactly what Grim Samurai does. Comes in from the side, finds that you're down and limping, and he crushes. And that's off of this island. We hope to find these guys come soon.
And in that elixir openings anymore, and that gives them a free path towards Warmogs if they actually want to get it. So maybe we'll see a bit of a revitalization of that item path early on in games.
So back down to mid, 91 to 81 in CS here. Sicko Scott showing a little bit of presence once again on the siege wave. The jungler always coming out to get a little bit of extra experience and push on the lane. It looks like we have a Crumbs right below Skara.
Yeah.
They may try to get this lockdown. They're looking to go for Captain Korea. They know he's going to take quite a bit of damage. They go for Sicko Scott, though. They're going to throw down that power and desperate power from Skara. Is it going to be enough? They turn it around on him, though. That is a little bit too much damage. Sicko Scott grabbing his head mid-fight. He says, whoops, that wasn't supposed to happen either way. Crumbs gets out alive.
Everybody was expecting the ninja to pop in right on Crumbs' back, but up top lane, Grim Samurai interrupted it with his Renekton stun, and that really turned the tides of that fight away from Dignitas, as it looks like it's going to cost Dig the turret.
It costs Dig it seems like every time Dig tries to go something, Team Summon has a better answer.
They're a little more ready for it this time.
Yeah.
Instead of getting surprised and getting dictated to, they're reacting and making something happen off of it. Interesting by Crumbs, he actually went with the tank spirit this time on jungler. So Golem Soul instead of the Lizard Soul he went last game. So a much more resilient Nocturne this time around.
And what would cause that build to happen due to the speed of the game? Because he had that Elder Lizard at 7 minutes last time. So now it's about 11 minutes here. What's the difference that he's looking at?
It's really hard to say. Okay. Last time they had the triple dive or more upfront damage when Crumbs went in, so that if he went in, he might be able to kill everyone before dying. But this time when he goes in, they have more like team fight cleanup because Ryze will take some time to get going, but they won't spike someone down at the start of the fight. So he might want to be able to stay in those late game team fights since he's still against a Karthus for longer than last game.
So he's pretty much setting himself up to be that punching bag. Dive into the fight and make it happen for his team instead of punching the bag himself. 12 minutes in. Dignitas still holds a bit of a kill lead, but the gold now to be more in favor of Team Summon. There's a taunt onto Sicko Scott. Crumbs is here. They're going to have to fight pretty hard for this one because Locust is just waiting there to heal.
And you can see again, Crumbs getting a lot more farm than the enemy jungler. 74 to 45, plus Crumbs has been able to pick up those 2 kills, so he's going to be needing to make a really big mid-game impact once again.
Oh, Skara getting caught up in the Defile. There's more than enough mana here for Captain Korea, and he walks Skara home on that one. Skara, RIP.
And there's a lot of action going around everywhere.
Oh, a double taunt in front of the turret. They can't get the damage on it. It's a very low Grim Samurai. They may try to engage, but Sicko Scott is huge. He has his ultimate on. A very I think I can situation here for Dignitas. Requiem is called down and the double kill for Captain Korea.
This is the moment in the last game when the Requiem got the double kill that Dignitas pounced back on them. But I don't know if Dignitas is in position to do it this time. Their lanes are pushed back. They don't have the people rezzed. They need to make a move because, again, Team Summon looks like they might be in control. That's 5 kills on Captain Korea's Karthus.
5-0-0, as you said. He's also up a good 30 CS on Skara in middle, and you can just see him face planting himself into Skara and still coming out half health on top. That lane has pretty much been won, so it's up to the other lanes of Dignitas to really bolster up now.
And it was all after that first blood. Skara just wasn't really thinking about going up against Captain Korea. Then Captain Korea got to his items a little bit before Skara realized it was going to happen. Therefore, he outdueled Karthus in the game.
He's picked up the Archangel Staff already. He's near 500 stacks on his tier to Skara's 280.
Not even close.
No. That's huge separation.
So the transforms are going to be happening at much different times for these guys. Skara might actually not even transform his tier the Goddess on Ryze until really late into the game.
Because you already have that tanky build?
Because he's going for other tanky man items that he wants to be able to complete. But I think with this Dragon coming up in 30 seconds, this would be Team Summon's moment to shine. They won games 2 days ago based off Dragon fights, and Dignitas took the Dragons away from them last game. So this would be what they would probably do next.
Got about 2,300 gold that separates these teams right now. That's really the gold in the hands of Karthus. We'll see 6,700, and he's 3,000 gold above Skara in mid. So yeah, there is that gold difference. It's coming all on Captain Korea.
That is a monumental gold difference at this stage in the game. And right away, Team Summon says, this Dragon is ours.
So that
they're just taking it.
Gold difference goes up a little bit more for everyone on the map. It is going to be the Sunfire Capes for the top lanes.
And with the Sunfire Capes, will Dignitas think about fighting them here? I mean, they're trying to get the turret down while Kiwi Kid is split pushing. And I think they're proceeding with the appropriate amount of caution here, knowing they don't want to deal with Karthus right now, and they need to find ways around him to get at the rest of the team or to isolate Sicko Scott and outside of team fights.
So Kiwi Kid getting his push on here. We'll see if they can isolate anybody out in this fight. It looks like Dignitas is playing very safe, knowing that Crumbs is not there. He can stand united, however, but with pressure on him, it looks like he's going to have to back off.
3,000 gold against a 5-0 Karthus, but Dignitas does have a Rise, plus a fairly decently farming Caitlyn, who, by the way, is 500 gold behind Otter. But the AD carry matchup between Caitlyn and Varus, if you just look at the champions, would favor a Caitlyn in the late game. I think Dignitas will still be okay as long as they don't fall behind and fight Captain Korea over and over again. So they're going to have to keep their wits about them if they want to come back. And it is Team Summon's time to really force team fights right now.
They could do exactly that. I'm looking at the summoner spell. So we have Smite coming up for Sicko Scott. Baron is up, but it's a little early with the damage had in the inventories at this point in the game, so we're pretty much objective free until Dragon comes back up. But 5-0 Karthus, it's going to just be a start being able to pressure everything.
And if someone really wanted to make a power play, they definitely have a team comp that is capable of a big-time early Baron. Knowing that they actually have 3 turrets down already, if Locust, you can see he's already picked up that Oracle.
Wow.
So they're making Dignitas think about it. Karthus and Nasus could actually 2-man Baron at any point. So this puts an absurd amount of pressure on Dignitas, and it actually makes it really dangerous for I'm a Cutie Pie, who was just in the bottom lane, to even be there farming.
We'll have to see what they can do. If they go for the engage, it could be the Nocturne Shen ulti in, so they have a fighting chance for the Baron steal, but it looks like Team Summon doesn't want to give them any chance, and they throw caution to the wind.
No, Team Summon wanted to get that Baron. They'd have to be a little more sneaky about it. Yeah. You can't just like walk in, clear a ward, and say, all right, guys, we're going to sneak it now. But they might just try to brute force their way up.
Woohoo! That's a flash for a Chain of Corruption there. Desperate power.
All that Dignitas is trying to pull off. That was a very good ult and flash away by Scar, because it's wasted a lot of time for Kiwi Kid to get some work done in that lane. Also because I'm a Cutie Pie had pushed the bottom lane at the same time. They double creep waves pushing back and forth, and Dignitas is safe pretty much now with the pressure relieved.
And he's stacked his Seraphs before 20 minutes this time. 3 minutes before.
Wow. 17-minute, 30-second Seraph's Embrace is absurdly fast. You do not see Seraph's Embrace stacked that fast anywhere in the world unless, you know, unless a Karthus gets first blood and like buys a tier right away, kind of like Captain Korea did, but it's still very impressive.
Oh, coming in from the side. Wow, so far in, nobody can follow you, but it is going to be the Shenton. As we said, trying to win them the fight. They do have a lot of burst damage under the turret, and Kiwi is quite tanky. They get out of turret range. They're in a safe spot here, but if they disengage well, it'll be okay. They're still going for the fight. Stranglethorn goes up. The fight for Dice Grim Samurai coming in. This is not going to look good for Dignitas anymore. Here is the fight that Team Summon wanted. A few more shots on the Cutie Pie, and it's over for him. Grim Samurai chasing so hard. He gets to prison, and it's not going to be enough for them, but they still want blood.
And they are just going to continue throwing Skittles out. Captain Korea did burn his ultimate, so I think Dignitas actually gets out of this only losing 1 extra member, so they got 1 kill, but they might lose more turret pressure. Dignitas has to recover as quickly as possible.
Whoa, Grim Samurai going hard. Oh, it's going to be 1 shot, and he forces the flash out just to get the kill. Cutie Pie, however, saving his summoners. He's still in the death chamber.
I'm a Cutie Pie was trying to be a little cute with that one, keeping him back, but he did not expect Otter to have his flash after that extended of a chase. So a very big power play by Otter there, flashing in to finish off I'm a Cutie Pie, and it gives Team Summon a little bit more of an edge.
Definitely a bit more of an edge, a 3,000 gold edge, a turret in the lead, coming around to 20 minutes. Locust still holding on to that Oracle, and he is making use of it. No, maybe not.
He got a little scared
yeah.
for a very good reason, because he doesn't know exactly where everyone on Dignitas is, but still matters a lot for Team Summon. This game is getting very, very close, Riv, because that was a brute force tower dive by Dignitas where they were trying to take an edge, and they almost got out of there with what they wanted if Grim Samurai didn't come in exactly the right moment and just execute 2 people from Team Dignitas. So even though that was a bit of a failed tower dive, it was definitely not a disaster.
Yeah, take that turret out, and that was huge for Dignitas. That is a lot of damage they would not have received. And at 20 minutes, they still look to hold strong in these fights. Being that down in gold, like we said, it's bad for Karthus, but if they can kill him off of the fight, that power is kind of lost to 5-0. So it's not down and out yet.
Because Captain Korea still hasn't accumulated absurd amounts of ability power yet. He's sitting at 267, which is a lot. But it's definitely not the 700 or 800 ability power Karthus you see late into the games. Doesn't have a huge amount of magic penetration yet. What Dignitas really needs to do is need to get an Aegis of the Legion going somewhere so that that Requiem doesn't just kill everybody like it nearly did in that last fight. It is a waiting game as Dignitas actually tries to outlast a Karthus, as strange as that sounds.
And we can see very much so piecing things together. Scara Catalyst, armor, Negatron cloak, and his tier stacking right now. And he's already gone for the distortion boots in his build, so putting money into that real early.
It's got flash and teleport.
Yeah.
You can actually take your flash cooldown down to 3 minutes from 5 minutes if you get the flash mastery as well as distortion boots, and that's what Scars went for in this game. It will add to their split pushing strategy a little bit because it means if they really wanted to, they could cycle off Stand United with Scar's teleport cooldown and have multiple split pushes to apply a more frequent amount of pressure, but they really have to get a little bit of breathing room before they can actually pull that off.
Oh, man. Oh, looks like Paranoia coming out. Locust is going to be caught down in the ward clearing. Dignitas says he's clearing a lot. Let's just wait until we can find him.
That was really clever. When you're a support and you're going to check the Baron pit, you have to know that your team is there to back you up, and Team Summon had their team in mid lane while Locust was in the Baron pit and had left that window for Dignitas to exploit.
I don't know, although that's a tiny Sona down. The crescendo has been a very big part of the engagements here for Summon. They go into the fight. Stranglethorn pops everybody up, but they don't have too much return damage. That was just there to crowd control. There it is. Cutie Pie finally getting the shots in. Crumbs, Chain of Corruption goes down. Here's the Requiem. Probably not going to kill too many. Just Crumbs on that. Scara very low. This is where Green Samurai came in big the other time with Otter, but Otter's flash is not up like it was. It's only going to be 2 for 1 that time.
And the kill on Captain Korea actually went to I'm a Cutie Pie, which is one of the best things that could have happened for him. That was a 2 for 1 overall. No, 2 for 2 overall. But the kills happened in places where it gave Dignitas more gold. But it did count a dragon for them, so this is...
It's always the Team Summon answer.
It's a Team Summon answer once again. They had enough health from the Requiem really just crushing down many, many people on Dignitas and getting them so low, constantly on their back foot. But I have to say, this game is definitely not a reach for either team.
And it's a frustrating thing that teams can find themselves in a place where after a fight, you have low health and you can't do anything. But it's like these teams don't know how to do that. They activate as soon as the fight ends. They start moving. They start bringing something else up and opening more paths.
And it has to do with everyone getting so involved in these team fights. When you bring a composition like Shen and Nocturne, Crumbs and Kiwi Kid are going to be diving in together on almost every fight. And because they're going against a Karthus, they're just living inside of damage. So at the end of the fight, the tank line for Dignitas is going to be low because they're sitting in Karthus. And the squishies for Dignitas are also going to be low because a Requiem will have went off and hit nearly everyone, which opens the opportunity for Team Summon to always make a move after a fight unless they lost it really badly.
All right, so 23 minutes in, we've seen pretty much 2 identical fights in mid go back and forth. Just coast to coast on mid sides, and then it's kind of broken up as the AD carries and Grim Samurai, Sickle Scott come back in. Karthus always the first to go down, which means Dignitas has had good focus in the fights. They're going for what they need to, but the disperse after that is they're kind of chaotic at that point.
And it's just a matter of Scar not having the big-time machine gun damage yet, I think, because he's not able to finish off the tanks when they're getting nearing the end of the fights. And right now, Dignitas is actually trying to do the triple push thing because they have a Stand United threat plus a teleport threat, but they have to do this very carefully because Team Summon can kill that Baron in about 10 seconds if they pop everything, so they got to be very, very careful with where they go.
See where Dignitas is placing wards here. I think Kiwi put one towards the top side for Scara. Yes, he did, because they are all getting cleared out in the base. We'll see what they have to do. They have that pink ward down still, so they're okay on that side. Or Team Summon has that pink ward down, so they're okay on Baron. They start to back off, and that's one thing we saw Team Summon doing very well is Grim and Kiwi Kid go head-to-head here for a little back-and-forth fight, is that they continuously ward, whether it has to be 7 in your jungle or 8 or 9 in your jungle. They're always there.
At least when they're ahead, they're able to keep control of where the wards are, and that's why Dignitas shut them down so well in the first game, because Dignitas was actually pink warding everywhere Team Summon wanted to put the defensive wards, and that just hasn't been able to happen for Dignitas in this one.
Locust going back, he's saying, I need wards or an Oracle, guys. We need to get something more in here, so we'll see what he gets bought up. Phantom Dancer finished up. Yes, the Oracle is purchased onto Locust. They were kind of running around in mid saying, we have nowhere to go because we're just up and down the path, the beaten path, so they're going to get this vision in.
And how do you end games is the story that every lower team in the LCS had this year, and it's the constant question for challenger teams and teams looking to find their way. At this point for Team Summon, they've been trying to figure out how to end the game, or how to move their advantage on for about the last 10 minutes, as Dignitas has actually been the ones taking it to them. So right now, Team Summon actually isn't doing anything proactively to end the game. They keep running back and forth to Baron, but it's not giving them any benefit. They're not stopping Scar from running to that bottom lane over and over again and farming up. They're not stopping Kiwi Kid from using his Stand United. They're getting dictated to despite having a lead. And we'll see if it works out for them just based on their team comp or not.
And the way they can just poke down here with Qs from Nocturne, and Cutie Pie was winning a 2v1 in the middle. Patoy wasn't even really there to assist, like you said. We got Scar pushing bottom with that teleport. We'll have to see if they can use that Shen Nocturne combo. The ultimate up again for Shen. It's been down for about the past 40 seconds. So on either side of the map, we actually do see Crumbs waiting in the wing here.
Crumbs really needs to get about 700 more gold so he can pick up an Aegis of the Legion for the next fight. Until then, Dignitas should probably do their best to just keep Team Summon at bay. But look how the map has actually transformed over the past 2 minutes or so. It was just a second ago Team Summon in front of Dignitas' base. Now it's Dignitas pushing all the turrets and Team Summon regrouping.
And I love how Crumbs is positioning himself here. He's like, I can go to Skara, I can go back to mid. He's going to choose to go back to mid. He was waiting in that bush for quite some time. Skara's going to keep pressuring bottom though, so this is something in the back of Summon's head now.
They have to realize that Skara's got that teleport up and he can use it with almost no threat.
Oh,
but
man.
this would be a very fast Baron. Kiwi come up back. They're going for it. Dignitas does not have vision. That Baron goes down in 10 seconds.
They are going to try to lock this down. We see Skara is actually backing now. He's not going to be able to do it for his team. They aren't able to grab the Baron. It goes to Summon, and it's going to be a big fight. They start diving in. Kiwi Kid's forced to gap out, and it's Crumbs going down. A huge pickup there for Team Summon.
You play with them for long enough, and they have the fastest Baroning team pretty much in the world. They couldn't make it in time. Dignitas tried to go in for a steal, didn't get it, did get a 1-for-1, but the Baron is now on 4 people of Team Summon. Scar, sure, you got a tower, but you have to deal with this push from Summon now.
If they can stop this turret from going down, the bleeding won't be as bad, but at 27 minutes in, they are pressuring that gold lead, and it does not look like they're going to give up on the inhibitor turret. Kiwi Kid is there. Chain of Corruption goes out. They want the turret and kills. Defile going on for Captain Korea. They pop that off, start backing out of the fight, playing a little bit safer, but they get the turret, and it's just long-range attacks from Dignitas as they try to fend off their base.
Turret, turret, turret is the calls coming out from Team Summon. They're getting the inhibitor as well. They got the pick on Cutie Pie, and they didn't want to overdive that, so they were able to get that inhibitor down. That is a huge play.
Smiles on the faces of Team Summon right now. Sicko Scott talking to his team. Guys, great job. The inhibitor was ours. We'll do it a few more times, and we'll be into Game 3.
One of the biggest steps in finishing a game is getting that first inhibitor down, as well as having the
Cracking
Baron.
open the egg.
Because a lot of times, even when you go to push an inhibitor, you're vulnerable to like a counter Baron, but because Team Summon got the Baron into an inhibitor, it's like all the threats are gone. The pressure is off them for a little while now. They get to go back and buy a bunch of goodies from the shop and then try to get more inhibitors, because there's a lot of vulnerable turrets for Dignitas, and that's probably going to be Summon's next move.
So the catalyst on that really was Kiwi Kid backing.
A lot of it had to do with Kiwi Kid losing his position, and also the fact that Dignitas almost got lulled to sleep by Team Summon's inactivity. It's like, guys, they can kill Baron in about 7 seconds. They're not going to do it, though. Let's just go split push.
Nah.
Scar, I'm going to get this turret, guys. Ryze is, by the way, the slowest turret pusher in the game, because you either do damage to turrets based on your attack damage or 60% of your ability power. And Ryze builds mana items, so he doesn't get to hit turrets very hard. It's like, sure, he has the teleport for the threat, but his split pushing is not threatening from a pushing perspective.
Well, this looks quite threatening, actually, as Summon moves 3 to the bottom lane. 4, 5 is... Looks like Locust a little slow on that one. He's coming up from the backside. Has another Oracle in his pocket. Still that boots 1 as he went for Shirelia, so really going for that hardcore supporty role and getting Summon into the engagements even more.
And Summon, knowing that Cutie Pie was up in the top lane, face tanks this turret a little bit. Locust just going to heal Sicko Scott up, as well as the increased health regeneration from the Baron buff. And they might look to dive shortly because they're going to be getting a lot of damage out of this turret. Maybe Dignitas will have to invade and out the walls down.
Everything is up here for Team Summon. They are going to hit that Stranglethorn, goes down. It pops up a good amount of the team. Zoni stopped by Captain Korea. He gets the Defile right in the middle. There goes the Paranoia from Nocturne. They start shredding down the team. Captain Korea's down as the Requiem comes out. Is it enough to drop Dignitas? They can't even hold their base here. Game 2 looks to be going in favor of Summon so far, but it's 30 minutes in, and Dignitas will have the chance to take another breath.
2 inhibitors now down. That was a wall of damage that walked through Dignitas and just physically pushed them back into the base and let the inhibitor be taken from Team Summon. It's just the combo of just damage that comes out from Team Summon when they pushed into this base. So much resiliency from the Baron buff as well for them, and that was just brute forcing down an inhibitor. Dignitas did not have an answer, and they didn't die, so it was a smart move for them to give it up, but does not look good in the long run for Dig.
Well, they're trying to repair what just happened a little bit. I think that Baron finally worn off. Has
No.
it? No.
Still got a bit, actually.
Still just a bit. We're looking at probably about 20 seconds on that, but they've used it. It was completely an advantage rolled forward. More momentum to them. Otter picking up the red buff, so they're getting ready to engage in the next fight. We see the Void Staff being brought out by Captain Korea. It's something he was not able to reach last time, and you can see he's having quite a better game this time.
Way more money, way more items.
Way more.
Real happy about this one. And I mean, the Zani's Hourglass is a choice for Karthus, whether he goes for a Death Cap or the Zani's Hourglass. And with the way he flashed into that last fight, it worked for them because it just helped them zone out Dignitas's positioning within the team fight. And he's still reached a fantastical ability power number in this game. 474 AP without even the Rabadon's Death Cap. Team Summon in a total power position right now.
That is quite fantastical, Jet.
Love that word.
It's great. It's fantastical. 7-4 in turrets here as Summon looks to grab game 2. They continue to push the lanes and kind of give Dignitas a little bit of their own medicine. They're keeping a little bit more group than Dignitas would in a 3-lane push, but they're not letting Dig have any advantage in any lane. It's all past the river.
Not in the slightest, and they're not really letting Dignitas hit the big items they want. I'm a Cutie Pie has all offensive items, but if we look at how the team fights have been happening, he's dying. So what I'm a Cutie Pie really needs is a defensive item, but he can't because he needs the offense to kill the huge tank line that's coming at him. It's just the Golden Island. He's not able to get exactly what he wants. This is a very difficult lane or turret for Dignitas to actually hold that.
Oh, going in hard on Ascara, so they're forced to back off. The Chain of Corruption just locking him down, but they can't get any damage on the turret, so it's kind of just a show of skill.
And Dignitas will probably have to give this one up unless they fight straight on this turret, because without the Nocturne ult to help them initiate, that is not the way you win fights.
Waiting for the wave. It's quite close. You can see they're forced back to the base, Jet. 2 inhibitors down, double the minions rushing into your base, and they have another wave shortly entering.
And even if they leave these super minions, they're probably going to lose their Nexus turrets as well, so Team Summon will do well to do as much damage to this turret as possible. Dignitas really has to force themselves into a fight, but without a Nocturne ultimate, it becomes ever more difficult.
If not a Nocturne ultimate, what do they look for next? What's step 2?
It's a taunt from Kiwi Kid, but then he can't taunt the people he wants. He wants to taunt Otter here because Otter's actually doing a whole bunch of damage, and they need to be able to work around Captain Korea, but Team Summon's just grouping up.
They taunted onto Kiwi Kid. They lock him down. They're going to take down the Shen tank first. He tried to even ultimate onto Cutie Pie. He gives him the shield. It's not going to be enough, though. Now they dive back onto Cutie Pie. Grim Samurai instantly stunning him with that Fury, and it looks like they are going to have to back off. This is where the turrets help Dignitas. They played it well, but they lose the inhibitor. So it's kind of a here nor there, and it's going to look real bad in a second for them.
That Requiem could have ended the game if Scar and Cutie Pie didn't get back to the home base soon enough to be able to get healed up by the fountain. That's the word I was looking for. But they still refreshed the inhibitor kill there. Dignitas will not have much room to breathe, and there is definitely Team Summon going back to base now, knowing they can go back for the Baron and maybe lock this one up then.
It's got to be in Dignitas's head now. They must be a bit flustered. Your tank is getting initiated on for the first part of the fight, and you can't really pull anything out. Lost the inhibitor there. It's all just hanging by a thread now for Dignitas in this game too.
There is not very many avenues for Dignitas to win this one. I think they're going to try to shove out their base as fast as possible so they could maybe fight at the Baron and get kind of a miracle steal into Skara teleporting into some weird angle and getting some damage down on the Captain Korea or Otter. But with the control that's coming up from Team Summon, it looks like they're going to be able to pick up this Baron so fast that Dignitas can't get there.
34 minutes in, we see that Bulwark finally being picked up, but it's going to be about 10 minutes too late with the damage that...
Actually, maybe hoping that Dignitas fights them in the jungle, because in a straight-up fight, Team Summon knows they have this one. And if they make Dignitas back up, then they just get to go and take the Baron.
So seeing this build coming in, obviously you don't see the Infinity Edge too much on Vera since the burst damage, since the shred that he does. The Frozen Mallet, synergizing with the team more.
Yeah, it's just a defensive item. A lot of people love building either a Randwinds or a Warmogs or a Frozen Mallet. It's the hybrid between a defensive and offensive item on an AD carry, and Otter just has it in this one because they have the damage. It's just a matter of being able to chase people down.
You see that build. Confidence in the team as well, as he doesn't even try to go defensive. And Cutie Pie more forced into that role, as you said before. He is just looking to put out damage for his team. Getting slowed there, the chain of corruption right onto Cutie Pie. Doesn't have the cleanse, their summoners are still down. Grim Samurai has his body on everyone right now. Kiwi Kid is gonna go down in the fight. He will fall to the last hit there. Grim Samurai picking up the double kill. There will be 2 down. Picking up, no, not the triple kill. It goes to Otter that time. Scar finds the fountain. Patoy finds the Nexus turrets as they start hugging for safety. And Patoy is out of mana. It looks like he may go down as well. The Nexus, or the inhibitor falls down. They're looking on the Nexus turrets.
And that is a whole bunch of threat down for Dignitas. Skara and Patoy have to make a last stand.
That's a good bit of damage there. They could deter this. They don't have the wave. They're going to get another one out of the Nexus in 10 seconds, which is going to help to stop these super minions as well. Dignitas holds on for now.
I feel like Team Summon is playing this one pretty safe. They're wanting to make sure they have all of the inhibitors to get that last hit. Grim Samurai gets it and backs away, and this is a lot of pain coming in for Dignitas right about now.
So we take a look at what of the builds has happened here. 36 minutes into the game, a bit longer than our last matchup. As we said, that Void Staff finished up over on Captain Korea, so those Requiems really poking through now as they pick up another Dragon. Sarah's Embrace also going in for Scar's side, but he can't really build the rest of the core items that you usually see after those two on Rise. The money's not there.
The money just hasn't been there. Even though he's at 340 minion kills, as you say, he's 12.6k gold to a 15,000 gold Captain Korea. He's working on that death cap, which will just explode his ability power.
Right.
There is a very slim chance that Dignitas can come back in this one, but there are a few conditions that they're potentially meeting here. A lot of times when you're down, like all your Nexus turrets or something, the only way you can come back is if the gold is still a little bit close, and if you have some late game champions, which with Rise and Caitlyn, so I'd give this about a 5% chance for Dignitas comeback, but this is definitely more likely than usual when you're down 3 inhibitors.
Well, they're definitely going for the kind of we want the now comeback, not the let's slow do it, right? We got the Twin Shadows coming out on Patoy now. He wants damage. We already said that Cutie Pie hasn't built defense, so it's just damage there, and an ability tome just picked up by Patoy for a little bit extra damage.
They're trying to get that last little for this fight because they know even though Team Summon didn't bother picking up this Baron, Team Summon taking it slowly, but now just going aggressive. They got thousands and thousands of health of super minion health coming in here. It's going to be a chore if Dignitas wants to hold this out.
There are 4 super minions right there on the fight. Kiwi Kid dives in. There is the Paranoia. Crumbs is also on as the crescendo goes back across. 4 guys take a ride into the air, but they hit the ground running, and they head for Dignitas still. Sicko Scott in the front. Like you said, Jad, if they can get a good fight in, they may be able to push them out on this one. We see a few running out of the base. Scara taking some damage now. Twin Shadows comes out as they try to thwart off this attack. The Nexus turret finally goes down. It's Sicko Scott and Grim Samurai, but I don't know if there's enough. Wait, the Requiem is still coming out. Scara gets on. Oh, a piercing arrow onto the fountain. We're going to game 3 here with 1-1 for each team.
Team Summon got a little bit low in that last fight. You can say they're a bit relieved. Not the cleanest, crispest ending, but we moved it 1-1. And
celebrate your passion.
It's a series. They just turned this best of 5 into a best of 3.
Absolutely. This is going to be an amazing matchup once again. Smiles on the face of Summon, and you can see how much more it means to them. We actually almost saw this with Complexity yesterday during the games. They would win. They're so much more composed, and that's how Dignitas won.
Sure, they don't play not to lose, but instead play to win, and they take the action to Team Summon in the next game.
That's exactly what they did, forcing Barons, which we have seen the bane of some teams and really the loss, and Dignitas is really one to capitalize on any of your mistakes. They didn't let Dignitas find those mistakes because they really didn't make any that game. So coming up, now that a Killer Karthus and Team Summon have evened the series at 1 win apiece, Dignitas will be looking for revenge when they jump back onto the Rift for Game 3. Plus, Curse's Void Boy returns to break down Team Summon's win. Stick around. Welcome back to the 2013 North American LCS Summer Promotion Tournament. And our first series between Dignitas and Team Summon is all tied up at 1 game apiece. But before we jump into Game 3, I'd like to welcome back Curse's Voyboy to the desk. Voy, welcome back. So far, these matches have kind of been an all-out battle of the mid lane. So what do you think about Captain Korea's last Karthus play?
Captain Korea has been playing phenomenally on Karthus. Even in the first game where they lost, he was definitely the backbone of their team. Like, he was out farming everyone. He was making plays with his ultimate, and he was like landing like every Q in team fights. And in the second game, he just like outright carried. Like, he was doing really well mid. He killed Scar multiple times 1v1, and the setup from his team to give him like tons of kills with that ultimate early game just allowed him to like start the game off 5-0. And if you have a 5-0 Karthus, it's going to be a really hard game for you to lose. So he played really well. What was interesting was that Dig actually targeted a few of their bans at Captain Korea too, because he's like really well renowned for his TF play and I think also his Z play, and he still has been performing really, really well on Karthus. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a Game 3 ban on Karthus. But for Team Summon, I mean, they're like the rookies, they're the underdogs. They're here to play their best, to show their hearts on the league, and to be honest, like, they have no fear. They have nothing to lose. They just want to win. If they outperform Dignitas today, they're going to be in the LCS, and we're going to be seeing a lot of play from them in the next coming weeks. So they're just playing their hearts out, and as you can see in Game 2, they definitely have what it takes to play with the big boys. So.
All right, so Game 2, it looks like they had a single focus, obviously coming in, Gragas, Eve, Diana. Do you think it's just formidable enough to ban out 3 times at Scar again?
I think that Scar's champion pool has been something that has been in question before. I know like when we played against Dignitas sometimes, we would sometimes revolve strategies around sort of forcing Scar onto a certain pick. And obviously he has a really wide champ. He has a lot of champions that he can play, but he has a few that he's a lot more comfortable on, and he defaults to. So Team Summon, obviously, they've done their research. They know what to do. And I think they actually realized that he would pick Ryze. And I think that's a matchup that Captain Korea was really confident because he landed a few solo kills onto Scar, which you don't see very often.
Always feels good.
So it was great.
And you're also one to carry oftentimes from the top lane. Do you have anything to say about what Kiwi Kid has been able to bring to the table, or how he can maybe recapture some of the glory he had early in the season?
I think Kiwi Kid is a really solid top laner. He's played really well in the season. Early on, he definitely, I think, had a more dominant run, sort of like myself. And then as the season waned on, I think some of that pressure has been lessened. But I definitely think that like he still performs well. I don't think you can really look like to say because like they lost. They would get in like a few skirmishes bot and top, and they'd all like run away with 200 health. And then here comes Captain Korea, and he lands the ult. And I mean,
throwing out the jazz hands.
Yeah, definitely. So I think Kiwi's a great player. I just
got it.
He just has to step it up and help carry his team.
All right, we're 1-1. What's your prediction for Game 3, Voyboy?
Ooh, I'll give it to Team Summon. I'll say Game 3 Team Summon. I think that they're motivated. They're out for blood. So let's see what they got.
All right, the momentum in their favor. Voyboy, thank you once again. We'll see you after Game 3. Of course, since it is 1-1, we're getting just about all the games in this series so far, and we'll have to see if these next 2 are going to take us into a Game 5.
And it has been back and forth. Voyboy says we're not going back again, just sticking with the Team Summon coming out. I really want to see, because we've seen so many mid-lane bans so far in champion selection, and first pick has also been mid-lane for Captain Korea in both of these games, picking Karthus both times. Scar in the past was quite a potent Karthus himself, so maybe we'll see a first pick Karthus from Dignitas if I had to guess something crazy.
They could try to get that out of there. Ezreal's been a big focus, but he may be kind of left to the wayside with what's happened here, and they're like, maybe they'll pick Ez, but this other stuff has been way too powerful for us.
It is going to be a very tricky choice for Dignitas, because I believe Dignitas thinks Ezreal is overpowered. I remember an interview from I'm a Cutie Pie. He was talking about how people were just kind of building whatever they wanted on Ezreal and still being successful. And whenever you can build just random items on a champion and still good, he's like, there's probably something wrong with that champion.
Frogging on a Nivea.
Exactly, in those cases. But Voyboy was right. Karthus ban.
All right, so we see the Evelynn and the Gragas, maybe a Diana, or maybe the Ezreal coming out here. What has made them scared in these past few games, or what has really caught their eye? Team Summon here to put out the last ban.
If they ban Diana, that's 6 mid lane bans. It really
in a row, yeah.
Really has a showdown between Scar and Captain Korea. Last game we had 5. Yeah.
Look at Kiwi. He's like, yeah, we got him. Don't worry about it.
Scar I'm a Cutie Pie accidentally found out about the blue Ezreal when he was just like, I'm building all blue items in a game. And he took it one step farther. He was going like cooldown boots with the distortion enchantment, with the distortion enchantment even just to go all blue. And he was like, this is actually pretty good. And then everyone started playing it in the LCS as well, so it's pretty
So we're going to get blue Azraels and jungle Azraels in solo queue. Thanks, guys. Thanks.
I'm down for that, actually.
Right. No, yeah, works. So we have the globals coming out once again in Shen, but Sona picked up as well, so it's gone back and forth a bit here.
The Sona control is really important in a lot of these series, and especially for Locust, because Locust wants to be as comfortable as possible on his supports. He's played Thresh game 2 days ago. He played... What did he play in the first game of the series? I should definitely be able to remember this, because he didn't have Sona.
Locust?
Sonar.
Did he play Zyra?
Might have.
Might have.
But he's definitely
That
more
or
comfortable
Lulu.
on Sona. I think it was Lulu. He's definitely more comfortable on Sona, so it was really good for them to be able to lock that in.
Yeah, I think you did play Lulu, because I was like, he used to love Janna, and it's like a tiny Janna, so why not? Why not? So we got that Zyra being locked in as well. We get a little bit of poke coming out here from Dignitas for this matchup.
The Jace. That's a new one for Dignitas. That's probably Kiwi Kid, but there is definitely mid lane Jace that happens as well. So if Team Summon doesn't have the recent scouting report on Dig, because Dig has been very secretive of what they've been practicing with lately, they don't know exactly where that's coming in, and that will affect Captain Korea's mid lane pick a little bit here, knowing he has to prepare for pretty much anything.
We'll see what they have to do. Captain Korea maybe picking for himself.
Pick Nasus again
Absolutely.
for the jungle control. And since they went for Shen, they can't get the Bash Brothers again unless they run like Nasus or Renekton mid, which is foolishness. But it's
until they do it,
Nasus.
and then it works, and then they use it.
It's no longer foolish at that point.
Absolutely. We'll see what they can put out here for picks. Dignitas looking to lock in. They once again push Scarra on to Rise, but I think we may see Cutie Pie Crumbs focusing that mid lane for him more.
Very much so, especially with the Rammus rolling in. I love Rammus.
Awesome.
That's
awesome.
Especially with Jace.
Very cool.
Because you power charge him through the speed gate, and he goes even faster. It's like this unstoppable initiation. As long as Crumbs will get some farm early, because Rammus can be very prone to falling behind, that is a great pick. I know CJ Entis Frost has been doing a lot of that over in the Olympus Champion Series as well, with Cloud Templar doing that. Love seeing Crumbs doing that right here.
Okay.
That happened. Okay.
Okay. So Locust looking to round this out, picking up that mid champion. Who is it going to be for Captain Korea? Will he be able to lock this down? Looking at the Syndra hover.
Bam!
And the Syndra lock-in. It wasn't even like a maybe. It was like a yes. Thank you.
I was like, yeah, I'm going to go Syndra now because he banned out Karthus, so he's going to be playing around with a lot of balls in this game. This is a very exciting lineup from both teams. So the lane power of Syndra with the range against Scarra's Rise will make a very difficult lane for Scarra, and he's hopefully going to try to use his knockback to stun Crumbs as he comes in with the power ball. But if he doesn't land the stun just right, that knockback's going to be like just a little blip as Rammus flies back and gets in for the taunt once again. I really love the way these teams are going to clash up against each other. I'm more excited for Dignitas' lineup because of the Rammus Jace combo, but Team Summon is got the Syndra as well.
They got the lockdown. They have the disengage. They have a lot of no, we don't want this. So they can do that, right? But the Rammus, he is just going to say, we're going all in every time. And really, what is that kind of to play with a Rammus? Because it is an all in. It's like, you have to follow me no matter what the initiation is.
Yeah, but at least with Rammus, it's very obvious. Is he spinning up into a giant power ball?
I wonder if he's going in.
I think he's going, guys.
I think he's going.
Zoom.
So what do we know? Is there any inkling that you've had that Rammus has been in the Dignitas lineup lately? Anything you've heard?
No. Not at all, actually. The Jace and the Rammus are both surprises to me as far as Dignitas goes. Maybe there's some like super intense Dignitas writer who like gets perfect access to this.
Left for Summon. So we're going to get these guys onto the Rift. Game 3 is in 1-1 apiece as Summon was able to find a way to stick their foot. Dignitas' front door, bash it down. Pretty much ransacked the house last game after they figured out the way in. But on this one, Game 3, Dignitas looking to get the momentum back. We'll see what they can do.
Everybody rolling out the base. Obviously, a lot of Explorer wards early from Dignitas here. We got to remember, last game started off on a really negative foot for Dignitas as they tried that delayed invade that got I'm a Cutie Pie killed and gave the first blood for Captain Korea. They do not want that to happen again, so that's why they may have started with so many wards.
They're not placing yet. We'll see what they do decide to do. Syndra, like you said, having wards on that side, keeping them safe at mid.
Look at that.
They're just going to pile on here. Yeah.
Another pile job. That's a weird word. Another pile on by Team Summon, getting caught up by the root of Patoy as they try to invade in. And this is a very defensive formation by Dignitas.
There's the pink ward. Oh, that's unfortunate. It's just around the elbow. They're not able to see the ward they're walking through. So it's going to be Dignitas just pinging out the bush, and they're going to keep well away from that spot.
They definitely do not want to deal with the 5 people in that brush. That's an interesting thing. There's some weird angles on that make warding very tricky around that banana brush. So you'd think that that ward would see, the pink ward would see the other ward, but it definitely does not, as you said.
So Skara just roaming back. He actually went and placed that one quite.
Dignitas is going to be a little bit careful here. Like, there could, if Team Summon does a delayed blue invade, it's still going to set Crumbs back because there's no way they can stick around as 3 when 5 people are going to be going for an invade as they're running by the ward right now. That Explore ward just timed out as they ran by the way.
Let's go. It did actually, so they're not even going to really. Oh, they pull it across. CLG game 1 of the LCS spring split, and they're going to do it. Take away the blue.
Full circle. You pick the Syndra, drop a ward over the back, steal the blue buff. Hey, you guys, I remember that play. That happened 2.5 months ago. There's your miles of footage to study that Team Summon just came out with.
Absolutely. So they bring out the Link strat, and they looks like they pull the blue over to the side of Team Summon to start, giving the next one over Sicko Scott. It's going to be really nice.
And this could very well be the 3 jungle buffs versus 1 for Dignitas. And Crumbs won't be the most potent jungler without the blue buff. You can see he's already getting a little bit low on health. He's got to be careful. Wants to hit level 3 so he can get his taunt, his ball curl, and his power ball all going in the same gank, but it'll be very interesting to see whether Crumbs tries to do the super farm strat as he steals a bit of farm in a top lane, or if he tries to do a lot of early ganks on Ram.
Sicko Scott level 2 already forced to the bottom lane. Deja vu as we start this time at 3 minutes.
I really love it, how they just training farm like that. Good taunt.
Great taunt and great grasping route, getting both of them locked up in there for the auto attacks of Cutie Pie, as he's looking to go blue this game, as we said it before. We'll see how he can hold in this bottom lane. The AD carry and the support in the top lane for Team Summon on Varus and Sona.
So the standard LCS lanes with the AD carry and support both going with the double golem lane. A lot of shoving going to be going on, and I think a lot.
As much damage on the turret as he can as well, and this is usually about the time you see when Crumbs would be up top to help them, but they're kind of switching it around. Crumbs is in the bottom lane now at 3 minutes instead of that other side of the 2v1 lane.
And this is probably going to cost Dignitas a turret, since Crumbs is off farming double golems instead of leeching experience in the top lane, and since there is a Sicko Scott wave clearing with Spirit Fire over in Dignitas' bottom lane, these turrets are not losing health at an equal rate.
And Crumbs really just heading to the turret, hitting the fence, and heading back out. He's not going to really get much on the bottom lane. He goes for his wraiths. He is a bit ahead in CS. He does pick up the Madrid so he can clear around the jungle. What is he going to build that into for himself? Or is he just actually keep that and move on?
He's keeping it.
Yeah,
I don't think he's ever going to upgrade that Madrid. What he's probably going to be rushing on that is, again, either Lock It Down, Solarian Aegis, or actually a Warmogs, because Rammus scales better with health than almost anyone else, since his ball curl at max rank gives him 125 armor and magic resistance, which, aside from, I think, Master Yi's Meditate is the highest armor and MR buff in the entire game. It's really crazy in team fights.
We'll have to see what he can do in mid. We'll see him start charging up on the left side. Captain Korea has used a ward, I believe, earlier or towards the bottom side to keep himself safe, as he thinks that's where Rammus would be finishing after blue to red. He gets himself in range. There it is, leaving the molten hot fire behind him. The taunt and the pushback onto Rammus. So a good counter that Syndra brings to the table there.
That gank was about a millimeter from working, because Scar tried to flash in for the Rune Prison, but he didn't make it in range. If he lands that Rune Prison, Captain Korea doesn't have a window to flash, and he gets taunted and probably killed. But because he flashed away, since Scar didn't get the Rune Prison, crisis averted. Totally fine.
So we'll see what he can do. He tries to get in there. Level 4 now, so he's got...
Absolutely crazy. Rammus is definitely an underrated jungle champion from a scaling perspective. This is a very early Dragon by Team Summon, however, because they recognize that they've just swapped down their AD carrying support after killing the turret, and Dignitas wasn't ready for it.
And a huge amount of early dragons have made a resurgence here, starting with Lauda Mortis just a few weeks ago, and now we have 4 or 5 minute dragons coming in.
Oh yeah, that was just a matter of Team Summon outplaying Dignitas from a strategic angle. Dignitas could have known that that was coming. That's a very common thing. AD and support kill a turret, they roam bottom. Grim Samurai makes the delayed time up top since he knew his wave was already going to be shoving out the other way, and they just take out the dragon knowing that they had more people, and also because I'm a Cutie Pie and Patoy were caught in a shop cycle.
As we see where they can get from that, getting back into kind of reset, figure out where Dignitas is coming from here, or Team Summon is coming from here. Dignitas, Kiwi Kid in that top lane. no turret, but he is going to be able to farm up quite a bit, and he's 33 to the 18 of Shen, so hopefully they can get that to start utilizing the folk soon.
And this is the price. The price they paid to get that is the turret and essentially the dragon. So for that 16 minion kill advantage on Kiwi Kid and for that 13 minion kill advantage on Crumbs, they lost 1,600 global gold. So Crumbs better be able to do something good. Otherwise, that's definitely not worth it.
Yeah, definitely keeping that lane in the win, but the other ones are even. So they're going to have to really start pressuring advantages in more places than that one in the top lane. Jace can carry, but against the way that Team Summit has been playing, and they're
Syndra you are, whether you can land multiple stuns with your orbs when you scatter the weak them back, or if he can get to the right target to essentially assassinate with his ultimate, it'll be very interesting to watch.
And Summon's early game has really just been in the face of Dignitas. I think this is another time they get first turret, first dragon once again for themselves, dictating at least the early part of the game. We see Dignitas about 10 minutes come back, but there it is. The blue buff going over. They can't even really react in time. They're pushed off of everything. The Crumbs trying to ram his ball in here, but he can't get the speed.
And the blue steal is successful, so that's just another denial that's really going to slow down Scar's stacking. You can actually tell Scar went for a Catalyst instead of a tier early because he's worried about Captain Korea's ability to straight up kill him with Syndra. So that lane strength from Syndra definitely setting Scar back, at least in the short term.
Where will they decide to go with this? And will they start to focus mid more? We saw Crumbs try to do it once. You're talking about Scara. They need to get him going. It's been points since last playoffs.
It's just Scar and Crumbs need to get in sync, and Crumbs with Rammus, since he's been denied his blue buff and since the dragon's been kind of scattered against him, he's constantly trying to catch up, but he's making sure to keep his farm up. So I think he's actually sacrificing a little bit of mid-camp to make sure he gets to his items. Now with Boots of Mobility, he's going to be able to catch up a little faster because he can move around a bit quicker.
A little bit faster, that ball, especially the Jace Gate, which we have not seen yet, and is kind of...
That'll be a late game thing.
Yeah, the portion of the composition they want to come together. So once they can get to that, it's definitely going to help. Right now, really biding their time. They're not trying to just lose too much at this point, though.
Yeah, looking at the items that are coming out as well, it's even more of a time-biding thing. A lot of times...
So 3 tiers.
Yeah, it's a lot of tiers, and those things take time to stack up. So Dignitas definitely trying to survive for a little bit as they actually gank. Maybe I'm wrong.
Oh, it's going to be the flash. Kiwi Kid, well, they're back, shutting down a strat. It looks like they could pressure onto this turret.
And there's not enough wave clear from Dig.
Why are they just standing right next to the turret? Scar gets blinked out of the game, and a turret shot actually gives him a kill back, so that's quite helpful.
Captain Korea unleashed his power on Scar, but then the turret unleashed a bit of pain to Captain Korea as well, and he ended up trading a kill back. But 2 turrets to 0 is the big thing to keep track of now, because the map is opening up for Team Summon. It's really going to be a very tenuous moment here for Dig with the 3 tiers, really needing to stack these things up and consistently losing map presence.
And a pre-10-minute Athene's already coming out on Captain Korea. He built that about 9 minutes, 20 seconds, so he'll have that back as he gets back into lane. A Giant's Belt for Grim Samurai already as he looks to create Sunfire, begin the split push, and it's already happening so quickly for Team Summon in these moves.
And Grim Samurai was actually down a fair bit in minion kills against Kiwi Kid, but because they picked up the 2 turrets and the dragon, the overall gold is even, and he's trying to turn himself into a tank who can deal with Jace. He does not want to be able to get soloed by Kiwi Kid, and he wants to be able to keep Jace down, essentially.
Now, we do say that, you know, building that tier, if nothing good happens in the next few minutes and you get power, it's a little bit of a plateau. That could hurt if you have 3 people sinking money into that at the same time.
That is the danger Dignitas is under right now. They really need to make sure that they stall out and make it past this weak point. I think once 23 or so minutes turn around, if Dignitas is still close, they're going to start winning. But if Team Summon can actually make it back before they get the Muramanas or the Seraph's Embrace completed, it's going to be advantage for Team Summon.
And you can, it is slow, right? Nothing's coming out that says fight. It's Crumbs initiating his build into how can I get back to fights faster? How can we start initiating, like you said, at that 20 minutes? He picks up the home guards already on his mobility boots.
It's actually kind of strange. The way Crumbs is building is counterintuitive to the way the rest of Dignitas is building. Either Crumbs is just making sure he's always there to support and make sure things don't go terribly for Team Summon, which would make the most sense.
Right.
But as far as actually being a tank, if Team Summon tries to do anything aggressive, he's not there yet because he's built everything into mobility and clear speed right now.
So they're looking to be able to stop pressure from Team Summon here. It's something that Kiwi Kid, that Void Boy said they needed to do, was able to stop the pressure of Summon no matter what Dignitas was able to fight with.
And there's a couple seconds left on this Dragon. I wonder if Dignitas is forcing this one. Scar tried to get Captain Korea a little bit low, and he got a little bit low himself. There is no ultimate up on Shen yet, so if Dignitas can get this fast as Crumbs pops Tremors, they might get this.
There's
danger.
A flash over the wall from Jason to Captain Korea. They take him down. It's going to be his second death of the game, and it looks like they will be forced off of Dragon, but it's going to be a dance here.
And Shen is running down as quickly as possible. Scar is extremely low, so even though they got the kill, the fight itself would be a 4v4. I think we're going to see a Dragon a little bit later, unless
I don't know.
Team Summon just goes straight for it. You're right, Riv.
They're clearing this. Ezreal's staying. I'm a Cutie Pie has that item now, the Elder Lizard, so he's doing a good amount of damage. And I think they just clear wards, and you were right, Jap. They back up.
Scar is rushing back as well because he teleported in knowing that this thing could still be contested very quickly. They burned the Tremors on Crumbs a little while ago, but they're going to be going back again because they have everybody seemingly in position.
And this is where we're going to see Crumbs not having the tanky build if it comes into play. They may get the Dragon here, but they may go down quickly. None of them really have any tank. The Shen ultimate is now up. The Chain of Corruption down into Scara. Can they get into the fight? Grim Samurai going in hard. And the HP bars are melting for both sides, really. The focus down onto Shen. Scara picks himself up a kill here, and they're going to have to back out of this fight. Sickle Scott with the Wither onto Patoy. He flashes over the wall, grasping roots for the safety.
Beauty play by Dignitas there. They really manned up to get that Dragon quickly and then got out of there. Scara picking up 3 kills as well is amazing for him because he's in a really disastrous lane matchup against a Syndra. Captain Korea can bully Scara in all scenarios, but in the team fights and in the skirmishes, it's looking pretty good for Dig.
And Scara is actually trying to go, like you said, for the face tank build once he gets it. He wants that Negatron cloak right now so he can stand in the face of Captain Korea and just machine gun.
And that's what he's going to be going for. Like, if he can get to a point where Captain Korea can't just kill him with a couple orbs and unleash power, the damage over time by Scar will actually turn him into a better duelist. I actually wouldn't be too surprised if Scar went for a Banshee's Veil a little bit sooner than you normally see on a Rise instead of a Rod of Ages. We'll see how he ends up going for it, but that would definitely make his laning easier.
This early in the game, it would also hugely change the focus of a fight because you're relying on abilities that aren't yet level 5, so it's not as much power as you're going to get, and you have to choose where to put that now.
It would be very key to decide when you want to get the Banshee's Veil down, but it really just gives Scar more freedom.
Yep.
Since he's gotten the 3 kills, people are going to be wanting to kill him anyway, so it's his choice decide about whether he goes super offensive or super defensive with his build choices.
He is the shutdown, as you say, that they are going to be looking for. So Scara making his way back to mid. Good coverage down towards the Dragon, as that was something Dignitas just pretty much went back and forth with Team Summon on, as they finally went down to grab it. 3-2 here, 19,000. Actually, it's almost 20,000 to 20,000. About $1,000 in the lead of Team Summon. Very close still in the matchup. The AD carries have the core item out already at 14 minutes into the game. And we got to remember that that Elder Lizard was finished quite a bit ago on Cutie Pie. So he has finished the blue boots on top of that.
Let's examine Dignitas' tiers right now because they got 336 on Kiwi Kids, only 168 on Scar. Remember, Scar went Catalyst first, and 350 on I'm a Cutie Pie. So they're getting there, but they're still not there yet.
Pushing down on mid. We still got top lane. Whoa! Coming in so fast. IndyCar Crumbs on Rammus here. We see the top push from Grim Samurai. The Sunfire Cape is there. Team Summon is starting to use the split push to effect here at 15 minutes. They have the Stand United to come up in a little bit, and that's probably why they were a little bit less aggressive on that turret.
It's true. They are actually a little bit scared of what Dignitas' fight potential is capable of, which might end up biting Team Summon if this game continues. Obviously, I'm a Cutie Pie has threat because he has a red buff, but if it's actually an all-in trade, Otter would destroy him.
So we got the Spirit of the Elder Lizard coming out on Jace too, and they go in for the fight onto Grim Samurai. That's going to chunk him down. They take him down, and the Stand United wouldn't be helpful.
Speedy Crumbs flying in there with the taunt. He's getting going. 79 minion kills on Aramis. Actually outpacing Anasis' farm is very impressive, and it shows that the early game sacrifices he made and the boots of mobility to really get there quickly have allowed him to keep pace and farm despite the slightly negative start for Dignitas. And now that he's gotten a Giant's Belt, once he pops that defensive ball curl, which he's put 2 points in, is actually going to be quite good for him.
And it's definitely shown a change in the way that Dignitas has been playing. Obviously, Crumb's paying out the aggressive junglers still, but he's a little bit less of a factor in the early game and then finds the punch in that mid game. So just like Scar said, these guys definitely have some new strats to revolve around.
And the Rammus is something that Crumbs is probably having a lot of fun on. You get to fly all around the map, and it's 3 turrets to 0, but only 1,000 gold difference. So these are the types of games that if Dignitas can hold off for, I still want to say, about another 8 minutes, then they're going to start turning around the fights.
Crumbs back to the camps. He's getting all the farm that he can. He picks up the Giant's belt, so he finally gets the tank that we were looking for that he needs right away. Just needs a little bit of armor now. He gets that, like you said, from the ball curl. So coming into this, he's slowly getting to the position he needs to be that huge tank for his team, and that really allows everybody to build pure damage right away.
And it's almost a bruisery team that Dignitas will be able to throw in. If Rammus goes in with Rise, those two will just be able to wreak havoc kind of on their own. And Jace always supplies a bunch of damage. It is a little strange that we got the Spirit of the Elder Lizard on Kiwi Kid as well. That is not a Jace item, you see that frequently. But we have seen a growing trend of people building those jungle trending items in the lanes because they're so stat efficient. Might be
How do you shut down a team? You shut down their tank so he cannot be one of the fights. Run right to the acceleration gate. There he goes. Crumbs is off and running. Flashes the wave. Oh, man. Put this guy in the Olympics. Grim Samurai getting some damage done. He's got a ward there, but it's just watching him. How painful. Goes down again, and he just got back to lane.
That looks so fun. I want to go play Rammus Jace right now. Like
Tell that to Grim Samurai.
They came from a mile away and just zoomed through. The flash over the creep wave really sealed the deal for him, and since he's maxed taunt first, it gave Kiwi Kid all the time in the world to catch up to Grim Samurai and for Dignitas to control the kill.
We have been waiting for that all game. So good. They're going to go ahead, not really put too much damage on the turret. More to Sicko Scott here. You can see that burn from the Elder Lizard just taking some HP away as Captain Korea pushes mid by himself. A little odd, but nobody's really giving him any trouble.
Yeah, he's trying to create a bit of pressure because Scar's been hiding from him for the past 18 minutes of the game. He's like, pay attention to me. I'm Cinder right now. I'm strong at this portion of the game, and it's just not working out for him.
Cutie Pie and Otter back and forth. And, nope, Crumbs. Every time you spin, man, it's going to be crazy. But yeah, we saw Cutie Pie taking a good chunk up out of Otter in that bottom lane. He has the Sheen damage to come out, so that 1v1 burst definitely in favor of Cutie Pie, and he can position way better. But the Dragon positioning is now coming up, so they're going to see and test each other out here in the waters.
Might see another Dragon fight, and we know Team Summon gained a lot from Dragons. In Game 1, Dignitas got him for free. Game 2, Team Summon got him for free. Game 3, they're fighting over him.
Oh, he didn't have the gate. It was behind him. He tries to go through it in the end. You're right. He is having fun. He is going all over the place right now. And one Crumbs takes down, but he runs out with ball curl on. Bam! Hammer to the back of the head, going on to Locust. They start to shut them down. It is going to be Kiwi Kid falling, but Scar answers back onto Syndra, and that is going to be 3 for 1 along with the Dragon.
Team Summon was a little bit out of sync as Dignitas forced them into a very difficult choice. Dignitas started the Dragon well before Team Summon was ready, and Team Summon wanted to initiate right away. That's why Sicko Scott popped his ultimate as Shen was ulting in on him, but it was a little slow. They actually burned their initiation. The VAR Assault, the Flash Crescendo, wasn't immediately followed up, and that gave Dignitas time to mount their counterattack. Crumbs came in late, finished off Otter, and not only did Dignitas get the Dragon, they got the kills in the team fight and a gold.
It's so great to see these compositions coming out and utilized perfectly. Every time they put the gate down with Crumbs, he's been able to execute that kill. They've been able to get the advantage. Huge here, as it looked like Team Summon had it again. Like I said, they got first turret, they got first Dragon, but Dignitas is executing what they brought to the table perfectly.
And it's still 3 turrets to 0. Dignitas is doing this without map control. They're warding quite well, and I think I gotta hand a lot of this to Crumbs just being in enough places because of his home guard boots and mobility rush, which we actually weren't sure why he was doing it. Look how fast Crumbs just got back to that spot. That was like one power ball, and he's already halfway through the map. So he's being a moving, almost turret armadillo and giving safety to his laners to be able to make things happen.
One after the other. I wonder what kind of cooldown he runs on his Rammus jungle. Going for Grim Samurai once again. Gets the bump. Oh, this is going to be a Rune Prison as well. They're going to be able to lock up some good damage here, at least pushing him out of the lane, and that's going to put focus to the top here for Summon.
Looks like Dignitas is finally going to be able to get their first turret if they stick around now. Summon trying to make a counterattack in the mid lane. Boom! Crumbs comes flying in. I think that's actually a decent trade for Dig if Kiwi Kid can make something happen.
Oh, just into the melee form. Wasn't able to get that to the skies down and the extra damage. We'll see what the builds are coming out as things slow down a little bit here at 21 minutes. 2,000 gold in favor of Dignitas, but they are down in turrets, which is crazy because that's all the global gold. They're winning in those kills. It's all about the fights for these guys. Bloodsport coming into game 3 for Dignitas, and the items still not cored out here for Skara. He's doing it again, the recipe all the way down.
He likes doing that on Rise, and it's not necessarily a bad plan because he really cares about the mana. So the Tear and the Catalyst give him a whole bunch of mana before they get upgraded, and he's really just kind of deciding what he eventually wants to go for. The Tear, the Goddess items are getting very, very close, and Dignitas actually already seems like they're sieging a bit of control. Crumbs goes!
Oh, he flashes over from Wraiths. Locust, what's going on? He doesn't know. Going down, game over for him.
God, I love it. You flash over the wall, Jumanji, as Kobe would say when he used to do that on Rammus. That was an awesome gank through the jungle. Surprise, Locust. Now they get to push down mid.
This is ridiculous. They have nothing to answer. They never see him coming. Team Summon needs to get more wards on the map because he actually went through a ward there as Rammus and they weren't even able to answer. Now it's in their face and they can't do anything about it. Dignitas is so on point here, 22 minutes in.
10 kills to 3 and they just keep going, finally getting some turrets.
Cutie Pie going Waze out style into the fight with Arcade.
They have, and it does seem like Dignitas is coming back real strong.
Captain Korea farming up what they can on their side. If it even is their jungle right now. Dignitas has been over there quite a bit. It was 1 turret and then 2, 3. It's like they were like, okay, we're ready to start taking the turrets now.
It's just, they powered up because they had to hide. They had to hide for the first 15 minutes of this game, aside from the really bold dragon play that they were able to pull off to keep themselves in the game, and then a few really timely ganks by Crumbs kept Team Summon scared enough that they weren't aggressing Dignitas while they're weak, but now Dignitas is strong.
So Summon putting those Baron wards out. Dignitas very strong, as you say. The Elder Lizard being brought out with the Last Whisper for Jace. It's Kiwi Kid in that top lane still stacking his tier. The Sunfire Cave now onto Rammus, as he is just going to be a threat as he puts himself in the middle of the fight. Every time, teleport coming for Skara. Oh, Grim Samurai, he's like, I'm not here. I'm not really here. He just gets taunted out of it. He sees Skara on the other side. He may taunt through to the back. He gets to Skara. He may not get the run here. Locust gives him the speed to run. The crescendo goes out, and it hits. But the gate making the team so mobile. Dignitas now all here for the fight. Locust goes down, the double kill for Skara. Got a triple kill earlier. He's picking him up in abundance. Another triple kill for Skara. Copious amounts of cash flow going for him.
The home run shot from Kiwi Kid, knocking Captain Korea back from the flash at the end of that fight, and everything tipping in the way of Dignitas after that brilliant gank by Crumbs.
Let's see what they can get on here. Damage on the mid turret. Crumbs is going to be there to help. Doesn't have tremors, but it is going to hurt structures if he decides to use it. But that's going to be the all-end push if they decide to do that. Dignitas help.
Truck is driving in the other direction because Dignitas has everything going for him. The turrets are even and about to be a lead for them.
So as Kiwi Kid pressuring the top turret, 25 minutes in, Dignitas goes from being all turrets down to evening out the turrets. And one more here. No, you just kind of want to play around there. Beats him back, actually, so he never took damage from the turret. And it looks like they are going to be able to duel this one out. Who is going to be there to help? Oh, he walks through it, so he actually took the shock blast, full damage to the gate. Unfortunate for Grim Samurai. Good 1v1 for Kiwi.
Well, while Kiwi Kid runs around, it's going to be about Dignitas trying to make stuff happen. He wasn't running for long, but let's see if Dig gets a counter.
They could. They're not going to push too much. They kind of stop in mid. They know the flow is coming down from Team Summon as they congregate now towards the mid lane. So Dig says, we did good. We lost Kiwi. Let's kind of slow things down.
And they're going to just slowly go and take this free-ish, 3-ish 4-4 dragon.
Yep.
That's the third dragon they've gotten this game. 10 kills up. The gold seems to be getting a little bit out of control. And this is the scattered play that they forced Team Summon into in the first game. They're just kind of coming back with it again. The tier is actually fully stacked up for Kiwi Kid. If he wants to get that Mirror Mana, he's going to need a little bit more gold. Now he's going to be able to buy it whenever he wants. He might actually be going for a Black Cleaver first. But the Mirror Mana on I'm a Cutie Pie is also making a really big difference.
Scar now backing. You can see all the gold in the hands. 9,800. No, it's 10K. Is that Jace? Jace on 10. Scar going back. Gets that Frozen Heart built up. So the core items now coming together for him. Rotted Phages into that Frozen Heart. Like you said, Mirror Mana's all fixed up on that side of Dignitas.
They have freedom right now with where they want to go. As long as Crump doesn't get spiked out by Captain Korea, luckily the Scout of the Week misses and he's able to back away. But with the 2 transforms on the Mirror Manas, this is actually like the strongest point in the game for Jace and Ezreal both. So if Dignitas wants to either just push towers and straight up dive, because Crumbs would be able to tank turrets up fairly well, or if they want to try to force a Baron and then peel the fight, because their initiation potential with the gate plus Rammus is so high, I think both of those things would work for them.
And this is really cool to see from Dignitas, right? Because, yeah, they'll engage, but never like this. It's always an objective for them. It's always finding somebody out. This is Crumbs going all in. Dignitas is just starting these fights out of the blue, right? Like right this, going in.
Man.
Scar's going to go to the turret. Bam, that last Q. Didn't even need the True Shot Barrage. It just looked good.
So much pain. Gets the slow so Scar can catch up. Crumbs hops in and then flash taunt.
Absolutely dictating this fight. The Tremor are down. They blast off the shield, so Shen only comes in for the taunt here, and it's going to be some big damage. Tremor still going off, about to end, and
the Dignitas Assault.
No way, they had that. Scar, he flashes in on Korea, drops him instantly. It's actually a shutdown going to I'm a Cutie Pie. They gave him Ezreal. There was a way that Dignitas played this champion select into their favor, and it's working beautifully.
6 mid lane bans, and the one that matters was the Ezreal pick, because that was a huge power play for Dignitas, but really, Rammus at the end of it really surprised them. The secret strategies necessarily for Dignitas really paying off.
It looks like with that Rammus pick, like you said, Skara being able to go 8-1-3, the mobility they have around the map with Rammus plus the J-Skate alone has created so many opportunities.
And Scar always says, even though he's the North American LCS All-Star for mid lane, that his success is always attributed to his team. Because when you watch the games that Scar does well, and it's also because the rest of his team is applying ridiculous amounts of pressure for him. Because Scar didn't exactly win the lane against Captain Korea. He survived. He farmed up. And he just farmed up, and then Kiwi Kid and Crumbs made a bunch of plays, and I'm a Cutie Pie stayed safe and farmed up against Otter. And then Scar made the big plays in team fights because their teamwork is really good, but 194 minion kills on Rise. The 8-1-3 is more of a result of his team playing so well around him.
What can Team Summon do? They pull themselves back out of their base here. Definitely pick themselves up off the ground a little bit. The momentum, 11,000 gold in the favor. Crumbs in the favor. He ties up his lasers, goes for Captain Korea, gets knocked back. He is just going to sit there right now. He doesn't even have to taunt. He can walk through everyone. No, you're not going to get crescendo this fight, and we're going to try to make it game over. That's going to be Locust going down. It is already Otter that went down as well. Crumbs finally falls, but it's with 2 people down.
Looks like the end for Team Summon. The surrender comes out, 2-1 Dignitas.
An absolutely amazing picks and bans. Formulated that game from the start. However, Team Summon picking up first dragon, first turret, but it didn't deter Dignitas. They knew when their time was going to come in the game. It was in about 15 minutes.
They really, really pulled that one off well. Dignitas with the overall strategy. That's a little demoralizing for Team Summon because they would have felt like they had a good start and then let it slip away. But it was really just all planned for Dignitas, and they got away with it.
And this has to be the scariest thing to go against. It's not that one person, or it's not that it has been one guy that's super impactful. The super impactful has been spread across now a few members of Dignitas. So do they ban Rammus and leave stuff open for Skara? Yeah. Or do they still go with the same thing? Because Rammus is going to work with any lane. He brings the crowd control. So this is going to be a scary picks and ban phase coming in for Team Summon.
Yeah, you're not going to be banning Rammus. And we actually have a replay of this 3-for-1 dragon fight, one of the big turning points in this game that was just a well-fought fight for Dignitas. This is when they got the second dragon. It's the late initiation by Team Summon. Look at the crescendo Chain of Corruption combo that didn't actually get followed up by Dignitas. And then Dignitas just gets to run them down after that one. Really a turning point in the game here. Captain Korea got 1-for-1, but that was actually not the best thing because Cinder needed to be doing more at that point in the game. Great stuff from Dig.
It really was. They came out strong. A lot of people, and we even saw on Twitter, Reddit, right before the match started, why are you picking Rise again? It really hurt you guys last time. Not so much. That's just the way the cookie crumbled that time. And this time, it was the win for Dig. So they're 2-1. Coming up, it's Game 4 between Summon and Dignitas with one more win. Scar.
Double kill, double kill! Nice. And that was a dominating Game 1 win for Dignitas.
Oh, damn, dude. Look at that. Fight. Get the rise. Get the rise.
I'm on Scar. I got Kiwi. Requiem is still coming out. Scar gets on. Oh, he piercing arrow onto the fountain. We're going to Game 3 here.
Yeah.
Seems like they're sieging a bit of control. Crumbs goes! Oh, he flashes over from Wraiths. Locust, what's going on? He doesn't know. Going down. Game over.
Oh god, those gangs.
No, those gangs top.
Welcome back to the 2013 North American LCS Summer Promotion Tournament. And after ramosing their way to Game 3 win, Dignitas is now one Nexus smash away from qualifying for the NA-LCS Summer Split. But before we get into Game 4 between Dignitas and Team Summon, I'd like to welcome back Curse's Voyboy, and we've kind of just had an all-out question for somebody that's done amazing. This time it's Crumbs and bringing out Rammus.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think many people saw the Rammus pick coming. We've scrimmed against Dig a bit, and they've definitely been practicing that Rammus. I think Crumbs has definitely seen the potential in it, and I think he definitely put it to its full ability. I think early game, it was people were like a little bit questionable about it because he got his blue stolen. Team Summon had a really nice level 1. They stole out the blue. They gave it to Varus, which actually allowed him to push out top relentlessly. And people were like, this Rammus doesn't really do anything. Like, isn't Rammus supposed to be like an early game ganker? Like, that's where he gets all of his power from. But Dignitas, I think, made the calculated decision to allow their top turret to fall and Rammus to just try to get free farm. Because basically what happened is that Grim Samurai and Sicko Scott went and held bot lane, and Ezreal and Rammus just free farmed his jungle. He just didn't do anything for the early game except try a few ganks mid. And Kiwi Kid just free farmed. He allowed his turret to fall, and then he froze the lane, and that actually allowed him to like get a really sizable CS advantage over Shen. And then as soon as like the mid game hit, Rammus just started making plays all over the map. Like they ganked top multiple times. They made a ridiculous amount of plays, and like at a game, it's always like who can take the turret faster. But I think that definitely Dignitas sort of preyed on Team Summon's inexperience because generally when you take a turret, you generally swap the lane and then start pushing the other one instantly. But Team Summon didn't really exert that same pressure after taking top turret, and that's really what allowed Dignitas to get back into the game by just free farming and then going for those multiple Rammus plays all over the map.
So we've seen Champion Select definitely work out in favor of Dignitas. That time, Team Summon was able to find the Scar champion pool glitch. Didn't work this time. What do you do in a last-ditch effort game? Match point here coming in for Dignitas. Is it comfort picks for Team Summon, or should they try to throw Dig off again and maybe take some of their champions?
I mean, this is the game to pull out all their strats if they have any. I mean, I know this is their chance to shine. They must have prepared something. I don't know. Maybe they're going to pull out some cheese, maybe not. But I definitely think that they're just going to be going for the champions that they've played with, they're comfortable with. Maybe we'll see some first, second, third game picks coming back, or maybe we'll see something completely different. But honestly, it's Team Summon's game to shine. So let's see what they can do.
Okay.
And with this third game pick and ban really coming in, we saw 6 mid lane bans. Is it a battle of the mid laners anymore, or is it actually becoming the rest of the teams?
I mean, even throughout the whole games, like it hasn't really come down to the mid lane, but people are definitely focusing the bans on the mid lane because I think both teams really feel like they can put the other mid lane out of their comfort zone by targeting those bans on them. And I think some games you saw Scar wavering a little, but then some games like you saw him come back really strong with the last performance on Rise. So I definitely think that they're worried about the champions of the mid players, and every other lane it's like whatever, you can pick what you want. Like we're just gonna play it out and see who comes out on top.
Right on. So Voyboy, could be the final time you have a chance to say this, at least for this matchup before the next. Who do you have going on for this fourth game?
I definitely think that these games have been like really close, and I would love to see a fifth game, but I think I'm going to have to give it to my old team, Dignitas. I think they've been playing really well, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them come out strong and qualify for the LCS.
All right, Dignitas looking to reclaim that spot. Voyboy, thank you very much for joining us once again. Hopefully we can have you back for another game as everybody, including us, wants that Game 5. So as we jump into Game 4 here, Summon versus Dignitas, it has been neck and neck, but Dig showed that they can pull away last game for sure.
They definitely played really strong near the end of that game, as they kind of pulled away in the first game. It's probably a matter of getting the Dragon control. In the games where Dignitas has been able to stop someone from getting Dragon, it doesn't seem like they have much to go back on after all of that goes down. So Dignitas really needs the control. Even though they were able to give some of it up last game, they still kept the Dragons going.
So this is big. We can see Sicko Scott yawning there. These guys definitely taking the mental, physical part. You know, it's inside of them now. They are tired.
And they're mentally exhausted, I think, in a lot of ways. After the best of 5 that happened yesterday between Velocity and Marn, I loved the interview that Chris gave afterwards because he was just like stunned that everything had just happened, and he was.
I think
super
we.
happy
I
about
think
it.
we won. I think we won.
Yeah, we're in the
we
LCS, right?
won.
And Team Summon will have to win the next 2 games, much like Velocity did yesterday. They were down 2-1 in the best of 5, and they came back for the last 2, but they weren't playing a team as experienced as Dignitas.
And we should see Champion Select starting soon. Dig not a team to let complacency fall into their playbook here. So they're not giving up any momentum. They're going to come into this game as strong as they did, hitting the Nexus, and Rammus does grab a ban. Dignitas is doing insta-ban picks for this game.
Real quick picks and bans. So that's only 5, but Team Summon still goes for the Ezreal. So this means Diana would be available for Scar if he actually does want it in some form or fashion. I don't know if he picked it super early. He's going to pick it super early. Or Kiwi, you're right.
So they could slop that around. So this becomes an ambiguous pick to start, and Team Summon should know that.
And that is going to be potentially advantage Dignitas if they wait to pick their confirmation mid/top laner until the very end.
Yeah.
Since on the purple team, Dignitas has the final last pick in this one.
We'll see what they do. Yeah, usually it was a mid left sometimes. It was the top left sometimes so far. We have to see what Team Summon has for second and third pick. Recently, the 1-2 pick for Team 2 has been a very impactful strategy to really throw the team off. And they have, like we said, done so. They didn't show anything in the jungle, and they have the ambiguous first pick.
And I think Shen is still available that teams have actually been jumping into in this series and not doing that well with because the global presence from Shen hasn't came in super, super strong. And I would expect a Locust to pick a Lulu since his tried and true Sona's down, unless he goes really, really aggressive with something like a Thresh.
Sicko Scott looking to bring Zach back. It could be going to Grim Samurai, however. We do see it switch around. We did say, or you did say rather, that Lulu was played but previously by Locust. So he's going to bring it out again.
And that is definitely the ambiguous Zach pick because
another
it
one
was
for
jungle
them,
all
one
the
for
time
them.
yesterday when Quantic was playing it, and it was top lane when Grim Samurai played it in the first game defeat. They suffered at the hands of Dignitas. For Dignitas here, I think they're going to go with a Caitlyn for I'm a Cutie Pie if I really had to guess something. And then the jungler, since there's no Rammus for Crumbs, maybe, I don't know what his next fallback jungler is. He's got to be, Nocturne.
We'll see what they have. They have the crowd control from Sona Ultimate. They did hover the Varus for a second, so they don't necessarily need all of that. It would be helpful. But yeah, the Caitlyn would be good. They could keep it safe. They have that poke damage from the Let's Bounce, and they can get back and safe. We saw it. They were able to get back onto that Zach the last time it happened.
I'm a Cutie Pie's Caitlyn's just been historically solid, and it also has good escapes, but they're going for the Graves.
Wow.
I just want to combo in the damage with the Sona ult, I suppose.
Yeah, definitely going for a quick burst on the front end of this, keeping Graves in the fight as he's one of those AD carries that more or less wants to dive into the fight, that passive and just having a Bloodthirster. Usually in the build, Blade of the Rune can come out now, but I love Graves in fights. He's so much more aggressive than most carries.
Graves was all over the place near the end of Season 2, and he started to be seen less and less in Season 3, but it is still a very strong champion. He has tons and tons of utility in a lot of different ways. I mean, even just his collateral damage ultimate, when he's comboing it in on top for Crescendo, could do enough damage to nearly wipe a team out, which is actually going to help him reach the dive level that Nocturne's going to be going in for in Crumbs, and maybe supporting that up even without being a true dive buddy.
I really like seeing that Orianna there because, like we said, Graves wants to be a little bit closer. The attack range causes him to be closer than most of the AD carries we've been seeing lately. So we'll have to see what they choose to go with. They may lock that down. They also get the horse in, and we are going to see a Hecarim. So that is a top Zach.
So they have the circles of pain here for Team Summon as well, because they can hop in with either Hecarim or Zach and then combo it with Orianna and Lulu. I feel like the Lulu ult may or may not be used defensively if they try to dive in on them, but that is a huge amount of initiation potential, and it's a very different team comp than we've actually seen from Team Summon in either of the games. And if last game is any indication, the kind of out-of-the-blue strategy has worked for teams when they pull it off.
And how does that kind of work? I haven't seen a Let's Bounce get Lulu ulted before.
It would... So the first Let's Bounce is a slight knockaway, but the Lulu ult is a knock up as well as a slow. So it would actually help Zach continue to bounce on someone if he has the Lulu ult on, because they'll be slowed for the successive bounces that Zach is putting down on them in these team fights. So that'll probably be quite potent if they can pull it off.
All right, we'll see if they do. We get some switches around. Grim Samurai taking Orianna. No, I'm just kidding. He won't stick with that. We'll see what they have to do in this lane. So Skara facing off against an Orianna this time. Both mid laners completely fresh with these picks.
Yeah.
We have not seen them. We do have Crumbs back on Nocturne in the jungle as Rammus has been banned out. So he's going very mobile in all of these jungle picks recently.
Crumbs really wants to be able to gank whoever he wants rather than having the wards dictate to him where he ganks. Nocturne can go through wards, Rammus can go through wards, and that's really all he's played thus far in the series.
We'll see what they have to do. Graves, Sona, not really an aggressive lane due to that poke that you're going to be receiving from the Lulu Ezreal, but we'll probably get the swap in for those guys so they can put themselves up against the Zac in the top lane.
And that's what we've seen all of this series. We
Like
haven't
you said,
actually
the
seen
standard
2v2
LCS
lane.
lanes.
And I really wonder if Team Summon's going to be taken aback a little bit by, hey, they just let us have their turrets, and then they beat us anyways. I wonder if there's something to that strategy.
Yeah, do we push the top turret as fast as we did
Yeah,
and kind
'cause
of let them sit back?
It got frozen on them, and that's a strategy that actually hasn't worked in a really long time. So really bold move by Dignitas to try that, and if I had to guess, this would be one game where maybe Dignitas will fight him straight up in a lane, but that is not extremely likely.
It would be safe for Dignitas, or feel good, I should say, not safe, to start that early aggression and get a few kills under their belt. It'll obviously put them in a better spot to win this matchup, but we are into Game 4, ladies and gentlemen. Rivington the Third and Jat to bring it to you live in our first best of 5 of the day. Could go all the way to that. Dignitas is on game point and looking to reclaim their spot in the summer split of the North American LCS. Team Summon is looking to keep themselves in this series and for the same aspect.
And there has been some pretty impactful jungle action in all 3 of these games. First game, we saw 3 buffs taken by Dignitas. Second game, Dignitas gave up first blood. And in the third game, it was 3 buffs taken by Team Summon. So these teams definitely have been looking to do things in the past, but we have a total lineup like high school dance. Everyone walks up to who they want to go with and just parties up, but it looks like they're moving around a bit now.
Bot lane denied a companion for the dance. Looks like they're going to actually head to the top. So we will have a bit of a meeting here in the middle. This is usually what happened, though, right? Everybody just stands there and nobody dances.
Everyone just listens to the music, watches the music video.
Let's see. Locust wanting some punch. He's heading up. He wants to get some dancing in, and it's just going to be wardage right now. It looks like they will put the AD carry, possibly top side. Actually, it looks like Dig's going to put them mid as they spread Lulu top and Ezreal towards the bottom. So
this could still be going.
TS.
Yeah, this could still be going in any different direction. It's the standard LCS lanes thus far, with Patoy and I'mACutiePie probably just taking double golems. And for the first time, there were no deep wards and no real action at level 1.
Backing off, it is even a minute 40, and we didn't have the Fog of War engagement. So helping here to Sicko Scott. Sicko Scott, as we said yesterday, had a lot of assistance in the first bloods that his team received, and he was really playing at utility, would always allow his team to get the kills. And on Hecarim, that is viable for him. He did it on Volibear yesterday, or Friday, I should say. See if he can do it again.
Yep, the junglers pretty much all getting the assistance. The only difference in that level 1 strat is Scar actually soloed the Wraiths with Diana. If you start W on Diana, you can actually get a lot of Wraith damage kill just by yourself at level 1. One of the only mid laners who's capable of doing that, and that lets him hit the early level 2, shove back Captain Korea a bit, and get some early farm on Diana.
Junglers passing mid at the same time, so it looks like we're good on that. And not an early, or not a deep ward, but Patoy puts one down and that blue exit into the jungle to keep safe.
Yeah, there was a lot of wards early on, even though they didn't put deep wards. So they didn't have vision of the junglers, which meant they wanted extended vision of what the lanes were like.
Wow, they're doing a great job on both of these 2v1s. Only 2 CS here coming in for these guys. Great poke from Locust and Otter in the bottom lane. As we said, that is going to be so harassy. And really, it's just Patoy trying to get those power chords and auto attacks down into Samurai. You can see PewDiePie using Buckshot to farm these waves right out.
Both these guys need to make sure they don't take too much poke at the turret, since they are really on their own in these situations.
You mean like a turret shot?
Like a turret shot.
Yeah, like a turret shot. So backing off of this one, still keeping it there. Going to get a good buckshot off once he can lower all of the minions, so it's killable, goldable.
Yeah, a lot of times the Graves lanes were so good in the 2v1s because Graves can shove really, really well. This is the fear, though. I'mACutiePie needs to be able to escape something from Psycho Sid if they decide to go aggressive.
And with Crumbs being a little bit more passive at that 3-minute mark and going for the camps in the jungle, he will not be here for the counter. And he actually chooses to continuously go down. It's going to be help for Kiwi Kid.
And Kiwi Kid's doing a better job with his turret this game than he did the last one. His turret's not taking too much early damage, and Crumbs would actually be in position to cycle over there. He has enough health as well if he wants to, but We'll see if they decide to let Kiwi Kid freeze a lane again, or if they decide to play a more standard game.
Well, like you said, losing this turret didn't seem to hurt them that bad, but it is going to be a soak-up experience for Crumbs as he makes his way down. Sicko Scott looking to activate something here in mid.
Scar's got to really watch out. A lot of times Diana will get pretty aggro for creep kills, but I believe Scar knows where Hecarim is in these wards, and he's actually running up towards the back of top lane. Cutie Pie and Patoy have to watch out.
This is going to be a great spot for them to go in, but that ward just towards the Wraith side, like we said, no deep ones, but just enough to cover the entrance as it times out shortly.
Yeah, that was a really good defensive ward by Dignitas. A lot of times you don't see teams warding their own side of the river this early on in the game, but it's really tipped them off on a lot of Hecarim movements.
See top lane getting a little pressured out. Sicko Scott going to help push the lane here a little bit as Skara actually Qs the entire minion wave behind it, so they're looking to just keep this one reset. Movement in the bottom lane from Crumbs. Like we said, he's soaking up experience with Kiwi Kid. They're trying to get damage off of that turret. The global gold's still in the favor of Team Summon, even if it's not the way they got a win last time.
It's still real early global gold. I mean, Dignitas with the 400 advantage not meaning much. It's going to really, actually, might be about like level 6s or really decisive dragon fights.
And again, we see the double rejuve bead coming out for Grim Samurai to the Fairy Charm consumable start coming in for Kiwi Kid for 2v1 lanes.
Yeah, Grim Samurai has been able to sustain up real well. He's sitting on 34 health regen per 5, only 5 minutes into the game with that. So if you get a shot off on Grim Samurai for Cutie Pie, 10 seconds later he's healed it all up.
Cutie Pie again taking a turret shot once every so often. He's got to get his medicine. Just likes to take those, being aggressive. Those AD carries are 39 to 44, so not too much discrepancy there. A little bit in mid, however. Skara able to push down that minion wave as Korea doesn't have the levels on his ball yet to really get that movement around and farm up as well.
And Patoy actually just going for a little adventure. There's no buffs on Sicko Scott right now, so still burns a flash, though, surprising.
He goes hard on this, pulls that one out. Looks like he could get first blood, but he's going to go down. There it is. They get the exhaust down. He is definitely getting out of this one. A great job coming in. He flashes, and they are going to come out with first blood for 0 kills on the side of TS. Oh, no. That's a passive. I'm too excited. Too excited. His passive was down every time for the last time he died last game, but not this time. I'm jabbed.
It might have fooled out. It might have fooled Cutie Pie and Patoy a little bit. Just over-aggression and like level 4 Hecarim walking into a lane. You don't expect that to do much.
Not at all. Going out to Locust. This could be first blood, but I don't think so. They lock down Otter. He gets it. The terror does go down. It's not that melee form for Kiwi Kid yet. He cannot get in range, and we still don't have a first blood as much as I wanted it.
So, the junglers keep wanting to gank the same lanes here. Team Summon is actually pretty good here with their gold lead, 600 right now. So the lanes are getting a little bit out farm for them. And it's a little bit surprising how they've managed to come up with that lead, because I'm looking at the minion kills, and it's because of the turret, because I'm missing stuff too.
Exactly.
Bam.
Game 4 coming in. It's been a long day. It's all right. We just wasted that one for the game. It's done. We got it out of the system. We'll have to see what they have here coming in. 7 minutes, 300 gold lead. A little bit from that turret coming in. And it's a very, very fast push for these guys. We'll see if it does hurt Dig or if they can just recoup from this one again.
I think they'll be able to recoup from this one. I mean, they've already swapped back Kiwi Kid and Grim Samurai, so we'll see if Kiwi Kid decides to deny this wave a little bit, but it's already been shoved up so they can't. Cutie Pie and Patoy will have like a brawling advantage in this lane, even if they don't have a turret, so the only thing they need to worry about is Sicko Scott's Hecarim ganks.
So he's going to be getting blue over to Captain Korea and maybe making his way towards that top lane. As you mentioned, ganks. Doesn't really have too much to go for on the bottom side. Zach is doing good, and yeah, he will start to head towards that tri-brush.
I want to see where Crumbs goes with his Nocturne ult, if he tries to force things with it. It's actually a little bit strange how at 8 minutes into the game, we have both AD carry and support lanes up top. It really disincentivizes the dragons. As Sicko Scott scares Cutie Pie and Patoy back. Cutie Pie and Patoy have to be very careful, by the way, because they both burned their flashes in that last set of engagements, and they are vulnerable to a potential Hecarim ult. So that's another reason Crumbs is actually up at this side of the map.
You may grab Wolves and come back for that. We just saw that Locust placed a pink ward in the forward brush, making sure, you know, Nocturne won't be there, but he's got to consider it's Nocturne as well, so he probably won't be sitting in that brush if it's a counter.
Definitely not. He's going to be sitting maybe even in the triangle brush. That's a pretty deep ward, though. Like, that pink ward being that deep is actually, they're pinging it right now. It's like, no, don't come into that brush. And that's a bit of wasted time for Crumbs, actually.
All right, so he is going to kind of sit off, waiting to see if they try to go hard on this one. Is Hecarim coming back? Can I get into this engagement? I'll do golems for now.
This could be very tense. I mean, if Sicko Scott gets a gank now, I don't think Crumbs can counter in time.
They bust into it. It's a level 4 Sona. So much damage going down. The last hit coming in. It's actually going to Otter on that one. The ult from Crumbs is going to deter this, but he's got to be careful on how hard he goes. He has no help from Cutie Pie.
Crumbs could not counter gank in time. The pink ward and the forward brush really paying off for Team Summon, allowing Sicko Scott to get in perfect position for that first blood.
Kiwi Kid, pressure there. Samurai, he's looking big already, picking up that Giant's belt. Kitty pretty much dominating that lane so far. See what Grim Samurai has for himself. The 2 Reju beats sitting on, and he's 700 gold.
Uh-oh, I'm a Cutie Pie.
It's so close. Sicko Scott wants to go in. He did pop the ghost. He's going to be able to stay in range. There's Sona, not enough damage to come in. Crumbs is just on the backside of the turret, trying to stay in range so they can't click on him. Sicko Scott says, I got this. Don't worry about it. Double kill, but I may not make it out. Thank you for the shield.
Oh, man, what a perfectly executed dive by Team Summon. Another 2 kills for them in that lane, and those kills going to Hecarim is actually absurdly dangerous for Dignitas. People don't realize how well Hecarim actually scales in the late game once he gets some tank items.
So it happens again. Sicko Scott has a hand in first blood for his team. He gives it to the AD carry lane, but then he goes ahead and says, you know what, I want a few myself this game. Returns to top and goes at it again. 3-0 here at 10 minutes. Team Summon now with the offensive in the beginning.
So with the turret, with the kills, all the stuff going for them right now, and still haven't really burned all that much for it. There's an Orianna ult still up. Sicko Scott was there for so long that his Hecarim ult is still going to be back again. They managed to get rid of Crumbs' Nocturne ultimate threat without even having to pay for it, so there was a ping going down near Dragon just there, but it doesn't look like the teams are responding to it all that much.
It was almost like a call to let's go here and get some wards down. I pretty much think that's what they will be doing. It's probably going to be Sicko Scott to move around with somebody to get a ward, but right now it's just Kiwi Kid locking it down as he returns to the lane in the bottom, stacking up the tier against an almost Sunfire caped up Grim Samurai.
This lane is not as pleasant for Kiwi Kid this game as it was last. Last game he got to freeze it in the back and just kind of free farm while Shen didn't feel safe enough to run out at him since the Rammus threat was so high, but the Nocturne threat, since his ultimate is off cooldown, isn't nearly as high, and the lane is also not as pushed back as it was before, so he's actually having to fight against a person this time.
Looking at the mid builds, the Chalice Harmony coming out for Captain Korea to keep that mana up, but he also puts the ability Power Tome right in his hands as well, so he can push back on that quick blasting one, moving into an Abyssal Scepter from Skara.
So much attention getting paid to this lane, and maybe this time Dignitas would want to pull off a successful counter gank. They have the Crescendo this time, which is amazing at turning around tower dives, and that's why Crumbs is trying to wait in the wings. He does not yet have his Nocturne ultimate, though. If the dive were to happen very soon for Team Summon, it's close, though.
And what is the factor of this top lane with Dragon being up right now? Why is this lane getting so much attention?
It really just seems like they want to shut down I'm a Cutie Pie, and Otter has that Ezreal build that he really wants to get going, which has been so contested in this series.
So put Cutie Pie top, maybe they won't care as much because Dragon controls bottom, but no, they're giving him everything still.
They're still focusing him entirely down. They do not want to let him get going because they know I'm a Cutie Pie needs to get strong if he wants to take down Sicko Scott.
And we see Otter's already picked up that Lizard Elder item as well, so he is getting those kills under his belt. 1-0 and 2, the 2-0 and 1, and those no deaths keeping Team Summon on the Rift and more experienced up for sure. See a lot of level 8s and level 10s coming out here as they may engage this one from the side of Dignitas, but it's still a back and forth on the siege.
Nama Cutie Pie used his collateral damage Graves ultimate just to clear that wave. That puts down their fight threat a lot and basically says the next wave is going to be the one that goes down, because once you lose that type of pressure, you have to worry about tower dives.
They're keeping the pressure on that for the tower dive Jat, but look at this. Skara and Sicko Scott kind of going cat and mouse here right around the bush. He goes to mid, and they can go top for this.
And if Nocturne went right now, they actually might be able to get a kill on them because they don't expect it.
They actually just pinged out Diana, so they know she's coming. They have to be wary of how far they go in if they're going to come back to the fight, but it's going to be all onto Otter. He gets under the turret. The Wild Growth is there. Is the damage as well. The Buckshot misses. Very low mana here for Dignitas as Hecarim comes from the backside. A double kill. What is Sicko Scott going to do with this 4v1 situation? He throws himself into the fight. He doesn't get the first one. The shockwave goes down. He does finally pick up one. Go on to it. Oh no, that was actually going to be Captain Korea rather as he comes from the backside. Double for him. Can the burn be enough? The heal comes out. Captain Korea taking 2, 3 turret shots, 4 turret shots, and he's forced out as he came to lane with full HP.
Oh my God, Riv. 2 for 2. Nothing to see here, everybody. That was totally a fair trade for everyone. It was a really well-timed gank from Dignitas because they realized as soon as they saw Sicko Scott in mid, Scar knew he had the window, for them to get a 4v2 gank, but because they dove the turret so hard, and Sicko Scott is a really fast horse, they got right back up there, manned up 4v2 against a weak team who'd already burned their ultimates, and got 2 kills back.
And now it's a battle of who can build more Spirit of the Elder Lizards. 2 for one Kiwi Kid, 1 for Crumbs, 1 for Sicko Scott coming in on Hecarim, and the blue build for Otter. Seeing a lot of love in this game for that item.
We're all tied up as far as Lizards go. Crumb's trying to pick up another one for himself here if he can get the red buff going down, but oh man, this is still looking pretty good for Team Summon, and I think they just had that huge brawl over the top lane turret. Now they're turning their attention to Dragon.
And Otter single-handedly pushing this turret. Patoy really not able to do much. Look, he's going to get the tank from Sicko Scott. He says, let's do this, man. We have enough. There's Captain Korea on the back side, and that is such a scary engagement. They're going to push that engagement all the way to Dragon here.
And 3 turrets to 0. Either Dignitas has to get a turret back.
Their favor last time. We'll see if they can still find a way to pull back. Patoy getting the early pink wards out around the top side of the map, and he is going to allow Cutie Pie to farm out a little bit safer.
And I'm clicking around these turrets that Team Summon has, and they're all sitting at pretty much full health. So Dignitas hasn't been able to get a hit really on many of these turrets. They're down 3 turrets to 0 with almost no counterattacks.
So Skara really figuring out there where his damage stands. He went all in alt onto Sicko Scott there and saw that he was about 60% HP, so that you can see they're scared about this. We don't have the burst. Now Samurai's here. He's even tankier. This is a very wary engagement. No, Skara goes in. He knows the team's on the backside. The crescendo now to Captain Korea, and they have obliterated. Crumbs coming through with 2 kills for himself.
Really aggressive play by Skara, showing why he was selected to the All-Star team that time. He manned up despite having 3 turrets in the back, and then baited the Dragon kill without Crumbs even having to use his ultimate, which he uses now.
They did connect the Q. He gets in with his ulti. He's going to throw the shield down and try to help himself out. Locust able to save himself by mitigating all that damage with the knockup, but that is going to be that down. And look, they're coming around again.
And Dignitas really needs to get some turrets in this window. Sure, they picked up the 2 kills, but they got to get something back. And Otter is on the hunt, so they're still really not playing the turret game.
Otter could shift in on this if he can dodge the Q. You can see Skara putting down.
That has to do with the attention that Sicko Scott gave Otter's lane with the repetitive Hecarim ganks being 1 step ahead of Crumbs, while Crumbs was actually spending a bit more time farming. Because it's actually the difference we've seen in all these junglers. Sicko Scott camps lanes and ganks a bit more, whereas Crumbs will farm a bit more and then start ganking. So now's the moment with a couple of these kills that Crumbs is starting his ganking cycle. Let's see if the team is too far behind yet. And considering Dignitas is down 3 turrets and a dragon, that 2,000 gold advantage could come back fairly quickly if they start getting some things going for them.
They are going for the early Aegis for Crumbs this time, so he switches it up for a game 4.
And I think that has to do with Blob or Zach
Right.
with the Orianna being the double AP composition, and also since Otter's Ezreal build isn't a huge amount of damage yet in the game, so he can get away without stacking a bunch of armor early and still dive in. It's another game where he's actually went from the Lizard back to the Golem as well.
Yeah, switching everything around. And like they said, they've done their homework. They know things feel comfortable, so they can switch back and forth in the variation. A little bit of damage here from Cutie Pie, back and forth. No turret yet. That is going to be the turret evener. Not evener, but a little bit on the gold if they can get it.
And Scar wants to pressure off this turret. He is walking through a ward, and if they
realize what just happened?
The Orianna was like a bloblet as far as how much damage they put on it, and it just exploded. That was a great spike by all of Dignitas to finish that one off. 2 for 0 and a turret.
I turned to commentate what was happening, and nothing was happening.
It was just gone.
5 and 6 is the score here, as it doesn't look like Team Summon is grabbing kills, but they are. Just Dignitas is grabbing them quickly, and now it's Dignitas kind of having the answer game.
That is really good for Dig. The gold is actually kind of even, and this has got to be demoralizing for Team Summon right now because they had an edge. It looked really good for them to start forcing a game 5 here. Now Dignitas is on the upswing. After what happened last game, where there was a large Team Summon advantage and Dignitas just stormed back to crush them, they got to keep their heads in the game and make sure that doesn't happen again.
You got to look back at Crumbs. His new style, but style that he's taking on now is really facilitating that fuel of the game. The adrenaline when it comes into the team, 20, 15 minutes is when you see Crumbs, and it's when you see the change.
And we might see it really take over if they get the next dragon fight in their favor. Dignitas should put a little extra pressure down in the mid lane here, which will actually coincide with when the dragon happens, trying to pull them back and forth. And once they get the turrets to 3-2, the advantage really isn't that crazy anymore, and they'll have that global pressure kind of back that they've actually been creating just off of positioning and experience.
So instead of going for deep wards, it seems like
where despite having the map presence, they haven't really been able to counter where Nocturne is coming from. Because Nocturne's been spending a lot of time in the mid lane or up top, and sure, they have deep wards in the Dignitas's blue jungle, but those are deep wards if the outer turrets are still up. Those are average wards or base wards if you're not pushing the second turret, so they're not actually stopping Dignitas from making many plays with those wards.
The entries and exits are all still there for Dig, which means the fights are so much in their favor. That's a pretty good jump.
Didn't see that.
Didn't see that at all. Nope. Shock blast to push the bottom lane. They're going pretty hard on this. We see Dragon in 30 seconds. Looks like they're going to get as much of an advantage to the positioning as possible here.
And I wonder if Dignitas is going to try to win this game before it starts, because if there's a clean initiation from Team Summon, it could be all lower from Dignitas. It might be about whether Patoy lands a crescendo first, or whether Sicko Scott and Captain Korea pull off the Hecarim Orianna combo first. Who's going for the Dragon? Kiwi Kid's actually not even there. He's sitting back and actually waited for an item. He just got his Muramana transform as well, so if he can get to this fight in time, it's going to be pain.
He is making moves. A 20-minute Muramana here. We've definitely seen some quickly charged tiers within this series, kind of letting Dignitas make the move here.
And now Scar is putting the dual pressure in the mid lane as well, trying to make sure that middle turret has to be defended, because Team Summon doesn't want to give up either of these objectives. Summon is a dragon control team when they play well, so they are really forced into fighting this one.
Scar still backing off. He stays, though, to kind of push. They don't want it. They have Graves still in the bottom lane. They're a little too far for this, so they say it's not worth it right now. We are gaining a bit of a lead. This is a way to lose it as well.
And Dignitas doesn't have their middle turrets gone, so Team Summon actually... Whoa! Patoy's flash initiate would be gone then, because he had to flash away from Zac there.
That was a huge gap closer that his team would have had to follow. So Grim Samurai playing the scary game and really forcing things out from Dignitas here. So you can see how much on edge they are about the next fight.
They're very cautious here. They know the initiation really matters in these situations, so they want to make sure they land crescendo on the right people, or they don't just give up the dragon. They've been pushed back a bit, and they're walking straight through wards here. The Oracles is actually doing some work for Sicko Scott, so he's went really big. Jungler investing in an Oracles very early on here, and they really, really, really want the dragon.
They are positioning to win this. It's the ward fight until everybody's out of wards. An Oracle on Sicko Scott. Like you said, return on investment is giving them the positioning there, but Scar is pushing mid as well, kind of countering that Oracle's press. He does get forced on the flash, but again, nobody can follow up on the engagement to the teammate. Nocturne coming out. They go into Grim Samurai. His passive should still be down from the last engagement, but they don't get the fear tether on. The ultimate coming in. They start to knock down Dignitas. This is not the fight they wanted. Knocks him down. Takes him out. 8-7. Team Summon looks to go for Dragon.
And it's still a 3-for-1. Cutie Pie sitting at full health, though. He's going to want to keep fighting. This is very dangerous.
The Ignite goes down. Samurai may not fall. The ball goes on to him. So they're really thwarting the Dragon from even happening. Wow. Just wow by Team Summon.
Team Summon really wants to get the turrets off of this one, too. When that fight started, it was a big miscommunication by Dignitas. Scar actually made an amazing escape over to the Wraith Wall when they tried the initiation, but then Crumbs went in as well at the same time. So Team Summon failed an initiation, and Dignitas gave them a 4v5 because of it, and that's why Summon ended up fighting. For all the organization and posturing, that was one of the craziest, panicky fights we've seen in a really long time, and it does favor Team Summon.
And it all came down to the moment that Patoy flashed. That gave TS enough momentum to say we can pressure and then engage the fight. Dragon could be Diggs. They did stay down here.
And everyone has to worry right now. There's not ultimates up, so this is a very scary fight. There is a Scar whose ultimate's up. They're going for this Dragon Heart, and actually Team Summon's not quite in range.
Oh, it goes down to Crumbs. They had so much fun last time. They want to fight it out again for it.
Neither team had the lockdown to actually jump into that one, and I believe Dignitas was a little bit scared of maybe the Orianna ult, which had just came back up. Maybe being there, but they got what they came for. That Dragon kill actually makes up for the 3-for-1 team fight, making the gold even overall. And since they got the turret, 750 gold up for Dignitas out of that exchange and a lead in the game.
And it's also going to be the Muramana coming out onto Otter. So a little bit of damage going back in their favor as that is buffed up. The Athenes right into the Zanyas. And I haven't really, I guess that's choice for him because he hasn't been the aggressed on one. It really hasn't been effective for him yet. It's just kind of the choice in build right now.
I think he has memories of the top lane defense where he exploded. And he's like, I don't want to let that happen again. He's going Zanyas.
All right, fair enough. Kiwi Kid getting hit up pretty hard here. Sicko Scott and him go face to face. Nobody's really going to be on the backside of this. Locust, you stay out of the fight. But he's going to come and help. Unfortunate.
Kiwi Kid probably would have been happy brawling Sicko Scott if Locust hadn't been coming up from the side there. He could have powered him down with the Merman, but at the end of the day, it's just a little bit of walk away from Kiwi Kid.
So the Iceborne Gauntlet as well being locked in by Otter. He's got 3 items under his belt to the 2.
And I'm still not really sure how to judge the power of this New Age Ezreal build when compared to other AD carries, because usually in games, we either say this Ezreal running away with it or way behind, and in which case it's like a great snowball build but does nothing in games you're behind on. So I want to see how it performs in this very close game against I'm a Cutie Pie's standard build.
And it looks like they could be going for Batoy. He flashes to save the Oracle, and that time they know he's going to be safe. They don't try to engage on that one. They wait for the second time around. So flashes down again for Batoy's engagement.
It really hurt Dignitas' ability to go in, but luckily they have Skara, who can maybe set up long enough for Batoy to walk in and land a good crescendo. Yeah. But we got to realize here, Skara is split pushing the bottom lane, and I'm a Cutie Pie is caught in a bit of no man's land. There's no teleport. There's the initiation.
They go for the Zac attack. They jump in for Let's Bounce. The Shockwave coming in as well, and Dignitas getting hit up quite hard. The turret goes down. A kill in a turret. They pressure the inhibitor.
Skara is still hitting that bottom turret. They might lose an inhibitor for that.
It's going to be the inhibitor turret for sure. Jet 30 seconds on to Jason. Not enough power coming from Dignitas at all right now, especially without Skara. He is backing, and it looks like he was able to grab the turret. It is 1,000 gold lead.
Once they saw Skara down there, they made a call. I'm a Cutie Pie wasn't in position. They got the free kill, which granted them the inhibitor. 2 turrets plus an inhib, tons of map control back, and now the pressure is really on Dignitas.
And you can see how comfortable they felt. Turret does not equal Skara, right? They went in on that instantly. I don't think Skara is going to be leaving the team too much anymore. They'll leave that up to Kiwi Kid, leave Jace to split push, because that was a bit of a mistake.
And it's the extra danger you play when you're Dignitas and you're kind of giving up some of those outer turrets. They were able to come back for it a little bit, but then as soon as they make a misstep, they lose inhibitors because they no longer have that safety net of outer turrets just set up. That middle inner turret was low before that dive happened, which made the push through even faster for Team Summon after they got the kill.
Team Summon, soon to be called Team Answer. They have an answer for everything that happened so far in the game, pulling themselves back into this one 9-7 at 27 minutes in. 5-4 in turret still as that last one put them on top of the inhibitor turret, and they're still pushing Dignitas back into their lanes.
And they're more drunker than they are about Team Summon stealing Baron, but it doesn't mean the Team Summon won't be trying to use Baron as a significant threat.
See Scar returning to top lane, trying to get CS in 245 to 195 there, and you can see that being applied. He's already upgraded to Home Guard boots, like I said, Zonia's and Abyssal to the Zonia's and Athene. So he's going to be assisting the team more as well, instead of not selfish items, the items that he needs, but it's going to help.
And look at how aggressive Team Summon is being in here. Scar actually kind of wanted to go in that situation. Crumbs could ult at any moment, but Samurai jumps in.
He does, but he goes back out, and that's what Skara wanted. He gets the ult, and he gets it again to go in. He throws down the shield. This is the engagement that they wanted. It's right next to Baron as well, but it's going to be Sicko Scott to the back line. Can he stop the crescendo? Hits up 4 members out on the backside. There goes Sicko. Crumbs looks to go down as well, but I think he flashes out. Beautiful save there for him. The Tribush is in the favor of Dignitas. They have full vision with a ward there. Skara back into the fight. His ult was able to come back up throughout the entirety of this fight. Cutie Pie picking up a kill. They have to be careful. There is so much kite on Team Summon from Otter and Korea.
3 for 0 for Dignitas, but 3 people on Dignitas are flashing red. That fight was so amazingly close.
Result of the fight if they did lose it. That Dig has to go back. They have to strive for the base now, and it's going to be a good setup for Team Summon here. They know those fights can go for long engagement. They have the shields. They need to use it. They can protect Otter. He stayed in perfect position that fight.
Otter really got dove on hard that fight. He was able to stay safe, but he also wasn't able to finish anybody off.
That's
he could
true.
kite back,
so low,
but he couldn't save the people who were diving in really hard. Grim Samurai's Bloblets were not able to be protected because Team Summon didn't have enough damage to stand their ground against the way Dignitas was assaulting them. Gotta say, Kiwi Kid was doing a huge amount of damage persistently in that fight. Now Cutie Pie sitting in the back, picked up that double kill. His collateral damages are coming into execute, which is actually what Chaos coined like a year ago. Cutie Pie's not using him at the start of the fights. Instead, he's using it to assassinate, which is really nice.
Getting that burst damage down on the end of the fight is how they are trying to solidify their kills. Low mana bars here for both Cutie Pie and Patoy. So Dignitas playing slow. Cutie Pie actually just heads back to base. He is farming it up. He actually picks up his pickaxe again. So it looks like he's actually going an Infinity Edge on top of this.
So the pickaxe will be for a last whisper, as far as I can tell. extra heap of damage.
Right. When he gets the armor magic resistance from the True Grit, he can get that 10 stack up. It's actually really hard to kill a Graves, especially with a full stack Bloodthirster. So Team Summon picking up Dragon, looking to close that gold deficit of 3,000 that Dignitas has in their favor. And I'd be on one person, may not. We do have 11,000 gold. And no, it's actually matched. Otter has more gold than I'm a Cutie Pie does, and he's 4-1-4, so props to Otter.
Yeah, it's quite a farm fest for him. 283 in 31 minutes is a very high number for an AD carry to reach, especially with the amount of team fights we've had lately and just scattered play. I mean, 6 turrets to 4 means the map is not a safe place to be right now, especially with all the initiations we've been seeing from both teams.
And again, the lane wards coming out to give entrance and exit information, keep all the teams privy of what's going on. The one catch out right now is not an option.
If one person got caught, it may end the game or at least give a Baron. So that's one of the reasons they're all kind of grouping up. Both teams have very huge initiation potential. Crumbs' ultimate can come in from about 3,000 range away, whereas Grim Samurai's
ultimate, or full global from either team. It's kind of a quasi with Nocturne.
It's just long range initiation.
Yeah.
It's not global initiation, but they're still providing a similar threat level, which is why these teams are kind of keeping their distance, just poking each other right now.
Absolutely the factor that's happening for both of them. You can see health bars aren't going down too much, and the Sona can definitely sustain a bit better to that poke war.
And Scar was actually going up top to try to clear out that wave in the top turret, but that would give Team Summon time to jump in. And now Scar actually wants to flank around the back and maybe get a team fight because Kiwi Kid is landing a lot of Shock Blast combos on a Team Summon.
See what they can continue to do, chat. It looks like they will get Scar to go up top. They have backed him off as he saw that they were losing aggression on the mid turret. He has the blue buff, so he's going to be able to clear this wave and get up to help. And it looks like Team Summon's going to pressure Baron.
It is on top of a ward, and they're just cleared it out. So Team Summon realizes, like, oh, yeah, no.
Oh, Locust,
Exactly.
that is so much damage. A good 400 shot coming in from Baron. They have to get out of that. And Dignitas would have been able to dictate that fight pretty cleanly from the backside if they wanted to, with all the poke we've seen coming in.
Especially because this is one of those Team Summon teams that doesn't melt. They know there's Team Summon people that aren't there. He didn't kill that ward.
Nope, he didn't. But he has an Oracle, like you said.
Yeah,
he walks over that one. There is the ultimate coming out. They throw it on the Paranoia as well, so they can't see too much. There's Sickle Scott coming in. Ooh. He gets, no, it's going to go somehow to Cutie Pie in the burst there. They continue the fight. Scar takes out Sickle Scott. He was the first one there without his team. Grim is next, is the passive up. A great command shockwave on the team as well. Locks them down, and they are going to try and get back into this one. Captain Korea coming back in. That was actually the lockdown from Scar. The ball was off to the side. That was Diana coming in huge. Scar locking down the team. Dignitas continues on with all 5 members.
That's a 4 for 0 plus the Baron. I gotta say the Crumbs ultimate as Team Summon was trying to approach them, blacked out the vision. It means Sicko Scott had to go in completely blind and the team didn't know what was happening. So yes, it was a smite battle. The Crumbs lucked out into winning because neither one actually won it. Cutie Pie got the last hit on it. Once the fight started, it was so scattered since Sickle Scott was panicking to get to the Baron that Dignitas really came out on top. There was a few things in that fight that were...
Balls over there. Holy crap, that was Scara. Amazing, amazing play, especially of when to know when to go in, when to come out, and when to get back in, because it's so confusing for a team to think they're going to get a kill and then be in the wrong position 1 second later.
That might have been the play that grants Dignitas a berth into the summer split, because they've now grabbed the Baron buff. They've been fighting with an exposed inhibitor for the past 10 or so minutes, but they got Baron buffs on the whole team. Nobody died in that last fight. Lock of the Iron Solari, as you said, was completed on a Crumb, so it gives them a bit more diving potential. They might look to get a huge advantage here.
Lich Bane onto Scar. He gets a nice burst in damage as well to structures. So once they do take the next fight, they are going to have these turrets in their favor very quick. Baron chugging on them as well, so they're going to be looking to push down on these lanes and go probably the Dignitas 3-lane push.
They might be doing something like that, but with how much initiation potential Team Summon has been able to throw at them, that's not what we've been seeing in this game.
That's true.
This game has been very much about just team fight
They're trying to get to the lanes, and you always see Scar come back.
It's been
There's that AoE you can get from Buckshot, like you said, the finisher in collateral damage and be used for the execution. At 36 minutes, Dignitas has found quite a lead now, 14-9 in kills. They are still down a turret, but that's kind of been the story of the game. They have everything else, but they don't have the turrets just yet.
They still need to get turrets catching up, and they still haven't broken the seal of the base yet. They need to be able to get those outer turrets down, or the inhibitor defending turrets down, and then eventually the inhibitors. And this is actually a very slow use of the Baron thus far. Dignitas trying to get control back in the map because they only got about 90 seconds of the Baron left, and it's actually, they're trying to do the 3-lane push with Scar in the bottom lane.
So they do go back to it. Grim Samurai can make his way from lane to lane with that elastic slingshot quite often. Looks like he's going to walk this one out. Skara is not showing himself. He's going to put himself now to golems and see if they get deterred from farming this bot.
So no one on Dignitas is at 6 items yet. So the farming advantage is still kind of helping them. They've been able to gain a couple thousand extra gold advantage just off of having the Baron. Even if they didn't take total control of the game with it, they've given themselves quite an edge. And this is exactly the 3-lane push. They're trying to get down as many.
Summon knows exactly what's happening if they can still engage, and they are running after this one. The shots go through, the gate isn't enough, and it looks like Batoy's gonna go down as well. Not getting away from that fight. Big kills coming in.
But Skara is trying to do some work on the bottom lane. Grim Samurai going on him as well. Nocturne approaching.
He is so big. Here comes Nocturne from the left side. They get Grim Samurai. The passive is not up. That means they are right onto the turret with this wave that's just behind them if they want. But it's gonna be Team Summon come down to guard.
Team Summon really repelling that Baron push well. They come out of it 3 kills for 2. They initiated at just the right time, caught I'm a Cutie Pie out of position, and that's Baron gone. At the end of it, Dignitas does have the 8,000 gold advantage, and they're actually at risk at maybe losing their inhibitor again.
Cutie Pie does not have the safety he usually gets out of the champions he plays. And you can see how Sickle Scott took advantage of that, face rolling into both him and Batoy. The team wasn't even there for a good 5 seconds, but he managed to do his job and keep him there.
He was way ahead, but he knew he was safe for it. And this is Crumbs and Scar dangerously trying to hold off Otter from getting this. Scar goes in, wow!
Holy macaroni, there goes Otter's Atronalty coming right back up. The terror goes down, the terrible dreams come in, and so does Scara for the kill.
And that's 3 45-second death timers now for Team Summon. Dignitas gonna rush down the mid lane. One of the things about that Ezreal build is you have a whole bunch of armor. You have no room for magic resistance, and Skara just made him pay for doing that, closing the gap, and now Dignitas wants to push back. Let's see if they can avoid the fate that Team Summon just suffered.
Turret diving, turret tanking. Look at Crumbs getting heals there. That's the 5th shot he's now tanking, and it's going to be the inhibitor going down. Dignitas has already lost theirs. Remember that Team Summon was in the base. They took down that, or they hit up on that inhib. They just weren't able to take it yet. They're gonna back out here. Dignitas now with a big upper hand and 12,000 gold.
Something crazy is going on with the Spectator today. I assure you that is Baron buff gone. The Baron buff is actually gone on Dignitas right now, so they haven't had it for any of these fights, even when Scar was back for the base defense here. So Dragon taken by Dignitas, gold lead extended, and they've gotten the inhibitor. Big plays.
We'll see what they can continue to do. When they did have the Baron, they utilized it perfectly. Now waiting 50 seconds for that to come back up. We'll have to see.
Ability power. Being able to take out the blue Ezreal. I'm a Cutie Pie actually baiting a bit in. Dignitas could be in a bit of trouble if they don't kill him.
That did not work like it did last time.
That did not work as well. Sickle Scott's had a whole game of bullying around, and here comes Crumb.
They find him just a ward. Crumb says, I'm on this one. Don't worry about it. We got Locust too. Dignitas looking good. The base is going to be open for them in a 5-3 versus.
That Lich Bane plus 620 ability power build from Skara is blowing people up, and there it is!
The crescendo on Captain Korea. He may go down. They are all onto Otter. There goes the AD carry. Team Summon is on their last breath. They bring it out. Here comes the Iron Lung. Dignitas in, and the train is rolling down the tracks.
And Cutie Pie waiting until the last second to finish the Blobbits. Looks like Dignitas is back in the summer split.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Dignitas fans, you can all breathe a sigh of relief. They have thwarted Team Summon from entering the LCS, and they look to try for first place once again in the summer split.
Big smiles coming out from Kiwi Kid. Relief from Crumbs. Mental exhaustion for these guys, but they have requalified.
The Odd One's brother and whatnot, Maple Street, and they said, this is our first best of 5s, and I learned myself in this best of 5. Dignitas was able to find themselves again and find their spot in the LCS.
They actually had 2 come from behind victories for both wins 3 and 4, so they really showed some perseverance there. Scar looks really relieved right now, walking off. And I think Team Summon as well does have a pretty good window if they continue to play on the amateur circuit, because to give Dignitas a run like that, who was 3rd place team in the regular season before the playoffs started, really shows a lot of strength as a team.
So a 15,000 gold lead helps to execute the win, but this kill, the fight at Baron for Dignitas was also huge. We have a quick replay of that.
Yeah, this fight at Baron was one of the big turning points. I mean, the smite there could have went either way. if we're being completely honest with ourselves. And then the fight itself, there's a couple plays in this fight we have to pay attention to. Skara going in while his team is re-engaging and popping the Zonics to confuse them. Then you think Cutie Pie's getting caught in the shockwave, flashes out, and then quick draws back in right away to be able to finish the cleanup. Just team
for them in that fight.
They fought their way in with that fight, because that really could have went either way, from the Baron Smite to Cutie Pie somehow finishing it to all the clutch plays in that fight.
And it really was practice, trials, tribulation, the preparation, and the ambition. Dignitas didn't come out with the same strategy time. They pulled out some Nocturne. They pulled out the Rammus Jace. Amazing to see that, you know, teams are trying to execute new strategies.
Crumbs came back from the break with Rammus, Nocturne. Kiwi Kid, big props, came back with Jace.
Yeah.
I mean, Cutie Pie pulled out Graves for the first time in a really long time. They prepared well, and it paid off.
Well, Dignitas opened up the champion pool. Everybody's diving in because now they're back into the LCS. Coming up, Dignitas' Skara and Crumbs will join us to talk about qualifying for the summer split. Plus, Kobe breaks down the biggest plays from Dig's huge win. The 2013 North American LCS Summer Promotion Tournament will respawn right after this. Good game.
Welcome to the NALCS Summer Promotion Tournament, and I'm joined by Crumbs and Skara from the recently requalified Dignitas. How you guys feeling after that one?
Well, I feel amazing right now, but before I say anything, it's Mother's Day. I want to say Happy Mother's Day to my mom, and I also want to say that we really would not be here if it wasn't for everybody that helped us. Like, when somebody says Team Dignitas, they're thinking, oh, it's just us five. There's actually a lot of people behind that helped us out here, and they deserve a special thank you. And I also want to thank a little personal, so I want to thank my friends and Mayada as well.
Awesome stuff. Skara, do you have anything?
I'm just relieved. Like that's the biggest thing, is like, it's a sense of relief. Like, I'm glad I played well. I'm glad my team played well, and I'm glad we're
We got 2 weeks because we started practicing again, and like the first week of practice, it was some of the worst plays I've ever seen by us making. So I was really glad we said, oh, thank God we got 2 weeks, or else we would have been like out of here for sure. So we got that extra week to practice, and it really stepped it up in that time that we got. So I mean, we're still, I feel like, a bit shaken. We're not at the point we should be, but we're getting back on track.
Were there any specific adjustments you felt like you made successfully to grant you this victory?
Well, we had a strategy where we wouldn't die before 4 minutes.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that strategy didn't work for the game that we lost. So we had to go back and revisit that. But aside from that, we really worked on our communication. We had Odie come into our comms from Europe at like 4 a.m. to listen to us and critique us every single day that we scrimmed on our communications and how bad it was. Like, we finally got to like a decent level now, and it really shows in our play. Like, our play is more focused.
Yeah.
We fight for objectives much better. Like, positioning is much better during the team fights. And that's all attributed to just like how much we
pressuring you guys.
I mean, if you're already planning to lose, I think you made the mistake right there. But no, we didn't plan for that. To be honest, I felt like Team Summon was significantly better than what we expected. So a big props to them, I guess, because they played very well. And maybe we should have been on a better game, but they did exceptionally well.
All right, so now that you guys have qualified, I got to talk about the next game that's coming up, because there's kind of two titans coming into today's games. It's yourselves, who have now requalified, and CLG, who's playing Azure Cats. What do you think is going to happen in the next set?
Well, we have, in those 2 weeks that we had, we scrimmed both CLG and Azure Cats. And we scrimmed CLG for the first half, and we scrimmed Azure Cats for the second half. So we know what Azure Cats doing, but not what CLG. So just based off that, I'm going to go with Azure Cats. But it's very close, to be honest. It's really close. And I'm really not biased at all. I just want to see a good game.
Scar, I hear there's a bit of disagreement here.
Yeah, I actually think CLG's got it, but I see first game loss.
And how do you think a team actually comes back from the momentum shaking? I mean, you guys lost game 2 here in this set, and you guys are a little shaken. How did you actually personally come back to win games 3 and 4 from a mental standpoint?
Well, after that game, you know, sometimes you hear a lot of people saying where they have a really bad game, you say, oh, just forget about the game entirely, don't talk about it, just focus on the next one. You really can't do that. If you're focusing, ignoring your losses, how you were defeated, you're probably going to lose in the exact same way. So, you know, enough talking about the mistakes, but see how, instead of how you mess up, how the enemy took advantage of your weakness. And just talk a little bit about that and apply it to your next game. And what we did was simply we just started banning Karthus, because that was pretty simple. And we told Cutie not to face check.
Well, that's always some good things, not face checking. Now, Scar, that you have the qualification out of the way, you can start thinking about the All-Star game. Have you thought about that at all previously, or do you have any thoughts on it?
Honestly, the best way to prep for the All-Star game is what I've been doing, like getting better at communication, getting better at mechanically laning, and like making plays. Great.
All of North America hopes it's going to be great as you guys go to face the rest of the world. And Crumbs, you have a bit of a mini vacation here between the next split. Do you have any plans?
Oh, absolutely. I'm going back to Vancouver to visit my family and friends for 2 weeks, and then I'll have to come back to LA. Vancouver is a better city.
Well, speaking like a Canadian there who really loves his hometown, but thank you very much, Scar and Crumbs, for this interview. Huge congratulations to requalify from the LCS. You guys had amazingly entertaining team fights in that one, especially the Baron steal. Baron take by Hamacutie Pie at the very last seconds. But for now, we have Kobe to break down some of the big plays from that last series over on the Telestrator.
Thank you, my friend. I've got some clips here from Game 1, Dignitas's first win. This really shows their control of the battlefield. At this point, TS is in a good position to pull off a 5-man brawl initiate here, but they're going to use Zach. Zach's main strength is charging up that elastic slingshot in Fog of War. Right here is the line. He does not want to cross that, but he ends up just walking right across into full vision of the Team Dignitas, and from there things start going bad. The second thing you're going to want to keep track of is the secondary tank for TS. He walked all the way into vision here. So they have full vision. They know exactly what TS are going to do. They should just back out right now. Our cover's been blown. We need to abort this mission. Kiwi Kid even landed the cocoon. But what they're going to do is a desperate initiate. Zach will jump into the team. When you're charging up Elastic Slingshot in vision of your enemies, though, it gives them plenty of time to just spread out. The entire team of Dignitas just run for the hills here. And we actually have Patoy and Skara going to flank around the bottom, and they'll come back into the team fight later and just destroy the back line here of TS. So let's continue to roll this at 50% speed here so we can see this in action. There's the Elastic Slingshot getting up, but he doesn't hit anybody. And these three members are able to focus him down. The Crescendo comes in, Agony's Embrace comes in, and they get bursted down. So let's pause it right here one more time. This has put them in a very, very bad situation. Everyone's been burst down by all the AoE. Crescendo plus Agony's Embrace is just devastating. And the second thing that's boring right here is the pentagram here from Locust is actually not where Karthus ends up dying. So we've got the box and the circle. If you remember playing as a little kid, you want to try and get those on the same hole here, and they don't just match up for TS, so they can't keep anyone in Karthus Defile. They jump back in with Scar. They will not leave that man behind, and they end up cleaning this entire team fight up. So we also have one more clip. I just want to throw this one as a fun little clip, a tribute to Crumbs' Rammus Jungle. That was so exciting and got Jat so happy. It was on my level of happiness for once here. We have Kiwi Kid and Crumbs just driving up to the top lane in their little Batmobile, and Kiwi Kid turns to Crumbs, he says, "You see that red button? Press it. 3, 2, 1, blast off." Here he goes! There was a flash! Sammy gets the kill. Samurai's so dead right now. Nothing he can do to get out of this. That was actually a 3, 2, 1 blast off. There we go. Anyways, you got the point. That's going to show you the power of Rammus right there. He can go into hyperdrive at any moment. So we're going to send it back to the guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Kobe, for that shapely replay. Now I'd like to welcome back to the set Curse's top laner with the OP Beard lover, Void Boy. And I got to say, man, that is one fantastic beard.
Thank you. You have an excellent beard yourself.
Thank you very much. A little beard love going around. First off, what impressed you most about Dignitas's win today?
I really think that they played quite solid. I mean, they had a shaky game, of course, and that last one, Team Summon came out with an early lead again. But unfortunately, that didn't come out for them. So I think Dignitas just showed their experience, their fortitude, and they were just able to capitalize on many mistakes. Like, even though Team Summon would win skirmishes in lane, they'd pick up a bunch of random kills. Dig just grouped up, roamed, made a lot of plays, and just came out on top in the end. So hats off to them.
All right, right on. Dignitas taking that win. But guys, earlier we asked you to tell us which NA LCS All-Star are you most excited to see perform on the world stage and why? And here's what you had to say. First one is, it looks like I'm excited to see Dyrus because I wonder what kind of champions he will pick for the comps that the team has prepared themselves.
Yeah, and I feel like Voidboy would actually be really good to speak at Dyrus' champion pool. Do you have any picks for what Dyrus would do in the top lane?
I mean, Dyrus is a really diverse champion pool. I think he's definitely expanded it, especially in the last few weeks of LCS. And he's been playing his standard Rumble, Shen, but he's also when people threw 2 or 3 bans at him, he just picked up Kha'Zix and played it really well. So I'm really excited to see what they whip out. And Dyrus, of course, solid champion pool, solid play as always. I'm pretty looking forward to that.
And a quick extension on that, how long does it take to kind of learn a new champion if you're forced into that?
Their large champion pool, generally what I'll do, I'll pick up a new champion will come out, I'll buy it, I'll play a bot game, I'll go 50 and 0. I'll be okay, I kind of understand the mechanics, and I'll jump back into solo queue, and I'll try to do the same thing there. So if you're really good at just understanding the game, your mechanics are flawless, then you can pick up champions really easily. And I think most of the top players have mastered that level of ability.
All right, right on. So our next question is from Holy Bagel. And that's the way bagels usually are. Xpecial is going to be very good. He is an extremely skilled player, not just a support. He can 1v1 a lot of people in their roles.
And I've actually heard that from back in Season 2 when Xpecial would warm up with Reginald a lot of times in mid lane. He just beat him in a 1v1 matchup. So it's a good support to get picked for the All-Star game.
Absolutely. Well, how do you feel about that?
I mean, yeah. Not many people might know this, but Xpecial actually used to be a solo lane player. He was a very formidable AP mid back in the day, and he was top of the ladder. Everyone respected Xpecial as a player, and then when he joined TSM, he's on the same team with Reginald. They decided to put him in the support role, and he's been playing phenomenally for the past few years. So yeah, Xpecial definitely has a lot of mechanical skill. He understands the game.
Focus on just protecting him. I like that, actually.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see if the All-Star game turns into a Camp Doublelift or a Camp Skara lanes, because those are actually two people who get camped fairly frequently, so they really have to decide between the two.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Doublelift, Saint Vicious, Dyrus, Skara, Xpecial, all excellent players. I mean, they have a week, 2 weeks to practice at their boot camp, so I'm sure they're going to come up with a bunch of crazy strategies that they're going to whip out. and I'm pretty sure they're going to extend beyond just protecting double lift.
All right, guys, we got a few more questions to go. Win song, or answers, I should say. I am most excited to see St. Vicious. He has had ups and downs and big losses in the spring LCS, and I want to see him redeem his place.
And obviously, Voidboy is a teammate of St. Vicious in the jungle. Got to feel pretty happy about him making it to the All-Star team and getting the exposure.
Yeah, I mean, that's awesome for him. He's going to get to play in the All-Star team, represent our country and all our fans, so I'm just rooting for them. I hope they do really well, and I can't wait to see them play on the big stage.
All right, so last answer from the community here. I am most excited to see Skara perform due to his explosive gameplay, especially when he gets going on a roll. It should be fun. We actually saw that explosive play today.
Yeah, when he got going on Diana in that last game, he exploded people pretty much for the rest of it. And actually, Voidboy and I are both potential former teammates of Skara, so I'm pretty excited to see him go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if there's one thing you can say about Scar, it's when he gets a lead, he runs with it. Like, he knows how to apply pressure on the map. His Eve games, his Diana games, he's just like, if he gets one kill, he just turns that into 10. Like, he knows how to keep his team in the game against all odds, and I think that's one of his top assets.
All right, well, thank you very much, Voidboy, once again, all the way through the first match, which leaves Dignitas with the win. So keep those answers coming. We're at LOL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag LCS.
And now that we've heard what you had to say on Twitter, we want to hear from you about the LCS. Go to bit.ly/LCS fan feedback and share your thoughts with us. All right, with only one berth in the NALCS Summer Split still up for grabs, let's take a look at the promotion bracket. Yesterday, Quantic and Velocity earned their spots in the summer season by taking out Complexity and Marn. And as you just saw, Dignitas locked up their slot in the split by knocking off Team Summon.
And coming up next, Hotshot GG and Counter Logic Gaming fight for their professional careers against former teammate Big Fat LP and his new squad, Azure Cats, in the promotion tournament's final best-of-5 series.
And once the last Nexus Crystal has been crushed, we'll all have 8 NALCS Summer Split teams locked in. And you know what that means, Riv?
It's time to drop a sick beat.
Test the mic. Go ahead.
What I'm more excited for is really the next split
of season 3.
It's gonna be more competitive than ever.
Next split. The next split.
What I'm more excited for is really the next split.
Next split. The next split.
It's gonna be more competitive than ever.
So happy right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right. It's gonna be more competitive than ever.
For the next split.
The NA scene has gotten so strong. So strong. It's gotten a lot stronger than before. So strong. So strong. So strong.
Next split. For the next split. 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 Next split. For the next split.
Wait, what was that?
Next split.
Can't control myself.
I know a lot about Azure Cats, and there's no reason for any team to hold anything back, because this is their chance to get into LCS.
Even though they do have more experience than us, I think we can like catch them off guard.
I feel like we are the new coming in because GG is an ex-member of CLG. He just wants to see them go down.
There's no rivalry at all. They're the team we have to play.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2013 North American LCS Summer Promotion Tournament. I'm David Freak Turley, and my co-caster here is Sam Hartman-Kensler. Now, after 7 series, 21 games, and 2 new North American LCS teams, it's time to award the 8th and final LCS spot in the summer split to the winner of this last matchup. It's Counterlogic Gaming versus Azure Cats. Now, for CLG, the stakes couldn't be higher. On the line for Hotshot and crew is not just a trip to the LCS, but the very existence of the team.
Yeah, Hotshot said, a couple of weeks ago that CLG would probably just band if they lose. And now they're up against this Azure Cats team that he said was stronger than the Vulcan team that actually knocked them out of the playoffs. So CLG are going to need their all-star AD Doublelift to step up after a bad playoff performance versus Vulcan and play like a real all-star today.
Of course, yeah, he is in that. So on Friday, the Azure Cats showed their claws by shredding Doublelift 2-0 behind their mid laner and former CLG member, Big Fat LP.
Yeah, a lot of people were talking about how Double Buff was being underrated going into that matchup, but Azure Cats proved that they were the better team, and Big Fat LP was the one really leading the way. He went 8-3-5 in those 2 games. And even though CLG benched him before, he said there's no hard feelings, and this is all business. But he will go through whoever he has to get into the LCS.
So even though Big Fat says it's just another day in the office, both teams are looking for blood in this grudge match.
CLG, I think we feel pretty good. GG and his former teammates have some rivalry there.
Everyone's going to talk about like grudge match, Big Fat GG got benched from CLG and now they're facing each other. What if he wins?
Because I've been on CLG and pretty much co-founded it, I definitely know a lot about those players.
We would rather not want to play against GG just because he's really paired and he's also taking it extremely serious.
I think it gives us an advantage because he has a lot more intel than you'd imagine.
You lose, and you just be sent to the dumps and forgotten about.
It's going to be quite difficult games, and it should be really exciting.
That's what I've been doing my whole life. Now anything can happen.
One's looking for blood.
I really want to win this game.
It's the most important match of our career.
Our lives are on the line. We could stir up some mess. This match decides it all.
Well, guys, the battle for the last spot in the North American LCS Summer Split is about to begin. So let's take a look at the starting lineups. In the blue health bars, it's Counterlogic Gaming, Hotshot GG in the top lane, Chowster in the jungle, Link in mid, Doublelift the AD carry, and Aframu on support.
And on the red side, it's Azure Cats. Cruiser the Bruiser is up top, Dragunner is in the jungle, Big Fat LP at mid, Demon Lull on AD carry, and Obituous supporting.
All right, guys, before we get into Champ Select, let's see who you guys think is going to be the last team to qualify for the North American LCS Summer Split. According to LOLesports.com, 55% think that CLG will win this matchup.
This is going to be a close one. I think you guys got it just spot on with this guess.
And the funny thing is, as well, when you look at what happened in Europe, we actually lost 3 of the spring split teams. And the team that was highest rated in the regular season, Copenhagen Wolves, is the one that remained in. Well, we've lost 2 LCS teams so far. Dignitas was 3rd place in the regular season. They stayed in. Is history going to repeat itself? Is CLG gone here?
I don't know. This is going to be very close. We'll have to jump into that champion select to figure out what they're going to use, which tools, because CLG just released a bunch of vlogs from every single person on their team saying that they have new champions, they have a new face that they're going to show, and people won't be expecting it.
Well, right now we do have some expected bans at the very least. Vayne dropped out from Doublelift, Jarvan away from Chowster. On the other side, CLG dropping Zach, Rumble, and Hecarim away.
So there's going to be no Nidalee ban versus CLG, which in the past, has been a really big thing because they have 2 Nidalee players, Link and Hotshot. Even though Hotshot hasn't been playing as much Nidalee, he's been playing more tank focus up in that top lane.
Okay, well, we'll see. They've actually grabbed Shen, though, right off the bat. So speaking of tanks, Hotshot's already picked up 1.
Oh, they're hovering over the Rammus, too. Definitely had a lot of fun with that one with Crumbs. The accelerated Rammus from Jace on his team. We're just making really exciting ganks, and I always like to see that one. It looks like he is even going to lock it in.
Wow, that is fun. Like, we haven't seen Rammus in, like, we see it like once in a while from Cyanide over on Fnatic, and like that's about it. And, like, the occasional Korean team, and suddenly Rammus is like, okay, picked, banned, picked, like in a row, and he's suddenly like, he's hot stuff.
I feel like we do have these fads in the LCS where, one week it's Xerath week. Everybody's using Xerath now, and then, oh, never mind, he's gone now. That was so last week, Freak. And now we've got Rammus. Rammus is in right now. Rammus
the
is
Sunday champion.
Yeah, there we go.
Sona, however, she's remained around for a while. Sona is going to be the support. No, just kidding. Psych! Zed grabbed up for mid lane.
Ooh, a little bit too quick with that one. Zed, extremely popular. We saw Big Fat LP use him very effectively to get them into this spot. They just kind of rolled over that double F team that everyone was talking about having some extra oomph that they never really came with.
So yeah, Azure Cats did 2-0 the first time around. We'll see if they can get the 3-0 here. I did talk to a Biturist real quick, and he said, though I think everyone says it, he says, oh yeah, 3-0, no problem.
Yeah.
So maybe they'll get it.
Yeah, a lot of people I'm talking to are like, yeah, it's gonna be 3-0, and I'm like, oh, who's gonna win? And they're like, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Like, yeah, either way, it's gonna go 3-0, but it'll be one team winning. I'm just not sure which. That's like, if these teams are that close, it'll probably be going to 5. As I saw yesterday, we had probably the closest ones, best of 5 that we've ever seen here, with that single man taking out the Nexus in the end. Very exciting.
And only 70 health left on him. So another couple of picks have been grabbed here for Counter Logic Game. You've got the Ezreal picked up, I'm assuming for double. We've seen it in the jungle, to be fair, and a Nidalee grabbed.
Yes. So that Nidalee, like we said in the beginning, actually 2 players have played her. Hotshot has a history of him playing her. He hasn't played her recently, except the last few days in solo queue. Actually, both of us have seen him play it, and so that might actually be going up into his hands, and they could use that Shen first pick as sort of a mind game and try and trick them, send Shen into the jungle, and actually have Hotshot on his solo Nidalee.
We'll see. At the very least, they do have options here. Could always still run it on Link. Azure Cats with 13 seconds left to make their choices. Unlike last game, everyone hovered over Nunu just to troll everybody. This time around, they're much more straight-faced.
That's a Dignitas special there. I talked about on the first day the new picture of Nunu's face. I'm a Cutie Pie is a really big fan because there's just something just diabolical in that little child's face that you can tell he's thinking something sneaky. Ooh, so the Verisona combo is one of the most CC heavy AD and support combos that you can have in this entire game. So that adds a lot of utility to the Azure Cats team when you go with a mid laner like Zed, who's all damage.
Yeah, you mentioned that, where you really need that crowd control to back your team up. So you've seen the 4 champions so far for Azure Cats. They still need, I'm guessing, a top lane. I suppose Cruiser could play Zed anyway. And CLG, we're going to actually see right here what they are going to go for. Is it going to be a hot shot on Nidalee, kind of beckoning back to Season 1 times when they were really the dominant American force?
So, and we also saw, an Ezreal poke comp yesterday too. We already have Nidalee. If you save your last 2 picks to lock in a poke comp, then that's usually the way you would want to go about it. We're just going to get that Orianna, which is classic Link. So we are going to see the return of the hot shot Nidalee GG. I'm sure the old school CLG fans are just having a field day today. Big Fat LP is back. The rest of CLG are playing their old champions. This is going to be very exciting. That means it's going to be Chowster taking that Shen to the jungle.
So full on old school style here. And the last pick to be coming up here, looks like it might just be Elise for the top lane, and it is locked in, Elise top.
We saw Chris definitely making a really, really impressive play with Elise in his games, churning that triple kill, the gank around bottom. So there's so many moves you can.
He swaps left for these guys here, so break me down at each of these teams' lineups.
We do have the return to Hotshot on that Nidalee, and Hotshot has, in the past, always played that Nidalee as a split pusher. So when you add that to a Shen on your team, there is a ton of global pressure here for the CLG team. They can split push with several different characters in any lane, and the Azure Cats are really going to have to be able to control creep waves very well in this game to win. So I think that's going to be their main focus. It's not really going to be about going for the early kills. It's all going to be about minion wave control during this game.
Okay, so if they get into a 5-on-4 where Hotshot is split pushing, he doesn't have teleport here, he's got Ignite, so he can't get back to his team easily. Can they just dive in with Rammus Zed and like just force 5-on-4 super hard?
It's one of the best parts of Rammus is that he can, sneak up and he'll powerball out of a bush or something, and he's a great engage from a very long distance. So it's a good answer to catching someone if you do choose to have Hotshot as your split pusher instead of your Shen. Maybe while Stand United is down, but it's gonna really be about the overall map control. I mean, the 3 lanes, you're gonna have to keep constantly aware of where the minion waves are.
Ironically in red, and we're gonna get ourselves out of the base. BO5 win 3 games into the LCS.
Here we have pretty much normal starts coming out. They're spread. Both pings for each team actually coming on different sides, but both of them are coming out very defensively.
Okay, so we see them just milling about. Early wards of actually none so far. The ball has come out from Link, but otherwise no one has actually done anything but be a human ward so far. There's the first one down. Uh-oh, Big Fat's been spotted.
Oh no, the Ninja has been seen. His cover's blown. That's a huge detriment when you are on that Zed. Ninja's always trying to stay in the shadows.
Always, always. But meanwhile, actually, Counterlogic Gaming and Azure Cats both are actually looking at very default lane lineups here. Mid laners in mid, junglers in the jungle, top laners in top, and the AD carry support both bottom.
Crews are very happy to take Hotshot and try and take Wolves to, sort of compensate for that. It's a little bit less experience, but it's not quite that much.
Okay, so we're going to see how much the jungle can be taken by both sides. The AD carrying support, as you mentioned, for both sides are squaring off and taking a small camp for themselves. Cruiser and Dragon are actually going to start at double golems. Big Fat LP is just watching for an invade as a human ward.
They actually didn't have to spend much money on level 1 wards here. Azure Cats being a little bit stingy. They only have the 1 to protect themselves from a late blue invade.
Wow, so a little bit of money saved. We'll see if that ends up panning out to anything special. Double Lift was given actually full experience on the big golem down at the bottom, so he'll be hitting 2 very fast. Chowster gets a bit of help from Hotshot, and he's going to be taking out the blue buff himself, and he has saved a smite.
Demon Will on the other side actually got the full experience from the Wolves, so they're pretty much even here. We might not see, that arcane shift as soon as you hit level 2 on Ezreal, leveling that up as fast as possible and just forcing the all-in. He's got a few seconds right now where he's got the level advantage, but there goes guard fairly early because you are going up against one of the most dangerous AD assassins in Zed. And the early armor will really help out with that laning phase.
Oh, but Chowster is actually waiting to slink around behind Dragoner. Will his team show up? Looks like not, but he's actually going to wait in the brush and maybe try to find some harassment. Of course, he has a ward. He finds Rammus actually, who pulls it towards the brush, and now Chowster wants to pull into the darkness. It's going to be a smite war. Big Fat LP does show up. Chowster might be overstaying.
Oh!
He smites way early. Dragoner takes that one up, and Big Fat LP is nearby, and nothing is picked up here for CLG, just a lost smite.
Extremely early with that smite. The tooltip actually says the damage that your smite does. All you have to do is read that tooltip, and it's true damage, so it's not going to be reduced.
It is not false damage, so double lift and no. Double lift and after move down at the bottom lane. There is actually a ward in that lower brush that can spot them if they try to brush juke. Otherwise, Afro is just shielding the poke here from Obituarist.
And now they're going to have to worry more about the jungler from Azure Cats down in that bottom lane because, like Doublelift always said, the reason that they lose most games is when he gets camped, and they keep him do lane ganks very effectively this early in the game with that power ball.
And I just want to point out, you mentioned how far ahead Rammus is, 19-7 as far as minion kills are concerned. That is definitely a very big difference. Meanwhile, we look at the mid lane, and that one actually still is very close, and so far the builds haven't differentiated just yet.
Yeah, and you don't really catch up very quickly with Shen either. He has gotten the early Madreds, but he's not the quickest of junglers. And Dragunner is going to be looking for the first gank as he comes out with double buffs. Like we said, you know, Powerball, you can use that to either get to your jungle camps faster, or you can come straight through a lane for a lane gank.
Okay, so far these lanes have been staying fairly equal, fairly close. Doublelift has some minions still to farm out, should be tying up pretty well as they get pushed down towards the turret. So let's take a look then at the top end. We haven't seen that yet so far. It's the return of Hotshot on Nidalee. He's actually getting pushed very, very hard right now by Cruiser and does have a minion deficit.
Yeah, Cruiser's doing a really good job. This is why really they wanted the heads up. Nidalee, she at the early stages of the game, it's a little bit tough for her to go up against Elise because he does have to work extremely tanky.
I actually looked up the build. So he has both 8% armor and magic pen. I assume a hybrid pen marks and 21 offense, actually. 21 or maybe even 30. So the AP is actually coming from AP per level. He's got a bunch of magic and armor pen. And he's going for a sort of damagey build.
Yeah, so it will be, you know, that a bruiser hybrid Nidalee coming into the end game. He's behind by a little bit, but it's not the biggest deficit. The problem that could really make this a lot bigger is, you know, the Rammus coming in for a lane game.
Yeah, that'll be a little bit scary. So Hotshot does have 2 traps down in the brush right here that could spot Rammus coming through. It's going to be interesting to watch. We'll see if he makes a move right now. The minion wave right now is actually pushing towards Cruiser's side.
And that will be just perfect for Dragunner. He would have to have the patience to wait. That's all he's got to do, because if you charge up your Powerball and get to the max speed before Hotshot gets vision, then he won't be able to get out of the way. He'll have to burn a flash or something. The only other thing is Hotshot's just got another jump here. He's hit level 6. He can turn into that kitty form and leap away.
So we'll see if they can actually manage to make a gank happen. And look at that, Dragunner. He's still waiting. He's been here for like a minute or so. They're really trying to make this kill happen. And in the meantime, Chowster's actually caught up in minions 21-28, as well as he, you know, takes down the mid lane as well. So suddenly CLG are in decent shape. Hotshot back.
We had Rammus waste this entire time in that top bush. He didn't get anything out of that. So his entire beginning lead that he got with the failed smite attempt from Chowster is just thrown out the window.
And what's funny is Hotshot was about 2 feet away from him at the very front of the other brush. And as soon as Rammus recalled, Hotshot was like, by the way, guys, I'm here. I just want you to know that. I was waiting the whole time. The Hotshot, like, super mind gamed that. That's impressive. The blue buff does go over to Link, so he's going to have that one to farm out. We watch the bottom lane now, and just a giant wave clear coming out from these guys.
Yeah, they actually use the Howling Gale plus the True Shot Barrage to instantly clear that wave and go back to buy. This is going to force Demon Low and Obituous to actually spend a little bit extra time, and we'll have Doublelift returning quicker with that BF sword.
Okay, so the builds are differentiating right now. Doublelift right now not looking like Blue Ezreal. At the very least, it's going to be starting with something yellow or red. See what other primary colors you can go for in this game. Link is going to farm under turret, but with blue buff, seems to be pretty decent right here. Big Fat, though, still does have an early minion kill lead in this lane.
We saw this in the last set where Big Fat LP he out-farms everyone in the mid lane on that Zed, no matter who they were. He said in the last match.
Yeah, Big Fat. And so the blue buff actually is being given over to Dragunner. We've seen that a few times now where you mentioned that blue buff is useful on Zed, but we've seen many times now that Zed is giving that away to his jungler.
Yeah, I mean, it'll increase your damage output, you know, if you get into the team fights or something, because you can spam your abilities quicker and the energy regen. Zed is actually a very energy-hungry champion, and the cooldown on his Shadow Slash is so low that he can just spam it.
Well, right now, though, we're seeing a very early Dragon attempt by Azure Cats. They've actually pulled everyone down, and look at that, smited away. Azure Cats with an early Dragon take, completely uncontested.
That was that controlling the minion waves that I was talking about. Elise up top. Cruiser was able to shove that whole wave to Hotshot, and since Hotshot has just been last hitting, Cruiser noticed, okay, he's probably going to freeze this one, and he won't get, you know, a huge jump on my top turret. I'll have time, come down, we get the Dragon easily, and then I'll get back to top turret before Hotshot can take it down.
Well, you can see the Cannon Minion taking it up right here as Cruiser makes his slow way across. Early Magic Pen for this Elise build. Well, Hotshot starts with an early Chalice to add some magic resist on top.
Yeah, so he's kind of trying to counter that, flat pen build right there. And it is cheaper if you're the one on the defensive. If you're buying up,
there is a Ruby Crystal on top. So does seem to be going for a bit of durability. We watch Chowster run through the jungle, and he is now level 6 as his Dragoner. So the first ganks, at least from Shen, might start coming out.
Yeah, Azure Cats really have to keep that one in the back of their minds. It's hard to judge when a jungle Shen will hit that 6, and you have to start taking into account Stand United into your trades and your gank attempts.
So if you're Azure Cats, then is that just why we haven't really seen them push in very much, or has CLG just done a very good job of landing and not overextending themselves?
I expected a lot more aggression out of a Rammus jungle. A Rammus jungle that got an early lead like that. I'm a little bit, disappointed here, but it looks like we may have something come to a head in the mid lane here.
Chester looks for a little something, but Dragoner's coming for the side. It might be a 2-on-2. There's the taunt on the Big Fat LP. Dragoner. The ball is onto Chowster, but he's got a big shield, and they go onto Link instead. Big Fat looking for a bunch of damage there. Shenol comes across, doesn't even take much damage from Zed in the end, and now everyone is going to actually just back themselves right away. Link burned Flash, Big Fat burned Ignite.
So it's just very calm play from both sides there. It looks even like it may be in slow-mo here. A couple of ultimates burned, but they always, each person was a step ahead, and so slight win right there for Azure Cats.
They will in fact have about a 75-second window just to corroborate your story where you're going to have the death mark available. Azure Cats are making another move though. Look at that. Chowster puts a pink ward in his own blue, but Dragoner, he's going to put a green ward down right there, and Chowster's like, yeah, I'm one step ahead of you. Thanks for the 25 gold.
Plus, he's got those quick ninja reflexes. Takes out that ward. Lickety split. Goes up to top lane here.
Well, he does have Cruiser waiting around right by the wall. He taunts over it, so Chowster's got to wait until that taunt comes back up. 10 seconds to go on the cooldown, and Cruiser is still in enemy territory, and here comes the move in from Chowster.
He's still got another 4 seconds on taunt, so he's just going to use that red buff slow.
And he's got to slow down. There comes the rappel up in the air. He goes the other way around. Will he try to flash over? Oh, the flash taunt onto Cruiser under the turret. First blood goes to Hotshot. GG.
Well calculated gank right there from Chowster. Really nice play. He didn't even wait the extra few seconds for their taunt to come back up because he knew he had the red buff slow, and they just corner that spider, trick him into going into their own base. Flash definitely worth that first blood.
So there we go, Hotshot. Because of that kill, and no one in his lane is happily taking away some farm. Chowster spots Rammus coming up from the side.
So again, Rammus now, he's going to soak up some lane experience here, so at least it doesn't go to waste for Azure Cats. And the gold lead from that first blood, not going to be too huge because they were winning the minion war. Nice counter jungling right there. We said anytime that you have the enemy jungler visible in the lane, having them have to cover for your solo laner, then you're going to want to take advantage of that. Chowster does exactly that. Very well calculated play so far from Chowster.
Now Double, if we see him, we haven't looked at him in a while, but right now his lane is looking rough, to be honest. He's not been camped, but he is just farming out and losing his turret. Look at the health bar dropping lower and lower. Demon Lord and Mavitcher is putting a bunch of pain there. Aftermove finally shows back up. These guys are mirroring their builds right now.
Both of them do have that BF sword early, so probably we'll see some Infinity Edges coming out. We don't have any Vamp Scepters, so the Bloodthirster's not in the works, but now we have Rammus looking to make moves bottom, and again, Chowster one step ahead. He's also in the bottom area already, so if the tower dive comes out from Azure Cats, it could turn poorly.
Well, they've got a Shen with one hit left on the turret, and Azure Cats cannot quite push through. As Chowster says, hey guys, away from my stuff, thank you very much. Another pink ward comes out, and that is another ward kill here for Chowster.
And he still has another pink ward in his inventory. Chowster not being stingy with those pink wards, wants to get that vision advantage. They will give up the turret after this one though, because they want Double F to be able to go finish off. He does get the Bloodthirster instead of going Infinity Edge build, so he's going to have the mid-game power spike once he does get that one stacked up.
Crowd says it was 55-45. Expert said it was going to go 3-0 one way or the other. Azure Cats are looking very good right here as the challenger team.
They were looking extremely strong. That dragon that I just forgot about from the beginning really adds to that gold lead. Even taking out the first blood there, definitely overshadowing it. And the extra turret down bottom, plus the one in mid, means that this entire red side jungle of CLG is going to be under contestation.
Here we go. They are in their own jungle trying to take the red away. There's a ward on top of them, but I don't think anyone's nearby. That one back, so Doublelift will have that nice red buff to go as a nice red Bloodthirster, but he's added a Sapphire Crystal, so he's a color betrayer.
So he may be looking for an alternative route to go with that Blue Ezreal build and, you know, get the damage mid-game that people are always talking about Blue Ezreal lacks.
Yeah.
And then you sort of pick up that blue items, maybe going to the Tier or the Sheen after that.
So let's see, Doublelift is starting up on this Dragon. It's down to half health right now. They're looking for a catch. A bit of damage here on a Dragon, or the slowdown as well. Exhaust even being used, and they burn away Dragoner's Flash. That is a summoner for a summoner. Now Chowster wants to go back in, but he's taking damage from an enemy ninja. Could be a little scary.
A summoner for a summoner plus a ridiculous...
Extremely dangerous, so Hotshot's going to back off from this one. Trades away actually his summoners, though, just for the repel. So that was actually probably a better trade for Cruiser. Ezreal comes by, nearly hits him, and now they're trying again for the Dragon. They did see that Rammus came top.
And Hotshot's Nidalee in the top has taken effect now. He's going to take down that top turret as the rest of his team goes for this Dragon and backs off. Here comes the Rammus.
And there we go, goes right on in the knockup there. Is he going to pull up on a Chowster? The shotgun comes by as well. So much damage. Chowster's going to fall over. 1 kill on the map. Big Fat LP jumping in on a Doublelift. Look at the damage output there. The Orianna shield just might be enough. The Janna heal as well. Doublelift has survived. Late flashes away, but here comes Speedball Rammus. Oh, he's Q times out. The arrow won't quite land. CLG picked up their own kill onto Big Fat. Amazingly well played.
Yeah, the rest of his team wasn't quite able to keep up with him, but now we have Afro cornered.
This is not good. He's up against the wall. Oh, just barely lands the taunt. That is not good. Janna's going to fall.
So they do get 2 for 1. GG's life is, or Big Fat LP's life is answered back for 2 kills right there, and the Dragon's still up. Means that Hotshot is the only one in the area who could contest it if they wanted to rush that one down.
He is nearby, put some traps down, and it looks like he has stopped the Dragon attempt. So even though Azure Cats did go...
that is going to leave our top exposed, and Cruiser wants to answer turret for Dragon.
And right now, CLG has just so much control. They pick up their own Dragon. So we're now 2-2 on champion kills, 1-1 on Dragons, 1-2, very, very close score on turrets, and Cruiser looks to equalize that one as well.
Yeah, he's going to be a little bit slow here, though. Probably won't be able to get this one in time. He needs another minion wave to get there, and Hotshot already hopping his way back.
Yeah, he's going to make his way over. Now it's the next move up for Azure Cats. They seem to be the one trying to make their presence known. They are up 900 gold. A lot of that because of the turret kill. CLG forced to play defense right here.
Azure Cats looking for some invades on both sides of the map here. We had a 3-man move up to the top lane, but they did abort that mission. They've got an Oracles on Sona, and he's just clearing out wards over here.
Okay, Chowster up on the blue left, though, so Wardex that spots that one out. Dragoner is here. We'll see if the Smite More can be won, and look at that. Grabbed very successfully. Chowster's was still down. Dragoner with a great steal.
That early gameplay actually gave him confidence. Now Big Fat LP in trouble.
Deathmark did go off. Devil has to pull the Shen, but Big Fat, oh, he doesn't make the flash. Trades his life for just a Shen ultimate. Now Demon Lord, look at the damage from Link right there. Burns the barrier down, doesn't even use all of it though. Demon Lord is running away. Ezreal's coming up from below him. Not gonna quite clip him there. Hotshot GG though in a bad spot, chased down by Powerball. Dragoner says, you know, I can't quite catch him, no thank you.
Yeah, Hotshot right there putting out a lot of damage on that Nidalee, but he wasn't able to take him down. Good taunt here from Dragoner to save his teammate. Big Fat LP getting caught down in the bottom. Very unfortunate failed flash, but they did get the Stand United cooldown.
That is big, and of course Shen being in the jungle has not hit level 11 yet either. So still the gigantic cooldown version of that spell. Have to wait quite some time. Cruiser finally answers up into the top lane, makes it actually 3-1. I said it was 2-1 in CLG's favor a while ago. That was wrong. Azure Cats now 3-1 up in turrets, winning this game by about 1,000 gold.
Yeah, the full cooldown on level 1 Shen ult for Chaucer was sitting at 188 seconds, so it's a very long one. That tool, you have to use that one sparingly because that's the biggest cooldown here that they have available. Azure Cats now, since they do have the full outer ring of turrets down, they should look to group up here because that's really where they have the advantage. They have Rammus who can catch someone out. Sona can even give him a little extra speed boost. Hotshot with the steal. It looks like, you know, Chowster with his smite, no match for Dragoner, but Hotshot with his spears could take him.
That's when you know that Hotshot's kind of back where he's supposed to be because he threaded it like through the Rammus, kind of like curved it around the side. If you ever saw the movie Wanted, I think it was, where they could curve bullets, that's Hotshot and Nidalee right here.
Yes, he is really staking his claim in this upper side jungle of Azure Cats. The return of the king, Hotshot Chi-Chi, Nidalee.
Indeed. So Big Fat, though, I mean, look at this guy. I mean, the jungles have been the other teams for most of this game. Big Fat's coming through, stealing away the red buff. A great ward there. Cruiser being shoved away by Hotshot. These guys, it's funny, we talked about the fact that it didn't start out super aggressive, but now we're seeing people in enemy territory all the time. In the top lane, though, Hotshot getting jumped on. Cruiser and Dragon are doing what they can. Now can the Needly escape? Going through the brush, gets the move speed. There's Repel up across the wall. Hotshot's going to jump the other way, flashes the wall, and he's gotten out.
Lightning fast Rammus right there. That's the mobility boots that are upgraded with Home Guard coming out in a power ball. There's nothing you can do to predict that coming. He can come out to any lane if you're that far pushed up. Hotshot does have to spend his flash to get away. Little bit of a mispounce right there.
And not ideal. However, we see Doublelift and Aphromoo trying to sort of answer back this bottom lane aggression. We had seen it go down to Demon Lull and Obituarist a while ago, and now it's CLG's turn to put the pressure there.
Yeah, and down there in that bottom lane, we have Doublelift. After he got the early power spike with the Bloodthirster, he switched over to that blue build that we were talking about. So he's trying to shore up the weaknesses that he sees in it.
That's an interesting adaptation there for Doublelift. The turret does go down. CLG finds their second. Stand United and the rest of CLG's ults are available. Dragonor's coming in. He's looking for something. He's in the middle of everybody right there with Powerball on. Takes a bunch of payment. There comes the Varus ult. Hotshot GG is around. The root goes off on Aphromoo. They're going to still fight right here. CLG's like taking turns getting rooted in place, and finally the chain of corruption stops spreading. CLG's still around, and again, they're looking to steal away a blue buff.
Yeah, and the Rammus, again, since he was poked down so early, no tank here for Azure Cats, and they're just forced to poke as they watch CLG take away the blue and give it to Link.
So we have an exactly tied game right here, 30.2 thousand gold apiece, as Hotshot makes me a liar clearing out that middle lane wave. But even still, the score is close. CLG looks for this mid lane turret right here. They've got minions. Aphromoo took some damage, but they've got the numbers to take another turret down.
Like the old but new look from CLG that they were talking about, using some picks people would not expect, sending Hotshot back to his original state on Nidalee, and Doublelift with his little tweaks, his slight adjustments to the blue Ezreal build.
And look at his performance in this game. We talked in the pregame about Doublelift possibly choking, and he's at 240 minions. By far first place. He's got 2 champion kills. That's also first place. And he's the only guy above 8,000 gold at 8,800.
Yeah, CLG looking much better right now, but Azure Cats are answering. They come back, take the secondary turret. The only thing for them is that GG had Big Fat LP had a really good start, but he's sort of fallen off since then because he keeps on getting caught. He had that one fail flash. He's died for it twice now, and since he rushed that Blade of the Ruined King, his little moment where that is really going to have its chase potential and its power spike is kind of passing by. And that's really why a lot of people talk about the Bloodthirster on Zed more preferred sometimes than that Blade of the Ruined King rush.
Okay, so we'll see how he can do in these battles over time. Certainly, yeah, he's bought up Boots 1 now.
All right.
Zed can now walk faster.
Paper bags for GG.
And CLG is actually going to return to mid lane. So we had seen the second middle turret for CLG fall just about a minute ago. Azure Cats pushed down for that one and basically tied the gold back up. However, CLG says, nah, we're not content being down. We want to be in the lead. Please give us your dragons. Thank you very much. We'll see if Azure Cats can answer here.
Yeah, they've hit 3 of their main item thresholds here. We have an Aegis of the Legion on Chouster, so that's more defensive as he gets taunted.
A whole bunch of shields on him, though. He's going to survive for now. Big Fat comes into the front, and he's going to look for Doublelift right here, but he's been exhausted right away. Big Fat will be falls down, but a beautiful crescendo comes across. Hotshot GG gets a Shen ultimate, and now CLG will try to answer back. They picked up 2 kills so far. A third one picked up as well. Double moves forward. He lands the slow there. He's going to keep trying to chase. Oh, but the nice hail of arrows might just stop CLG's advance. Double is not content to stop with this one, though. He's going to land another Q onto Cruiser. They might keep moving forward. Hotshot forced to run away. No, just a 3 for 0 with the Dragon. That's pretty easy for CLG.
So hard to get away from that Iceborne Gauntlet Ezreal. Doublelift able to chase them down right there. And you have to give a shout out to Aphromoo in that fight. The Howling Gale to interrupt the all-in from Big Fat LP really bought them that split second that they needed to turn it around. So well played by CLG right there. They're looking just very calm and collected this game.
They are indeed. Their focus has been great. Aphromoo forced to run away from Dragoner, who does actually ward out the Baron Pit. So Azure Cats does know that's next on the table. Baron, is it really a major objective for these guys, or is it a sneak, or what?
Baron is it's extremely early for Baron. It's not really where the huge focus is right now. You want to keep tabs on it, so it's nobody sneaks it, of course, but nobody's really going to go for a rush on that. It's really the prize at the end of an ace or something like that.
Oh, right now, actually, Hotshot does hit the mark with his Javelin, though. So he puts a little bit of damage there on a Cruiser. Seems like he's going to be okay. Big Fat LP shows up as well. Hotshot, again, landing one. And he's picked up Athene's Unholy Grail, so Hotshot does have some ability power in this build now, as well as max cooldown reduction. This could be an interesting take on top Nidalee.
Yeah, it reminds me of Stanley, where Stanley rushed that Spirit Visage as well, and he just becomes this immovable object. It increases the effectiveness of her heals that she can put on herself, plus that cooldown reduction you're talking about, can just keep spamming out the spells. And he just does not want to leave this top lane, continue to keep up the pressure here, while the rest of CLG are able to poke and pressure a different lane here. They have Janna, they have the perfect disengaged support, so CLG should not be caught at any point.
I gotta say, there's one thing Hotshot's good at. It's staying top lane while his team does other things. Like, that is the one trait you know Hotshot has and does very, very well. And he's doing this right here. And the red buff now also being stolen away. Great pickup for CLG.
And then in Hotshot's pro player pick, he said his favorite thing about Nidalee is waiting, letting his team do a team fight, and then coming in after they're all dead and picking up the kills. He'll let the entirety of the rest of CLG die if he can come in and clean up the ace.
You gotta think he would love to play Katarina and Kha'Zix.
Yes,
like
that's amazing for him.
All right, well, Hotshot, yeah, he is there in the top lane, and CLG, they're looking to make moves. They start on Baron and say, hey, there's actually no wards there, guys. This is actually a possibility here, and there comes AzureCats to defend it.
And you can see the coverage that they have.
Oh, the taunt on the Cruiser! Speaking of coverage, he's getting just covered by CLG right here. Jaggernaut shows up, does land the taunt on Chester. Look at that shockwave! The ult coming across as well. They find one for nothing so far, and here comes Hotshot. He's going to clean up, but he doesn't even want Sona. He wants to help his team in the front line. Looks for Jaggernaut. They answer onto Zed, 2 for nothing so far. Demonlow's been exhausted, and here comes the Pain Train. They find their 3rd kill. They find the Javelin, 4 kills picked up. Obituary's Hotshot walked past him to kill someone else and lets him go.
Definitive win right there for CLG. Link has been amazing all season long in the LCS with that Orianna. He times the shockwave right for the end of the rappel as Cruiser comes back down right on top of it and to his doom.
And absolutely beautiful. So the prize, as you mentioned, it's going to be shiny and purple. It is Baron, and there it is. Counterlogic Gaming worn on all 5 members, 28 minutes in. That's going to be really huge for them.
It's going all according to that CLG playbook right now. They are just playing this one out very, very methodically. They have the definitive lead right now, and they can continue to take the rest of AzureCats jungle. You can see, I was talking about coverage. They blanketed that red side jungle for AzureCats in wards. And they got the Oracles, timed it very well with Afromu coming up, and were able to just force AzureCats into a bad spot.
Beautiful orchestration then on the strategies here. Counterlogic Gaming definitely look much better than they did in the playoffs. They said, you know, they were a little heartbroken that the games went the way they did, but they're coming back strong with new strategies, new picks, and new gameplay. And here it is. It's looked very good so far here for Counterlogic Gaming.
It's interesting that they have Orianna just going full damage too, because everyone always gives them flack for not having enough threats. But Link is a huge threat on this team right now. He's gone straight up damage. He rushed that, flat penetration of the Sork Boots, but then straight into Death Cap and Void Staff. The 2 most just pure damage ability items that you can possibly get in the game.
And ironically, it's Double who's picking up utility with an Iceborne Gauntlet.
Exactly.
So, Counterlogic Gaming. Guys, close your eyes. Where's Hotshot?
He's top lane. He's farming minions, my friend. Farming minions.
He is, and actually, you mentioned the possibility of the Shen split push as well, and Chouster has gone down to the bottom. So the rest of CLG, 3 men mid, 1 top, 1 bottom.
This is that double split push I was talking about when they chose these 2 champions. It's the option for them, and because Hotshot got that early lead and he's just steamrolled that one, it's going to be very hard for even a champion like Zed to stop him, who is known for his wave clear.
So this is going to be rough then. I mean, what does AzureCats do then to turn this one around? Dragons up, is that anything they can go for?
AzureCats really have to get that hard initiative that we were talking about with a sped up Rammus. They have to have Rammus catch someone and then Sona follow that up with a crescendo. the way that you beat a spread out end game strategy like this that CLG is using is you force that hard engage on the biggest chunk of CLG that you can grab. Whoever they can grab, they need to take it and not let go.
Well, let's see what they can do with this one because CLG have moved everyone to the right-hand side. Big Fat is forced to fight heads-up against Hotshot right here. The Oracles from Afro clears out the wards, blinding the right-hand side of the map, and they're up against the turret right here. It's starting to take damage here from Double Lift.
Now we actually have CLG looking to surround them at their own turret. Link actually gets Chain of Corruptions, cleanse that one off.
Good crescendo that does hit on a double if he has to cleanse that one away as well, so 2 cleanses down, but oh my gosh, the damage output. They've picked up 2 right here. Beautiful double kill for Double Lift, and they're going to go and take the turret as another prize.
Not going to be effective to catch CLG if you can't kill any member that you catch. They needed all 5 members from Azure Cats to be able to take someone down. Poked out right there, the blue, delayed blue buff Ezreal build here from Double Lift, really shining.
He has completed that Muramana, and they are not done. Look at this CLG still waiting around on the right-hand side of the map. Hotshot, he is top lane. He's happy to kill these things off. He's, of course, 2-0 and 5, and this could be his turret as well as this one for the team.
This is what people were expecting mid-LCS from CLG. They're expecting Hotshot, split pushing top.
Oh my gosh! At the long-range damage output, pegged him with the ult at the very end, landed a Q in the Howling Gale. Now Dragonair wants to make a move potentially, but he's a little afraid. Can he get anything here? Pops his ultimate on. A lot of damage. He taunts up on a Chaucer. Has to flash away from the person that he taunted. And there's the shocker. They find one. Habituous falls back down. Cruiser running away. Iceborne Gauntlet slows the team. And the rest of Azure Cats run back into their own base. Hotshot is still top lane.
He's still top lane, and he's getting the top inhibitor turret right now. That's going to be 2 inhibitor turrets down, and 2 inhibitors now on Rammus as well.
And they catch the Armadillo with the last attack. Here comes Zed, knocked back by Janna, goes back onto his clone, looking for damage on a Link. Almost brings him down, but the shields and heals are just too much. Great save there by CLG, despite the all-in from Zed. There's another inhibitor.
Good game called by Azure Cats, and there's the surrender.
Wow, beautiful play by Counter Logic Gaming. That was, I think, the most Season 1-esque I had seen CLG. Hotshot was in the top half of the map, I think literally the entire time, aside from maybe a dragon attempt, and was always a pest there, never died, 250 minion kills. Great play by them.
Yeah, it is definitely classic Hotshot up there. He went very cooldown heavy, like you said, very defensive minded, and he was just they were not able to kick him out of that top lane. He had a slow start. He was behind in minions, like we said in the beginning, which allowed Cruiser to push that wave and then go down for that one early dragon that gave Azure Cats the early lead. From that point on, though, CLG just took it by the horns and they just led the whole thing. Chaucer with some very good counter ganks as well as just positioning with that jungle Shen.
You got to say, these guys were great. Now coming up, CLG tries to stack the pressure after the Game 1 win when they spawn back into the Rift. Plus, Curse's Voidblade returns to break down all the action. The 2013 North American LCS Summer Promotion Tournament continues right after these messages. Welcome back, everybody, to the 2013 North American LCS Summer Promotion Tournament. It's time for the second round of this heavyweight battle between Counterlogic Gaming and Azure Cats. And while the first round went to CLG, there's still a lot of fight left for Big Fat LP and crew. Now, I'd like to welcome back Curse's Voyboy to the desk. Voy, first of all, I got to ask, are you ready for Hotshot GG newly top lane?
I'm ready for it. I was actually surprised to see that. I know he's been playing a lot of Nilly and solo queue, and I heard some rumors he was running in scrims. So I thought it was really interesting that they decided to whip it back out because they first picked Shen, which is like, everyone's like, okay, first pick Shen, insta-lock, that's probably Hotshot playing it. And they picked Nidalee on the second rotation, and everyone's like, okay, Link has played Nidalee like 10 times in the LCS or something ridiculous like that. So I think that might have thrown Azure Cats off a little bit. And then in the last rotation, after like Azure Cats had picked 4 of their champs, they just come in with like, boom, it's Hotshot Nidalee top. Welcome to the jungle, baby.
So coming into that, you know, to me, CLG looked a lot better than they did throughout much of the season. What's your take on how they played that match?
Yeah, they played really solid. Like, for a long time, it was stagnant. There was some slip-ups, like Chaucer missed by a blue, but overall, those were, like, pretty minor. They managed to control the game. It was, like, 3-2 for the longest time. I was like, this game's getting kind of boring. And then suddenly, like, CLG just took massive control. They started winning team fights, pushing objectives, and they just managed to handle the game really, really admirably. And I think a lot of that is just a testament to how much is on the line. Like, we heard that Hotshot was like, if CLG loses this game, then they might disband. And this is a man and it's his team just literally playing for their lives right now. So you could definitely see it in the composure they held.
Yeah, it really reminded me of the very old CLG. They said they were going to come out with some new things, but this seems like a jump to the past here. And it wasn't just the hot shot on Nidalee. It was, you know, all the kills going on to double lift here. What do you think about their team composition as a whole?
Yeah, their team comp was definitely planned out. They ran double lift with the Iceborne Gauntlet Ezreal. That was meant to kite out. They had Orianna with that move speed that she can apply on the whole team. They just had a very, like, disengaged comp. Like, they could choose their fights when they wanted them. They could push objectives as they saw fit, and it didn't hurt that they had the 40% CDR Nidalee throwing spears at them constantly. So it was actually a really good team comp.
So what does Azure Cats do then coming into game 2 to turn it around? What do they have to do?
I mean, they just got to pick themselves back up. Like, it's a tough loss. They played pretty well for a long portion of it, but they just didn't have what it took to stay in the game. I think that they're just going to have to go to their comfort picks. Like, I know these players, they're all really, really good. Like, there's a reason this match is so hyped up. Like, these are both amazing teams. They can both play at the highest level. So I just think that Azure Cats has to come out and show why they're here, why they're competing for the LCS spot. So let's see if they can do it.
All right, so game 2, what's your prediction?
I'm going to give it to Azure Cats. I think they're going to come back strong, and then I think that the pace of that game is really going to determine how the rest of the series goes.
All right, so you heard it right there from Voyboy. The pace of the game is going to determine the series, and Azure Cat's going to bring it back 1-1. Guys, we have all 10 players in the lobby, so we're going to get ourselves into Champion Select soon. CLG versus Azure Cats. The BO5 means LCS. Azure Cat's got to bring it back.
Yeah, I mean, after that game, you know, maybe I would agree with all these people that are saying it's going to be 3-0 one way or another, because that looked like a very decisive win for CLG. They just seemed so calm to me.
They did indeed. So, you know, we got to see what else they can do, right? He said, you know, Voice said, bring it back to comfort picks, bring it back to what you know how to play. You saw the lanes went well. Like, the individual lanes, the individual skill was pretty equal, right? Cruiser was winning early against Hotshot. Big Fat was winning early against Link. The bottom lane was pretty much equal. And then things just fell apart.
Yeah, it was after the beginning of the laning phase where just everything just kind of went downhill for Azure Cats. GG or Big Fat LP looked good in lane, but then he ended up, if you look at the end game score, he's 0-5-0 on Zed. He did not get a kill on anyone or even an assist with all the AoE that he has. So it completely, the middle and the late game were just all downhill for them.
We'll see what kind of decisions they can make to turn that one around, because right now, you got the bans coming out. Cruiser going to ban away Vayne from double lift. They are just respecting that AD carry choice completely. They are respecting the jungle as well there. So Jarvan dropped out, and there's the Nidalee ban.
So they are making the little adjustment from last game. Like Boy said, you want to ban out the last thing that just beat you. And they feel like Nidalee was a huge part of that team call. I feel like Jana was really instrumental in that as well. Not mentioned, but I mean, he had really good Howling Gales, and he also gives that extra move speed. It always opens up there's so many avenues for disengage.
Well, right off the bat, look at that. Shen just grabbed it as quickly as possible right there away from Hotshot and Chouster, but immediately it's answered back by Elise Diana.
So they were expecting this. The first pick, Shen, it's okay, they'll give that one over. And people have been targeting Chauster with that Jarvan ban, and then, you know, stealing away whatever jungler he last used, just because they feel like he has a really small, effective jungling champion pool. But Chaucer has said so many times, he's like, I can play any champion in this game. I don't know why people think I have this small champion pool. And really, it's just because of the results. He hasn't won on a lot of other champions.
Okay, well, we'll see if this ends up working out for him this time around. Azure Cats have 18 seconds to make their next choices here. They've already got the ambiguous Shen for top or jungle. We'll see what's next.
Yeah, last time Azure Cats were actually tricked by that, you know, top Shen, moving him into the jungle here. So they could actually do the same thing and switch that one over, since they've already seen the Elise and Diana pickups. But it looks like the second key part, you know, the tables have sort of turned here. Now we have the Shen and Janna on Azure Cat's side.
So talk to me about this Janna Tristana lane here. What are they looking for with these two champions?
Janna can definitely add those shields for the early game to shore up the weakness that Double Lift always points out. He's like, Tristana has a very weak early game. Double Lift, whenever he's going up with Tristana, he says, I don't let them get out of my lane until they've got less than 50 CS. Like, they're behind me by at least 50 CS. That's the only time I'll let them out of my lane. So CLG are going to want that 2 versus 2 matchup so that Double Lift can take advantage of it. But Azure Cats know this, and they'll probably be looking to switch it around, play some mind games here, and get a 2 versus 1.
This could be interesting because right now CLG have locked in even more new picks, so Double Lift will reprise his role on Ezreal, but Jayce has now been grabbed up, so we pretty much know the lanes here for CLG.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting what the jungler is going to be, because Elise is so flexible. She can actually play any position in the game. We can't actually peg that one down, but we can guess that it will be a Diana for Hotshot, because he has played her a lot in Slokia as well. I know from experience, and he keeps on tweeting out about, oh my god, I love Diana so much. Why did I take so long to learn her? So I'm gonna guess that it's a Hotshot Diana here. Not only for that fact, but the fact that it plays into his playstyle where she can solo shove lanes very quickly as well with her passive.
All right, so we'll see how that plans out here. Azure Cat's going to make their last few choices here. Ram is going to be going into the jungle, so no fooling with Shen, and Rise for the mid lane.
Very, very tanky late game here for Azure Cats to go with that late game Tristana. Their whole team is looking like it will get extremely scary as time goes on here. So it's going to be up to CLG to make more early moves, and that is not really their team identity. They don't usually, you know, go for this very quick-ended games.
And this could be interesting then. So Azure Cat's really changing things up with that late game team, as you mentioned. Counter Logic Gaming, well, they're going to have to shore up the rest of their composition here. I guess it actually could be support Elise, so we'll see what their last grab is going to be on this one. They've got 20 seconds left to make their final choice.
They actually have a decent amount of mobility because they already have the acceleration gate, and we saw Double Lift use his, you know, tweaked blue Ezreal build last game. So this is even more interesting because we already talked about the vlogs that they released. The whole like second half of Afro's vlog was, oh, support is so boring. Support is so boring. You know what I would love? Blitzcrank.
Yeah. Well, I thought of another way entirely, though, is the funny thing. So that would be fun to play Blitzcrank, but Double Lift.
Oh.
Double Lift is like one of the old school Blitzcrank players, and Afro played AD carry before joining Counter Logic Gaming. We saw Vulcan switch their players around in different roles. I mean, this is theoretically a possibility here for CLG.
It could all be a mind game. They could have released these vlogs in a timely manner to give out misinformation and then pull this giant just trick that they're going to have. I guess you could call it cheese, but it's not really. It's just lane or role swaps back to their original roles here.
I mean, and Double Lift was what?
If they went through with this.
Sure. And Hotshot tweeting about Diana, he's actually going to be playing Jayce. I don't know, right? Like tweeting about Diana and then not actually picking it. That'd be hilarious if that were true, by the way.
That was like a month ago that I remember saying that. So
okay.
This is actually something he's had in his back pocket and hasn't brought out yet.
Well, you, of course, see Cruiser on your screen right there. They're just going through Champ Select again real fast because Hotshot and Chowster are in the wrong spots. We want to make sure they're nice and lined up in the scoreboard for you guys. So just making them go through that once again. So the picks are through, and because everyone picked their own champions, it is actually Afro and Blitzcrank and Double Lift and Ezreal. So my hopes were up for no reason. They've been deflated. They're playing standard, and you're right, Hotshot's going to be dying up top.
and he's going to take teleport with that Diana. So he is going to be in the same role that he's always in, split pushing up in a solo lane, just trying to create pressure.
Yeah.
And draw the rest of Azure Cats over to him so that his team can create something else on the map. Really, he's just trying to run around the Azure Cats team.
That's going to be fun to watch then. I mean, split push, hot shot, it's always interesting. Like, I remember watching guides from him as well. He has like a Singe guide out there on YouTube where he's like, yeah, I got Dove 1v3, which was worth it because we got Dragon. Like, I died. Like, I didn't even ward and they jumped me and I fell over, but we got Dragon, so yeah, no big deal.
Hotshot is always glad to sacrifice his life for the greater good. Anything that will get his team ahead and give him the opportunity to destroy a few more minions.
Dude, minion kills is like the funnest way. PvE League of Legends is one of the funnest ways to play League of Legends. You feel so good. You get so much money. And you just run around and ignore everyone else. So, guys, we're going to be getting ourselves into Game 2 right here. Azure Cats now fittingly on the blue team here. They've got to pull themselves back there. They're down 0-1 in this best of 5. And this match does mean LCS qualification for the summer split.
And Azure Cats are really going to be playing the stall game for the beginning of this because, like I said, they've got so many late game carries. You know, Tristana and Ryze take a while to get to their really extreme power points here. And we saw the weakness of the early game Rammus as a tank for them in the last game. He was fairly squishy and he kept on being poked out before the fight even started. So they're going to have to build him up, get him a little more beefy before they actually want to engage.
So let's see if these guys can do it right here. Counter Logic Gaming, you watch them charge out of the base, all going the same direction, actually. And Link, he didn't even start with acceleration gate, so he's not like trying to get his team out there as fast as possible. He's just simply going with the team, running down to the bottom half, just going right for the river.
They look like they have a plan. This is definitely going to be a blind hook into the tri-bush here. More effective. Oh, they do get it.
Oh my gosh, he is so dead right now. Flashes, I don't even know why. That guy is gone. Nice pickup there. He hit so far back and they still got it.
So definitely going to be a blind hook. Definitely going to be 100% hit ratio so far for Afromu, the Hook King.
Hook King indeed. So they're all going to recall back. They cleared out the Ward and Lizard buff. Shot Glass comes out, another ward. So CLG have started out with 600 gold, as well as great early ward coverage.
We always talk about keeping track of hit percentages on the hooks. I'm going to do my best. I'm actually going to write one down this game. This is going to be a fun little mini game for me. He's 1 for 1 right now.
And to attest, he really does have a pen and a note card out. He's actually keeping track by hand. So, guys, let's see where these lanes end up going, because this is now the first, well, I should say the next big choice. Azure Cats are running a straight-up 2v2 in the bottom lane, or I should say a two-man bottom lane. It's potentially 2v2, we'll see. But they're going for that hotshot GG. Is going to take out some early race in the mid, and Cruiser is heading top.
Yeah, and note the string of wards that CLG were able to leave behind in Azure Cat's jungle because of their successful invade, because of their pull. They have full vision of the red side, which means they know Azure Cats are starting blue side, and Afromu just going over there being a little annoying blitzcrank and pulling the blue to the other side of the wall, slightly delaying this Rammus jungle already.
Is going to buy him some time. So Dragoner actually, has to actually burn his smite on that because he does not get enough help from his team. Link actually grabs his own blue buff, and he's going to enjoy that one down in the bottom lane. So they send Afro and Doublelift to 2v1 mid.
And Link only has 2 HP potions and 2 mana potions left in his inventory, so he might have to go back fairly early here in a 2 versus 1 situation.
Okay, so let's see what these guys end up doing. Dragoner is going to start clearing out the race. He is in vision of a ward, and so Afro and Chowster want to start messing with his Obituaries, though. He's going to face check and a double flash pull. Oh, he still hits him. This is not good for Jana. Has no flash to get away. 2-0. Afromu still Hook King.
I told you CLG were going to be looking for early moves, and they are getting those early moves. Very successful secondary invade. Chowster really stepping up his jungle game, both last match and this match.
And there we go with the pink ward. They've got control over the red buff, and I don't see anyone stopping this one. Smite or not, Chowster, you could smite now and you'd still get it. And hey, he does. So Chowster with the double red buff here. Great early opening to his jungle.
So glad that you can tell, the members of CLG are actually happy. Usually, if you listen to them scrimming, they're all yelling at each other and constantly arguing. But if you look, they're all just dead focused right now. They know the task at hand, and they know that everything's going well for them. Plus, they're on champions that they actually enjoy.
Oh my gosh, and they found Dragoner. I mean, just constant aggression here. Can he get the repel? He's actually going to go for it. Chouster underneath the turret. It's going to be a kill, but it's going to get answered back. Assisted kill versus a shutdown here for Rammus.
They are really keeping that Rammus down right now. He's going to be the same squishy Rammus that we saw in the early game of last match.
And that is pretty brutal right here. So now Blitzcrank has finally, oh man, finally returned to the bottom lane. Does not quite land the hook on a big fat LP. Hotshot GG dueling up against Cruiser, and Hotshot is winning the early levels here. He's up in minions.
So apparently, to do research on CLG, just watch their vlogs, guys, because Aphromoo called out this Blitzcrank call, and he's just used it so effectively, just constantly roaming from that mid lane. This is why Dignitas started out running the AD and supports in mid lane so effectively in the LCS in the mid-season. It's because it opens up the opportunity for that support to roam around.
He's already got a Philosopher's Stone for his troubles. By the way, Chouster, can you look at Chouster's items real quick? I just want to point.
He's got 2 paper bags.
Yeah, well, normally, right, for a bipedal champion, you buy Boost of Speed once. But the Spider Queen not only has 2 forms, she has 10 legs total.
And what's more surprising is that usually when someone makes this mistake, like we actually have seen Kiwi Kid make the same mistake, he instantly sells it back because he wants to hide it so nobody saw me do that.
Nope.
You're imagining things. But Chouster is proud of his mistakes.
Yes.
He will hold on to those things because he knows what he did wrong and he will wear them as a badge.
A badge of shame for Chouster here. So he's going to kind of make up for that pushing down this mid lane. That turret takes some damage here. They're actually just camping it. I mean, we've seen junglers camp their lanes before, but this one is just like, yeah, we want to push.
And, you know, maybe this will be just an intimidation factor. He's going to continue his invades. He's basically been manhandling this Rammus jungle, and he's so confident that he can buy a second pair of boots as 4 members of Azure Cats make their presence known middle.
Okay, so bit of aggression there. Yeah, nothing quite picked up for it at the very least. So let's see. You know, Rahel comes off. Okay, so Chouster going back into the jungle. No big deal there. Aphromoo has stopped looking for openings to roam around. He's actually staying with Doublelift because Azure Cats have gone back to 2v2 this.
We've had so many observer bugs today that I had to check that this extra boot was not another one of them.
Too.
No,
I looked too.
It's legitimate. Like, he's holding on to those suckers. Link, meanwhile, though, in the bottom, just getting off some free farm down there, and they see Big Fat LP switching because he's having too hard of a time against that AD and support. So now CLG look to answer.
See what they can do about this, because, you know, it's funny. You mentioned before that Doublelift said that he will happily outlane a Tristana, and right now he is 53-39 as far as that matchup is concerned. So Doublelift right now is pretty much talking the correct game here.
As we have a lane gank from Miss Elise, Aphromoo lands another hook.
And they're just going to go right onto Avitrus and just explodes the Janna. Demon Lord's been stunned, pops barrier, and Rocket jumps away. Now 4-1 CLG on fire.
They should have let Aphromoo play Blitzcrank a long time ago because he is so far the MVP of this match.
Absolutely, man. And now they're going to make their way down towards the Dragon. They don't have a ton of work control, just the pink right there, so they're in the fog of war, but they got spotted moving over. However, I don't see Azure Cat stopping them.
Yeah, Chouster buying so many pink wards, 2 pink wards and 2 boots. He's going to be broke in the mid game.
But, you know, he's going to get 190 gold off of this Dragon pickup, so I can't hate on it too much right here as they are just whittling it down. The damage, and there is the smite. Thank you very much, says Chouster. I'll take that money.
Still dangerous for him, though. He is only level 4 here, and even though they did such a good job shutting down Rammus is level 5, so he's already higher than Chouster is, even though they've been so successful.
Well, the blue buff was stolen away as well. You saw Link and Hotshot make their way forward, so CLG really consider this map their own. And now that Link already has blue, Chouster will happily get that for himself. Level 5, 22 minions, and I gotta point out that even though he's gotten so many kills, he actually has relatively few minion kills.
Yeah, that's a problem that Chouster has had throughout the LCS too. It's actually a good trade for him in this game because he's got so many objectives for them, but it almost seems like he's still in that support mind where he doesn't take the farm. He's got that support style CS where he's only got 27 here.
But for what it's worth, he is the richest man in the game right now, just about to crest 3,000 gold. So didn't farm minions, did farm champions. That seemed to work out for him in the early game. We'll see what Chouster can do with this.
Yeah, the overall game plan working out really well for him. And now I'm seeing why all these people were saying it's going to be a 3-0 one way or the other. Because I guess they were counting on which CLG shows up today. They've been, you know, sort of an up and down team, a roller coaster here. And it looks like they're really looking to take this one quickly.
They are indeed, and it's funny because so many just plays back. You said that CLG normally, well, they don't take early wins. Azure Cat scales in the late game. They've got Ryze and Tristana. You know, does CLG ever play early game? Apparently, yes, they freaking do right here. The minions going down. Chouster looking to push down the top turret.
Double buff, and he has level 6 too, so they are feeling just comfortable up here with Bruiser. They're going to get a little bit of poke, but they don't have the longest of range. Dangerous under the turret.
They land the stun, but Chouster, Hotshot's been taunted underneath it. Takes another turret shot. This could be bad. Dragoner. Oh, a Spiderling just stops it. Hotshot flashes out of range. No, he gets taunted back in. This could be a kill picked up, and it is. Now will Dragoner fall over? Chouster seems to not want to dive that one. Great kill pick up there for Rammus.
Chouster was thinking about trying to answer and take that Rammus down, but pings coming out all over Big Fat LP. He walked up the river through that ward, and Link let his team know. Good call by him.
There we go, that MIA. Link putting out a little bit of damage, or actually tries to put that damage onto Big Fat LP, cannot quite do it. So guys, we've had 10 minutes of ludicrously crazy action. I've only seen Blitzcrank miss one hook so far. For the 2 in kills, and CLG are looking very good in this game too.
Talk about the CS difference here between Big Fat LP and Link. Link just warding up the sides. He doesn't leave the lane, so he immediately clears it, and he gets that easy CS lead against Ryze. Ryze early game notorious for the difficulty of the CSing under turret.
So we'll see how Ryze can progress through the game. He at least has the Tear of the Goddess, sitting at 2,500 gold, only 900 in pockets right now though, so that might take him a while to reach that late game status, as the pressure is still here from Counter Logic. We watch Cruiser and Dragoner waiting around on the left-hand side of the map, like waiting for Hotshot to show back up.
Yeah, you know, it makes me think, was that part of the plan of CLG in the beginning? Did they all along plan on just going AD and support middle? Or did they do that just because they wanted to shut down Big Fat LP?
Well, this could be rough, though. Hotshot does get taunted back in, and he does not have Flash available. They should have enough damage to bring him down, and yes, they do. Cruiser the Bruiser with a kill picked up there is going to be ahead of Hotshot.
Perfect play by Azure Cats. You always want to go back to the lane that doesn't have Flash. Jungler 101. And Rammus, amazing at lane ganking. We had talked about so much. Shen could just shut that one up with his taunt, and now they've got tons of pressure on this turret. Chouster going to have a difficult time dealing with them.
So I have a question for you then. Outside of ganking the lane without Flash, wow, Chouster actually wants to go for this one right here. Jumps onto Cruiser and Dragoner. Okay, nope, still really wants to play aggressive here. Hotshot does have teleport, but he's not going to make anything happen. Okay, so outside of you re-gank the lane without Flash, why do they focus so much attention on top?
Because Hotshot, they want to get Hotshot down early. Shen, if you give him the lead in lane, then that opens up the rest of the map for you, because it frees him up to use his Stand United offensively. So if you help Shen's lane, then you help every other lane just by association.
Okay, so Azure Cat's thinking long-term in this one, as they have with their champion picks. Look at that, Dragoner's back already. He's like, all right, guys, I got back to base. I got my home guards. Top lane.
This time he was not riding on those spinners though, just walking around, and he showed himself, so nothing gonna come of that one.
Spinners, Rammus now gonna show up for Link right here. Link says nope, toss out a shock blast. Chouster still is really showing up a lot actually. He has come back ahead of his opponent in minion farm, but I also want to point out that Chouster has gone not for the Magic Pen build, but for an early Spirit of the Spectral Wraith.
Yep, very popular item among AP junglers, just because it is one of those extremely efficient buys. As we see, Dragoner going to get the Stand United on him. A little bit of a trigger-happy move right there.
And he whiffs the Powerball onto a minion. He was trying to chase down Elise to let Shen show up onto him, and couldn't have that happen. So Cruiser wasting his ultimate, blue buff getting stolen away. Chouster's like, okay, you're here. Okay, yeah, bye. I'll go ahead and leave real quick. Flashes away as well, was very afraid of that taunt, but Hotshot GG, he was in the top lane. He doesn't kill the turret.
Flash taunt gets him.
Oh my gosh, Dragoner does taunt them. And another one in top of that one. Look at the damage up. He's been in turret range the whole time. Beautiful orchestration right there. Cruiser with another kill, but Link will at least take mid-turret.
Hotshot's still playing like he's on Nidalee. He can't keep overextending like that. He keeps getting himself into a really bad situation, and he paid for it once again.
Ooh, that pull and the knockup cancels out Demon Low's jump as well. They're going to chase down, but AC will just barely get out of that fight, though they're losing health.
That's why people always talk about how Ezreal is so good against Blitzcrank, because once you start channeling Arcane Shift, it's gonna go off, and you can use that even after you get pulled. But the cast time on that rocket jump is so long that if you try and use it even after you got pulled, like we saw there, he can still knock you up and cancel that one.
For what it's worth, as long as you do rocket jump as the pull hits you, you can override the pull as well. It just really depends on timing. And that one, though, the Afro-Moon knockup did hit late enough. And CLG, though, as the reward for the, I would say, successful pull, they're going to go ahead and try to control out the Dragon. They've got the pink ward there. They're waiting for Azure Cats to move around. They're certainly lurking around this.
Yeah, Hotshot is up top, but he does still have that teleport. He hasn't used it to get back into lane, so if there is a dragon fight, then he will be able to join them as well. Meanwhile, Stand United, it was used in that mid lane. Rammus sort of saved there, and that one's going to be down for another minute.
Wow, Hotshot Spidey sense, though, tingling. He actually runs back down the river as Big Fat tries to flank him. Minions take the turret down. Hotshot, okay, maybe they weren't tingling. He's going back up, and he's still surrounded. However, they're taking Dragon.
Wow, they last just long enough. Nope, Big Fat LP does see him go back into lane, and Hotshot's going to be into trouble here.
Okay, here we go. Into the fight, 1 versus 2. Dragon does go down for Chowster, and now Hotshot is super caught out right here. He's going to dash to a minion. Can he get away from this one? Will he flash the wall? He does flash the wall. Now can he get out? Puts the shield on, still running down. There's a Rammus to his side, but Hotshot may have just pulled a lot of attention. He's going to teleport. Is it going to be close? Can Dragoner catch him with a taunt? No, he cannot! Hotshot trades 2 summoners for a Dragon.
So, Hotshot not on Nidalee, but he can utilize that flash and teleport to get him out of the sticky situation. Got them the Dragon and the bottom turret.
Beautiful stuff right here. Afro-Mu gonna go ahead and punch things a little bit. Chowster gonna do some damage, takes the last hit onto that one, and now 3-0. This game looks very different. CLG already with a lot of a lead.
That was the classic Hotshot style that we are always talking about. When we say pressure, that's what we mean. We're bringing not only Cruiser up top, but he brought Big Fat LP up top, and he brought Rammus up top. So that was 3 members on the top side of the map just for Hotshot, and it allowed the rest of CLG to take the objectives that they wanted.
So beautiful stuff by the CLG lineup so far, and now they're just trying to take some farm. Link at an impressive 145 right now. Did a very good job in the mid lane, far above Big Fat LP.
Yeah, and it's interesting that he rushed that last Whisper. That's probably because they have a Rammus on the other team, and Rammus has an immense amount of armor, and Shock Blast is really easy to block, so he's going to have to chunk that front line down somehow.
Okay, so good build adaptation then for Counter Logic Gaming, and Cruiser is doing his best Hotshot impression, staying up in the top lane, trying to counteract the split push, though he has lost his first turret.
Shen also just going full HP build, so if Shen is the one that's going to be tanking those Shock Blasts, then it'll be much more effective, because armor penetration doesn't mean as much when you build full HP like that, and the Warmox does give that passive HP regen.
Well, that is going to be good then for Cruiser. Hotshot, though, wants to stay in his face, pushes down another minion wave, has some ward control, but he's running around a little bit right now. Afro-Mu, we see him. He's got the Oracle's Elixir in hand, well, over his head, I should say, looking to sweep out the vision from Azure Cats.
And Double Lift freezing the bottom lane. So the rest of CLG actually are just going to be a 4-man group over here in the middle. They're just trying to keep vision of Azure Cats without having those deep wards.
This could be interesting for them then. So right now, let's see what they can do. Big Fat LP just trying to sweep away, get the farm going, and scale himself toward late game. Though they're down 5,500 gold, how does Azure Cats get themselves to late game status here?
They have to get Tristana some farm. They have to rotate him, or they have to bring extra help down here, because with Double Lift freezing this lane, they're not allowing Tristana to get to that late game. Double Lift said that he doesn't like to let Tristanas get away with any more than a -50 CS in his lane. Right now, he's winning, by about 40 over Tristana, so he's pretty close to his mark.
This is good for him then. So Azure Cats are going to put some pressure on the bottom half. They put some damage onto Double Lift, but not too much. He's going to regen that up with the Bloodthirster. And Double is going for the same build as last time, Bloodthirster into Tier and Iceborne Gauntlet.
Yeah, very effective pull.
Oh my gosh, Demon Lord taking a lot of damage. A bunch of shields. He's going to jump right back out. It seems to not really need to do that. Nice knockback on a Dragoner, and there is all of CLG. Well, 4 or 5 of CLG, because Hotshot won't leave. And they say, no, nowhere for you to go.
Hotshot is so happy right now. He's like, yes, the Shen is not going to be up here. He just showed bottom lane with the Stand United, so I get free alone time with the minions.
Absolutely great. Yeah, PvE PvE, wow, I can't even say the name of the champion anymore. PvE Diana doing a very, very good job, has shoved it all the way down to that turret, and he's about to spot Big Fat LP, heads up 1v1. Hawk's going to take that fight. Moonfall comes off. He's still looking for damage, and look how far he's chunking Rise. Shock Blast comes across. That's enough for him. Great job, Counter Logic Gaming.
CLG just with no heart right there. They all converge onto their old member, Big Fat LP, and ruthlessly take him down. Now they have easy target on this mid turret.
They do really indeed. Hotshot's going to go ahead and start swiping that down with his sword. The passive does apply at half effectiveness against the turret, losing more health, but here comes Azure Cat. The turret losing more health. Let's get the taunt onto Hotshot. GG, could it be enough damage? They take the turret down, and here comes the battle. Demonlow's been pulled in, tries to jump away, and he cannot do that. He's going to die right away. Chase with another kill, and they're going to keep on moving forward. Obituary is about to be having an obituary written for him. He is going to fall down, and they're going to just run right back away.
CLG, their whole team has looked really good, but wow, Afromu, another pull right onto Demon Low, and like you talked about the timing of the Tristana jump, he hasn't been able to get it off once here. Every single time that Afromu lands his pull, the cast time is too much for that rocket jump. Demon Low not able to get away, and even though Rammus and Shen both taunting CLG members under turrets, CLG will take that challenge. They throw down the gauntlet, and CLG will accept. They fight you.
Yes, well, I think Afro has bigger gauntlets than anyone else on Azure Cats right here. So pretty happy for this Counter Logic Gaming lineup. 7-4 in kills, 4-0 in turrets. These guys, the early pressure from them, it has completely mounted, and they're honestly shutting down these Azure Cats options.
It's very reminiscent of last game. They still seem extremely calm here. Chaucer has had a very well planned out game. Afromu just helping him counter jungle early, so early and often, has really enabled them to keep control of the map objectives. Speaking of which, we've got 10 seconds or so left on this dragon.
That's going to be another important point for these guys. Can Azure Cats even contest Dragon, though? They've been losing every fight just left and right.
No, they can't, because we've got Cruiser, Stand United down for another 15 seconds, and that's plenty of time for this Elise and Ezreal to burn Dragon right down.
Well, Dragon has respawned now. Afro with Oracles will sweep away some wards, and yep, no one's even going to contest. Dragon does go down. Last hit going to Ezreal on that one, and the gold lead has now grown to over 9,000. CLG is looking to take this one 2-0 in this best of 5 for the LCS spot.
So much more one-sided than you and I at least thought this one was going to be. It's looking to be a quick game 2, very, very similar to the last one. Tristana, though, if there was going to be a saving grace, once he completes that Infinity Edge that he's been working on so hard, which he can do when he goes back, they actually will have a chance if they get several crits in a row. He can always throw his dice, and they can put all their bets on luck.
Well, let's see if they can do it then. Hotshot GG is pushing the top lane, 170 minions on him, doing what he can for this one. Afromu and Doublelift, they're going back down towards the bottom, so this triple split push seems to be happening. Dragon wanting to shut this one down, looks for Chaucer. Can he land the taunt? He does, but he's been stunned up here, and they just fire back onto Rammus. Big Fat LP pops his ult to run over and can't find anything either.
Azure Cats right now are desperate for an engage, but they can't even take 4 members of CLG. Hotshot has his teleport available, so if they engage and they got something right there, they would just bite off way more than they could chew. The Shock Blast from Link doing work, getting the back line here. Demon Low and Obituous already being chunked down.
So there we go. 5th turret has gone down. The split push cam just there for Hotshot, because who else would you want it for? Azure Cats moving towards the back. They're trying to defend their turret. Stun comes off on Dragoner. Rammus is at least tanking some of these skill shots here, but they're still losing health over time. Shock Blast doesn't quite land. Demon Low down to half health, though, is getting worse and worse for Azure Cats.
Looks like they're going to get this one for free, actually. The rest of Azure Cats are going to back right off. They're going to try and put their last line of defense at the inhibitor turrets, and I don't blame them, because this CLG team looks extremely scary. Doublelift has completed the second part of his semi-blue Ezreal build here, and it just looks fearsome.
I think it works as red, white, and blue, because Bloodthirster is like a blood-covered, it's a blood-covered sword, and since he is sort of the Team North America All-Star, he's going USA Ezreal.
He's getting in that all-star mode, ready to represent North America. I mean, Canada, they've got red and blue in their flag too. I mean, they got red and white in their flag too, so that's good enough.
Yeah. Okay, so, but actually I don't think there's any Canadians on the NA All-Star team.
They're representing North America.
Well, that's true,
man.
that's true.
Canada may be the US's hat, but you can't forget about them.
Wow. All right, well, on that note, Hotshot and Double are going to push up towards the top lane with the rest of the team. And let's see what they can push on down right now. They've got all 6 outer and secondary turrets taken down. None for Azure Cats so far. They're certainly controlling the space. And Hotshot is saying, you know what, we're going to switch gears. I'm now going to split push the bottom lane.
A new flavor for Hotshot here. He's really mixing up his game, isn't he? Going for the split push bottom this time, so the rest of his team can congregate around Baron. Azure Cat's going to try and drop off the wards so that they don't get forced into those unsavory Baron baits. But we have Afromoo just rolling his way over with an Oracles, and Hotshot won't let up on this bottom turret.
It's starting to lose health. Rammus is coming by, but he's not going to be able to stop Hotshot at all. And I've noticed that they're not even sending Cruiser to fight him 1v1. He's never been there to sort of beat the split push, at least not much.
It's been pretty difficult for Cruiser. Actually, they've been mistiming. I mean, the cooldowns have been out of sync for the teleport and the Standing Knights so far. Now we're finally seeing this matchup of the Shen split push versus the Hotshot Diana split push. And Hotshot has a Zanya's, and he also has a Negatron cloak. So he's very tanky Diana here. He hasn't gone with that very popular Nashor's Tooth build that people use on Diana just to push quicker. He just wants more defenses and more escape tools.
I actually want to dwell on this 1v1 matchup in the bottom window a little bit more, because you look at the items and you see a pretty big lead here for Hotshot, but I also want to point out the gold lead, because Hotshot is 2,400 gold ahead of his would-be lane opponent. So even 1v1, I don't know if it would go well for Cruiser.
Yeah, Hotshot, the bonus to Hotshot style is that you have ridiculous amounts of farm, and you do get a lot of money for those minion kills, so it's going to be very dangerous for whoever goes up against him. We saw him just obliterate Big Fat LP when he found him heads up in the jungle, and the same goes for anyone else as Link jumps onto Demon Glow and scares out the short hop.
Seriously, these guys are taking a bunch of pain right here. Afro running back away from Dragoner, though. Certainly CLG are still a little bit reserved here, not wanting to put themselves in too much trouble. It's now Cruiser split pushing alone as Hotshot. Oh, the pull onto Obituarist. He does have to flash away. The Elise stun will land, and here comes Hotshot in onto Rise, forcing the flash away from Big Fat LP. The Stand United comes across, but Azure Cats cannot do anything from the Shen ult.
Huge cooldown there for Azure Cats. Now Stand United's not going to be up. It's that mistiming of the ultimates that we talked about here. Hotshot's going to have the advantage in the split push now because he has his teleport still, and Azure Cats really have to make something happen. We just saw right there the failed engage. Afromoo landing another hook and forcing out the flash of Janna.
So now it is 2 flashes missing from the Azure Cats lineup, whereas they are all available for Counter Logic Gaming. The mid-team fight repositioning might just be enough here. Afromoo and Double Lift on the left-hand side. He's looking to poke down a little bit, but Demon Low is getting free damage, and there we go. Azure Cats are on the map for a turret kill.
All right, they've got some objective down. Global Gold goes to them. They're still very much behind, though. And it looks like CLG look to answer here. They're trying to keep them on the run and just stop them from backing. If they can stop them from blue pilling just a few seconds, that means 100 or 200 HP off this turret. Hotshot will not stop attacking.
He's not indeed. Look at that health bar just going lower and lower, and Hotshot's going to be taking this turret down without anyone stopping him. Great pick up there. Actually, take that back. He's fighting Big Fat LP, and here we go. He takes the turret, has to run back, and I don't know if Rise... Ooh, he has to Zonia's. I don't know if that was the right choice, because here comes the battle. He's going to go in on a Big Fat and then immediately turn back. Afro just whiffs a pull, and Hotshot's still getting chased. Puts a shield on, turns back to fight. Could this be enough damage? Who's it going to be for? It's Hotshot GG winning the fight, and the rest of CLG are going in. Dragoner, he's going to flash away. It's one of those other ones down. Cruiser goes for a taunt on the team that maybe saves some time. Demon Law actually still battling. The flash comes across, pulled back in. They get the kill onto Shen, and CLG are not done. Ult comes out from Afro, taking down Janna, and now Demon Law is just running away, scared and low, and a little bit lonely at this point. Slow comes out from Double Lift. Another Q, he's going to go in for more damage. Barrier is there. They get the kill. Now only Dragoner is alive, and Hotshot GG takes down the bottom inhibitor.
Counter Logic Gaming winning all over the map. Hotshot heads up with Big Fat LP, takes him out. The rest of the team as well got Azure Cat on the run. They take down 3 more, and that will be an inhibitor. Plus, they look to get the bonus Baron after this one.
Let's see if they can get that guy. They're up 13,000 gold here, and this will stretch that lead even farther. Chaucer fairly low on health, so Afromoo will tank it up, and I don't see anyone even stopping them. this will be CLG taking their second Baron of the series overall, their first of the game. And there it is, all 5 alive, and they scatter.
Now that they have Baron, it's going to be even easier for their second push because Super Minions down bottom, they can continue just to play this methodical game where they take their time, go back and purchase their items before their next push. It's going to be so hard for Azure Cats to stop the next one. They have to fight under a turret, and they have to have a dive from CLG to make use of that turret, because without extra damage from somewhere on their team that's not these 5 champions, Azure Cats have shown that they can't win these team fights.
Oh, that's going to be a tough thing for them then. They've got to find something to turn it around. Chouster going to sweep away. Now, I always like sort of looking at these sort of late game matchups because I feel like the story has repeated itself so many times. You've got a Tristana, we're down a Baron, we're down a bunch of turrets, oh man, but I'm Tristana, and it's CLG on red team, maybe we can do it. Marn did it once back in the regular season of the spring split. Is there even a chance that Tristana goes 6 items and carries this game?
Well, you can look at the late games, but the problem here is that this is almost 2 different games. CLG are already in the late game, whereas Azure Cats are still in mid game right here. They've got a lot of stalling to do before Tristana can even enter that phase. Yes, he's got that key Infinity Edge, but people keep getting caught like Rammus.
And Dragoner is not going to like this very much. The mids from CLG are nice and big. And actually, it's nice because Power Balls can get... I lost it. I'm sorry. There's something there, guys. Invent it and post it. But guys, CLG have a 5v4 for the next 34 seconds, and they're looking now for the top lane. Shadow Shield's on it, but that's not going to last very long. CLG killed the shield, and they might just kill the turret.
And Link's going to have some alone time at the mid turret as well, getting a decent amount of damage on that one. So both areas look to go down. This is going to be mid inhibitor turret dropping.
There we go. 8 turrets now to 1. This is a very good scoreline for Counter Logic Gaming. Shock Blast comes across, hits Demon Lord down to half, and this will be inhibitor number 2. They've still got Baron buff for 2 minutes. They're going to run back over to the left-hand side for turret number 9. And they get this one. Looks like no one's going to even stop them, so this is theirs. 3 inhibitors going to be falling. Counter Logic Gaming looking great in game 2.
They also get all the inhibitors, so they've basically got the trifecta here, and all they have to do is wait around for some backup from Super Minions and just take down Nexus turrets.
Oh, they're looking for it right now. The one on the bottom is down fairly low. Demon Lord trying to lifesteal back up, but has no minions to target right here. Another wave of CLG minions comes in, and push number 5 will begin. Double Edge on the bottom-hand side, trying to wave clear out, and I don't see any initiation here from Azure Cats.
It's going to be so rough for them. They just have to taunt somebody under the double turrets, hope for the best.
Dragoner getting stunned is not the best, though. He's down below half health. Turret's taking even more damage. Demon Lord again with a shock blast to the face. Looking better and better for CLG. Another Janna shield. Double Lift takes some damage for what that's worth. And there comes Dragoner. He's going to taunt Aphromoo. He's going to go all in on Blitzcrank. Taunt lands, and so much damage from Big Fat LP. But Cruz is going to get answered back, and there comes Hotshot GG. Will he find Dragoner? Has to pop Zonia's. Right now a 4v4 in the battle. Can Demon Lord turn this around? Oh my god, the damage output. Hotshot GG is an assassin. Has to flash out, but will survive. Dragoner now shows up onto Link. Taunts him under the sole remaining turret. Damage output comes through, but he has Guardian Angel. However, they have at least popped that. Hotshot has left the battle. He has teleport, though. No, sorry, he comes back into the battle. Janna pops ultimate. The next is going to go down. This will be Counter Logic Gaming, taking it 2-0 so far. One more, they're in the LCS.
Another decisive victory for CLG, but look at their faces, just stone cold. There's a little smirk, but they know their work's not done. They can't let up right now. You can't get overconfident. You have to execute the last and final match here. They just need one more win to secure their spot in the summer split.
And just such beautiful play by them as well. I want to kind of go back to pointing out Hotshot, because he's like the one guy who gets the most flack on the CLG lineup, I would say, because he's always split pushing, and he tends to die, usually for the team. And this time around, he started out 0-3-1 and ended the game 4-3-2. He actually was a kill threat later on in the game.
So, you know, part of the thing that happens when you die a lot solo up there in the top lane, you know, it was early game. It was unfortunate because you gave the other team gold, but you do get a reduced amount of gold that you give every single time you die. And as a split pusher, that's optimal for you. So Hotshot really, at a point, Hotshot kind of stopped caring about dying, and he only cares about minions.
Yeah, so great job there by Hotshot. And guys, CLG started out 2-0. So coming up, CLG can complete the series sweep and earn their spot in the North American LCS when they jump back into the Rift. Plus, Curse's Void Boy reveals what the Azure Cats can do to avoid elimination. Stick around and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the 2013 North American LCS Summer Promotion Tournament. In Game 3 between Counterlogic Gaming and Azure Cats. Now for CLG, there's only one Nexus Crystal standing between them and a berth in the Summer Split. But before we head into Champion Select, I'd like to welcome back Curse's Voyboy. So, you called it wrong.
I did.
But you did. What can Azure Cats do differently this time?
To be honest, I don't really know. They seem a little bit off their game from what I have seen of them. Like, they are definitely a great team. They've played solid coming into these matches, but CLG just seems like they have them on lockdown. Like, I think they really predicted a lot of their picks. Like Hotshot, they gave them Shen. He picked the Diana to counter the split push. They knew they'd probably default to Rammus. They picked a very hard team to engage on with all those disengages, and they just played solidly yet again. So the pressure's definitely on Azure Cats. I think they must have prepared some strategies coming into this. I think they've been trying to run their comfort picks with some success, and I definitely feel like this is the all or nothing game. So if they have anything cooked up, they gotta unleash it here.
Are there any tricks to keep your mind in one of these games after you get defeated so decisively? How do you feel?
I mean, yeah, we've seen a lot of these best of 5 series go from 0-2 in one 2-0 in one game in one team's favor, and then the other team just comes back 3-0 victory, celebrations all around. So it's definitely not impossible. It's just in a team game like League of Legends, it's very easy to like let your mind get ahead of you. Like you lose 2 games in a row, you're like, we have to win 3 games, and if we lose 1, we're out. Like that definitely gets to people, and it really just comes down to how like well weathered these players are. Like I think for most of the experienced teams, they're really good at just keeping their mind in the game. Like CLG, Dignitas, Curse, TSM. Like we've all been through these scenarios. We all know how to come back. We know how to keep our composure, and I think that's one actually really big factor. Like League of Legends is a very mental game, and I think that's one of the huge advantages that a lot of these top tier teams have over the more inexperienced amateur teams. And I think if Azurcats can bring themselves together, play strong, then they definitely have a shot of coming back strong.
Okay, so right now I want to ask you kind of a refocus on CLG real quick, because they started out here too, looking very, very good. And to me, they look stronger than they did in the first split. If they come through here, where do you expect them to finish in the standings in the summer split?
That's a very tough question, not only for me to answer where CLG is going to sit, but honestly for anyone to finish. Like, there are so many strong teams coming in right now. Everything is like topsy-turvy, and I think I'd probably still put them in the top 4, but I really would have to wait until the first week of LCS to start to see where every team has prepared, how strong everyone is, relatively speaking, and then we'll be like, okay, so Quantic's here, like hers is here, like we'll figure those things out. But right now, I think everyone has like the chance to rise up and become a top tier team. So
okay, so game 3, CLG's up 2-0. Who wins?
I'm gonna go with CLG here. I've been wrong with some of my predictions this far, but I think I have faith in them. I think they're gonna pull it strong. They've been playing phenomenally so far, and I think Hotshot and his crew will be back.
All right, there you go. You heard it from Voyboy, top laner to top laner. I think Hotshot and his crew can pull it back. So, guys, we have 10 people in the lobby. Game 3 of this best of 5 could mean qualification back into the summer split for Counterlogic Gaming, or it could be the start of a comeback here for Azurcats.
Yeah, if CLG can pull out another swift victory and just 3-0 Azurcats, then it will be the return of the Hotshot crew and more vlogs that we can look forward to.
More vlogs, dude. I love vlogs. It's so fun watching them, and like how poetic have the seasons been in general. Like you watch TSM, and like they lost the very first season against CLG way back when, and then Game Crib followed them around, and they became the #1 champions in North America. And you have CLG, right, the other really, really huge name team in North America, and oh man, we're like barely top 4. We have a negative record. Oh shoot, we lost first round of the playoffs. Guys, the team might break up. And then like in the like 11th, no hell, the 13th hour, they're like coming back and saying, no guys, 3-0 against our ex-former teammate. CLG's still good.
I know, this one was built up to just be so epic, but CLG looking to head it off very quickly here. And some interesting, very tanky bans coming out here from the CLG side.
So a lot of default ones there. Zach, Hecarim, we've seen them banned out before. Actually, Azurcat says, you know what? Same 3 bans more or less. We've seen, TF dropped out. The Vayne and Needly, certainly ones they do not want to get rid of. Now Jarvan, for the first time, is available.
So that's meaning Azurcats are pretty confident that the problem last game was execution, and it was probably due to the chain reaction from the early invades. I mean, they got a free first blood, Afremu with an amazing hook, and then on top of that, that gave them the 3 wards that allowed Choster to follow it up with secondary invade, keep their Rammus down behind the whole time, and so they're thinking this is more of an execution thing than having to switch up their bans.
Well, Counterlogic Gaming says, you know what? We're going to go back to the game 1. First pick Shen.
Yes. Now Hotshot can have the double mind games here. Last time we gave to Chaucer in the jungle, Hotshot could still take a Shen, and he could still have that, stand united. He wouldn't have to use teleport, but Nidalee's off the board, so that's not going to be an option for him at least.
And now Azurcat's actually going to start denying some options themselves, maybe. He is hovering over Jace right here. Says, you know what, Link? That was really powerful last time. How about you don't run it this time around?
Don't hit me in the face with your hammer any longer, because that was very painful. I really liked his adaptation inside that game too, where he rushed the Last Whisper to get around the built-in armor of Rammus, and then his shock blasts during the end game were just brutal, forcing Azurcats off of any engage or any objective that they even thought about taking.
So they are going to take away these choices. The Ezreal's been grabbed away from Doublelift. Cruiser's going to be picking up this Jace, taking that one away from Link. So Azure Cat's making some adaptations.
Instead of banning the champions, they're trying to take away the champions. They feel like they can utilize them just as effectively as Counterlogic used to utilize them. Now that Ezreal is on the other hands, we'll have to see if he goes with the modified blue build that Doublelift was really enjoying, where he got the upfront damage first with Bloodthirster and then the utility.
Yeah. Well, right now, Counterlogic Gaming, they're going to make their own choices here. We saw Link hover over Xerath. We mentioned him being Flavor of the Week back in week 4-ish, I think it was. And now saying, you know what, you didn't ban Chaucer's Jarvan. We're going to make you regret that decision, potentially.
Gonna hover over that one at least. And it was something that he used for a very long stretch of the LCS. But they said that they've turned over a new leaf. This is a older / newer CLG look here.
Bringing them all back.
They're going to switch it up. Go back to that fad we were talking about. That was a spring fad. I guess Link's gonna try and bring that one back in fashion.
Okay, so Elise and Xerath have been grabbed up. We talked about Elise being an ambiguous pick. We could see Shen jungle, Elise top, Elise jungle, or Elise on support. Of course, that Blitzcrank was scary as well. And you've got to be wondering, how fearful are Azure Cats right now? They've got to make their next 2 choices.
Well, I bet Dragon Hunter is a little bit scared, because last time there was an Elise, he just spiders all over my jungle. I can't even get in there. Denied, red buffs, getting ganked all the time. I probably will see a repeat Chaucer Elise right here. Mind games are great and all, but proven win that we just had, 20 minutes ago, probably going to go that route.
So Azure Cat's going to make some adaptations for themselves. They're going to look for a Volibear here in the jungle, and then a Malphite grabbed up as well.
Malphite, the hard engage of the game. He is basically the quintessential CC tank. That's what you want. If he goes in, yes, team fight. That's why it's so good in solo queue, because everybody knows what's going on when an unstoppable force comes out. You want to kill that target. And so that's really good at shutting out conventional AD carries. So it's going to open up the opportunity for Doublelift to bring back his DPS Urgot that he started in Korea, brought back for a couple games over in the United States, and then disappeared, and we haven't seen it since.
So you said that Malphite is going to be able to kill his target, but can he kill Turgot?
If he... Turgot is actually both of those guys, and a double kill is hard for Malphite. But if Doublelift does go with his DPS Urgot, then it's still a viable target, and he could still jump on that one. If he goes with the more tanky Urgot that a lot of people use, getting Frozen Heart for the mix of armor and cooldown reduction, then it will definitely be more difficult. And he might want to switch his aim over to a Xerath, because Xerath's pretty easy to hit. Often going stationary with his W.
So we've got the champions picked up right here. We're expecting Chaucer to stay back on that jungle Elise, and Hotshot GG to play what we all thought was happening in game 1 with the top lane Shen. Cruiser is going to be bringing a teleport here on Malphite to try to fight against that.
So this time they go with the other option. They are going to leave it with Hotshot, so Hotshot doesn't have to take his teleport this time, and he will have a dash. So he won't get caught out as easily as we saw him get caught out last game when he was on Diana and he could only jump to enemy units. This time he'll probably be a bit more safe with that Shen, because he does have his own dash and he has the Stand United, which allows him to bring that extra Summoner Ignite.
So talk to me about CLG's 4v4 lineup then, because it's split push Hotshot, right? He's got Stand United. He'll be up there on his lonesome and pulling aggression. What's the 4-man lineup for CLG do here?
Well, basically, it's going to be Aframu trying to scare people off. It's really scare tactics with Taric to try and be that front line. He doesn't actually want to soak up the damage. He just wants to threaten with his Dazzle, because it's probably going to be a DPS Urgot. And then Xerath also really doesn't want to be initiated on, so he's trying to stay as far back as possible. And they're just really going to try and delay that rolling thunder from Volibear and get people in position to be able to flash away from an unstoppable force.
All right, meanwhile, we're going to see what these guys can do for this. Game 3, guys, about to be underway. The best of 5 between Counterlogic Gaming and Azure Cats. CLG are up 2-0. If they kill this Nexus, if they destroy the red base, they are back into the LCS. It'll be the second team from the promotion tournament returning from the spring split. It's up to Azure Cats to defeat them and hold on. They've got a 3-0 at this point, but maybe they can do it.
It looks like they've got another coordinated level 1 game plan here. They had several options. They prepared so well for this series. You can tell by how smoothly the first 2 went that everything's going according to plan here, and they've got one more left in their pocket at least.
Okay, let's see what these guys can do. Counter Logic Gaming certainly playing aggressively right now. Early word comes out. They're looping around the bend. They're going to walk right into Obituous. This could be so bad. The exhaust comes out. Goodbye to Sona. First blood goes to Hotshot. GG.
The planning pays off so well once again. Easy first blood for CLG. That's back-to-back games where they got first blood with no minions even on the map here. What's the saying? Failing to prepare is the same as preparing to fail?
Yes, I think that's actually how it goes. So Kobe, speaking words of wisdom, as we've heard them throughout the ages. Counter Logic Gaming looking great now. They've won 2 games. They've already got a kill as well. Now it's up to Azure Cats to turn things around. CLG going to play default lane for a little punishment here.
They did get this one deep ward on the blue side that's seen out Link, and so they know that at least a couple members are starting at the Wolves, and they're going to go with the delayed invade. They haven't been seen out quite yet. Nice hiding behind this fog of war here, and it could spell trouble for Chowster early.
I don't believe they're visible. 1 minute 55. It has spawned up. Hotshot GG and Chowster are starting, and here comes Azure Cats. They're going to go for the shock blast. A little bit of damage here. Flash from Hotshot, and everyone has just gotten out. Now we'll see if they can steal away the blue buff. Yes, Dragon is going to smite that one. They lost first blood, but they did at least steal blue.
Late invade successful. They got 2 flashes out of that one, both the jungler and the top lane. The only thing is that Hotshot already going to be playing defensively, so having the early flash down on Shen not going to be as big of a deal because he is in that 2 versus 1 lane up top.
And now actually Chowster and Aftermove kind of responding to the early moves because with only Cruiser down at the bottom lane, no one is here to stop CLG from stealing away a blue for themselves. So like in game 1, these teams are living in the opponent's jungles, and Chowster hasn't been really impeded at all.
If this is any sign, like we saw it go last game, then this is not a good omen here for Azure Cats, because once Chowster starts invading, he does not stop invading. Every time they venture in, they leave some wards behind, and they continue to collect the information on the location of your enemy jungler throughout the rest of the game.
This could be rough then for Azure Cats. We see Demon Lull and his support lurking around at the top lane, ready to push down under the turret. Chowster grabbing his own red very successfully here. Level 3 on the Spider. Dragoner, as he clears out the rest of his golems, is not quite 3 as he walks towards the top lane.
Top lane here could be in some trouble.
Have enough damage. They don't have Elise anywhere nearby. In fact, she's at the bottom lane looking for this one right here, and Cruiser has already left in the mid lane. Link having to use barrier early on. There we go. Actually, the flip does come out against Hotshot GG. Dragoner really trying to stop him down, and Hotshot has been zoned out of experience range right here. Goes out of Vorpal Blade, comes back in, but this turret is surely going to fall, and there we go. 4 minutes in. We're actually going to have the turrets trade right here for the duo lanes.
Perfectly mirrored strategies right here. Okay, junglers come in. We trade our outer turrets on the solo lanes. Still very even. Now the question is who continues to push and who actually recalls here. It looks like the recall for Volibear is going to finish, and it's just going to be the 2-man left down there pushing on Hotshot.
So Counter Logic Gaming are happy to play aggressively, and Cruz has actually been denied more experience. He's only level 2.5 to Hotshot's almost level 4. This is going to be
Turgot
bad.
lane looking for a dive.
And they're going for the 3-on-2 dive. They stun up Dragon. The stun is there as well. So much damage up and coming, and that's going to be a kill picked up underneath the secondary turret. And now Cruiser is surrounded. Will they go for round 2, or will they just hit the turret right now? They can wait out for cooldowns. And let's see what happens. Afro taking more pain. They go for the stun. They're going to go back on in. Chowster has tank turret aggro. Pops repel. Could it be a second kill picked up? Yes, they do. Flash in, and double lift starts out 2-0-1.
Turgot lane very successful. Now he also has red buff on top of those kills and assists. They can also put more damage onto this top turret as Link gets a beating.
This is a very good Jace lane right here, doing a bunch of damage to his opponent. Of course, Ignite and Barrier were traded earlier on. Now Hotshot GG, level 4. You know, used to being under pressure in the top lane, is going to try to stand around right here, and he's doing this fairly successfully. He's not died.
Yeah, you could say successful. Great job there by Hotshot. He waits, bides his time until the perfect opportunity. Shen, the best at setting up those lane ganks, could just walk over. Taunt onto Sona. Being so squishy early game means that they get another kill there. Chaucer just comes right in, and he landed that cocoon 1 pixel to the side of Ezreal. Very good use of the skill shot there, firing it to the outside of Sona's character model.
Very, very beautiful job then. The double golems were taken by Counter Logic Gaming. They actually want to stay in this bottom lane. We've seen so many. We'll take the turret and swap back. This time around, they're like, no, we're going to just stay down here and keep the farm going. Double's going to get himself quite a bit of gold.
It's really not boding well for Azure Cats once again. Just such decisive games, back to back to back for CLG here. They really look like they have taken this preparation to another level.
Yeah, it's a great game from them overall. We're seeing Big Fat LP try to sweep away minions in the mid lane, but already, right, 2,000 gold in the lead for Counter Logic Gaming. They are looking great so far. Hotshot GG is going to be still facing this 1 versus 2 top, so no one has made any lane changes. However, that does give Counter Logic Gaming the numbers advantage on the bottom half. This could certainly be their dragon.
It looks to be very much marked for CLG right here, and they're doing that interesting little strategy that has taken effect after that change to jungle camps, where the jungle camps will attack whatever's closest to them. So if you can get 3 people on all different sides of dragon and just do-si-do in and out, you can trade the aggro and you actually take a lot less damage by making the dragon turn its head and waste time so it's not auto-attacking by switching targets.
Oh, beautiful job there by CLG. And Link as well actually used his ultimate to bring down the golem buff, seemingly knowing that Azure Cats had a war.
It's one of the only ones that's equal. GG gonna have to do something to inspire his kitties to come back in this game because they're having a big problem here. It's a very decisive gold lead. Hotshot has hit level 6 too, so now the Stand United is even going to be available for CLG, and they can make offensive plays with that tool.
That could be really difficult then for Azure Cats to deal with. Now, we talked a lot about the double lift rushing Bloodthirster build overall, but this time around, he and Demon will actually have almost identical builds here, rushing for the early Muramana.
Blue Urgot gonna go up against Blue Ezreal here pretty soon. Looks like double lift is gonna be the first one to that Muramana, but he'll probably be following that up with the all-important Brutalizer that most Urgots really love. You can see double lift actually started with 17 flat armor penetration, and that's Urgots just love doing that because the base damage on his Q is just massive, and it doesn't scale that well with extra AD. It scales much better with penetration.
So there we go. Double lift playing a bit of a caster in this one, still happily getting rid of minions, and he's kind of freezing the lane at this point, really challenging Demon Lil and Obituaries to actually fight them.
Yeah, they would definitely like to take this fight. Turgot is one of the strongest bully lanes. Even now, with the changes to Taric, they still have the upper hand in this. If you call in a Spider, then it's going to even get worse for AC.
And they're going to move on in. Nope, Azure Cat's going to move right back out, saying, you know, I don't actually want to deal with that right now. The 3v3 looks like that's going in CLG's favor.
Protective, Big Fat LP coming down to lend some support to his AD, and Sona with that blue buff Shock Blast just able to be constantly fired off. The warning shots go down, and CLG backs off.
All our lanes are fine. We'll sit like this for a while and just take dragons over and over.
They haven't had to, and you don't want to make any, unnecessary aggressive moves. They've looked calm in the past 2 games. They don't have to change anything up and rush it because they're already at a huge lead, and they just have to continue to utilize the advantage that is there with the hotshot split push style, and they stand united.
Well, yeah, and we're seeing that really. These guys are staying in the lane so far. Hotshot fighting up against Cruiser, doing a lot of damage actually. That Malphite down well below half, and Hotshot just constantly throwing things at him, even in that low farm scenario. So Big Fat LP walks up a little bit, says, you know what, no, I guess there's nothing here for me at all. Just goes back to the mid lane to clear things out.
and Azure Cats just have not found an opening in this game.
Well, not only did Hotshot win in minion kills, which is great, okay, I get a lot of money, but 2 levels is such a massive advantage in a solo heads-up fight that there's no way Cruiser can even stick around at this top turret.
And so you're seeing Chowster then lend one of his 8 hands here, saying, yes, let's go ahead and drop this one down. No, a teleport to the minion will actually buy themselves some time. They back off away, knowing that Cruiser could ult them.
That's 3 levels now that Hotshot has on Cruiser. That is just going to be devastating. At any point, he could stand United bottom too. If Afro lands a Dazzle, that could be the head of Demon Lull.
Oh, and wow, and the stun on Cruiser as Dragon tried to start something there. Great disengage by Counterlogic Gaming. Link does take some damage from Big Fat LP, but otherwise he seems to be in decent shape here. CLG, again, just, you look at them and they're just staying in the laning phase 12 minutes in.
There's been nowhere really for Dragon to go with this Volibear. Usually Volibear wants to utilize that early rolling for to help his lanes get the early leads, but he hasn't been able to because there was too good warding middle, and then the side lanes just gave up turrets and pushed too far.
So beautiful stuff then by Counter Logic Gaming. Big Fat LP will at least sweep out a ward right here, but certainly CLG have not given up anything in this matchup. Hotshot GG actually making an obscure appearance here in the mid lane. It's a bit unorthodox for him as Chowster says, you know what, I'm the jungler and yeah, I'll fight your top laner 1v1, that's just fine, I'll keep the split push going. CLG are really shoving down this mid lane, bringing the turret down below half health now.
Yeah, even the Chowster jungle. Oh, Big Fat LP does get taunted.
A lot of damage there. Dragonair pulls him back into the turret as well, but it looks like there's just not enough damage here from Azure Cats. Link will put out some, but certainly not enough. Azure Cats have kept their turret for now.
12-minute Warmogs is definitely a lot of health to chunk through. They aren't going to be able to burst him down or catch him off guard, even with turrets shooting him.
Well, Dragonair, though, is actually taking a stun to the face. That's not easy. Being a bear that has been stunned. Pops his passive actually off of the minion wave. There's a bit of regen coming there. Volibear, the rest of Counter Logic Gaming say, all right, cool, we're going to start on this blue buff.
Yep, they look to take away the jungle of Azure Cats, and then they can swing that one down into Dragon. The teleport is not up for Cruiser, so he's going to have to walk all the way down here if they want to contest this one. If they did, it would probably be a bad decision anyway, because CLG definitely have the upper hand in the straight-up 5v5 team fights right now. CLG again, though, they're not going to push it at all. They're not taking any chances. Just slow roll the game, and that opens it up for Azure Cats to take.
Yeah, great response here by Azure Cats. Yeah, they're down about 4,000 gold right here, but make that 3,000. They have just taken down Dragon, so they're clawing their way back ever so slightly. See if they can sharpen their claws a little bit more and start kind of drawing blood against the opposition. They've still not found a champion kill on the map yet.
So CLG actually taking away the blue buff, but then giving up the Dragon. Overall, great trade there for Azure Cats. Chaucer doesn't waste any time, though. He goes right back to invading, and it takes away their red buff as well. So both Azure Cat buffs have been stolen.
So Hotshot GG has made his way to the top lane, though. You mentioned the earlier Warmogs. He is a tanky man, and it seems that no one has yet been able to deal with him. So since we have an extended laning phase, this tells me that they'll all be able to scale fairly well throughout the game and get a lot of items. Who's got the late game, like, if all is equal, who's got the late game damage advantage?
The damage advantage?
Or the general advantage?
Okay. Well,
Sorry.
The damage advantage and the general advantage are probably both going to be in CLG's hands right now, just because the levels of Hotshot means he's much more tanky than Cruiser, and having Stand United is a lot easier than using a teleport, a summoner teleport with Malphite, because Malphite's the one that you want at your team fight at the very beginning. You usually want him to be the initiator and to start off. So that means your teleport has to come in preemptively so that you're there to start it off with your team. Whereas Shen can deliver a shield and he'll come in, just after it starts. So those few seconds can mean everything in a late game team fight. Meanwhile, though, the turret got overextending just a little bit here, and they might end up paying.
They've got a lot of damage there on Afro. This turret might just fall down. There comes the Unstoppable Force as well. Ezreal comes by, and there's a crescendo on a double. He is now alone. He's been exhausted. He does not have Barry. He will swap there. Big Fat LP will die underneath the turret, and they actually kill the middle turret as well, but a 2-for-1 kill trade.
losing the mid turret.
It looked like a really, really bad situation for CLG right there, taking 2 people out with those. Everyone not hesitating to use their ultimates on Azure Cats, but Double Lift is able to answer back in the end, and they were able to get a turret, so still up in the gold trade actually there for CLG.
And you just saw Cruiser. Oh, actually, his Demon Lord taking a bunch of damage from Chouster. Yeah, he's all right. So Cruiser did teleport back to the top lane to hold this turret alive. So Hotshot has not made any huge headway up here, but maybe Link has something to say about that. He's shown up to take down the turret.
That will be the last outer turret if they do end up finishing that one off, which will be a huge boon to CLG's split push style. Here they go diving it though.
Big combo there onto Cruiser the Bruiser. He's going to get bruised down and he will fall over. The flip down on a Hotshot GG. Only 1,000 health left. That is what Warmogs gives you. So certainly he's a big guy. And now it's Dragoner stunned underneath the turret, trying to regen back up. Will just survive the encounter as Hotshot also. Oh my gosh, Dragoner, you have so little health right now.
Big Fat LP comes in just in time to scare them off of his Volibear, and he does end up protecting his jungler. Good save right there.
But still a 1-for-0 and more turret pressure. Good stuff for Counterlogic Gaming. Dragoner forced again to just run farther away before he recalls because he's just so afraid of this Link Hotshot combo. Big Fat LP has shown back up at CLG. 3-men bottom will take down the 3rd turret of the game for Counterlogic Gaming. Thank you very much for that. Azure Cat's not stopping them, and now they're going to grab number 4.
So even though Hotshot and Link weren't able to finish off the bear, they got him low enough. He had to recall. 2 men able to scare off GG from the top turret, and they get their objective anyway. The passive regen here from this early Warmogs on Hotshot, just enabling him to stay in that lane and keep that pressure up top even after all these extended trades.
So beautiful stuff then by CLG. We watch them now congregate towards the mid lane. They do have a secondary turret available there if they want it. Looks like they don't care too much. So let's look at the builds then instead and see what these guys are heading their way toward. You've got actually an early Black Cleaver here for Double Lift.
Yeah, I talked about the DPS Urgot build that he likes more in favor rather than getting that, you know, the defensive Frozen Heart and stuff. And he's gone right back to that. He gets the Armor Shred, flat armor penetration and Armor Shred with the Black Cleaver for the rest of his team here. So he's going to be another threat. They always want Double Lift to be a threat no matter what they are building here. CLG without Double Lift as a threat is like a cat without claws.
So instead, they're going to keep going forward with their damage output. Chouster's picked up the Spirit of the Spectral Wraith again and then builds towards Aegis, so he does want to stick off the back of the Shock Blast from Big Fat LP, takes away his own blue buff.
Able to finally get one there. It wasn't the jungler. Nice True Shot barrage. He does not need a map. They had a ward there.
Even with CLG killing it, they still managed to sniff that one out. Now Azure Cats have taken their 2nd turret destruction, and they might keep on moving forward. Hotshot GG is still at the bottom lane, but he of course does have Sand United. They're pushing down. The turret is losing health. They can move on to Chouster a little bit. They don't stick for too much. However, they are sticking around.
They need to stay as 5 people because they don't have the teleport of Cruiser available. So if Hotshot's going to go push, they have to initiate. They have to use that Unstoppable Force, make Hotshot come to them, because if they stall out here, they try and play a poke game at a turret, they're going to lose that bottom inhibitor turret to Hotshot. So they realize this, immediately back off, and Azure Cats in full-on defense mode right now.
So let's see what they can defend. You look at the minions, and every single member, except for the supports, of CLG has more minion kills than their counterpart. Azure Cats are looking to aggress down onto the Dragon, but here comes Counterlogic Gaming for the fight. Taunt comes across from Hotshot GG. Dragon in the front takes another stun as well, but they're going to move on back. True Shot Barrage comes across CLG, burning down the health bars a little bit. And now CLG are starting off on the Dragon. Who can outsmite whom? Blue team takes Dragon. That is CLG. The damage from Xerath is massive, and Demon Lord's forced out. Dragon actually goes down to Link right here. So Dragon and a kill picked up for CLG. Demon Lord still running away. Can Link snipe him out? The WQ, is he going to be in range? Flashes forward, not quite going to land. Demon Lord looks like he'll make his way out of this one. Big Fat LP now under fire, and Double gets that kill. Demon Lord, Arcane Shift just in time, but here comes Chouster. There's the assassination. Now stuck inside the base. Cruiser comes up. Chouster's taking a lot of punishment right here. Still running back. The stun comes out. from Link, and he will make it. CLG, 3 kills in a Dragon for nothing.
Unstoppable Force used there to try and keep Chowster from escaping from their base, but that was too little, too late. Like we said, we need the Unstoppable Force to start off the team fight. Azure Cats were on the back foot that entire time. They were just trying to get away. Demon Low getting poked down to 100 HP before the fight even started. There was no hope for Azure Cats to win that fight. The only hope was that they could escape with some of their lives.
And they escaped with 2 of them.
That's some. There
Cats
you go.
have 9, and actually, well, there's 9 deaths, so suddenly CLG have, really got their number here. Hotshot is going to push the mid lane right now as the team regroups and buys up some nice items. Hotshot is going towards that Trinity Force, so I gotta say, I'm a fan of his build.
Tons of damage, would you say?
I mean, he's got a Warmogs, but yeah, more or less.
As long as you get that Trinity Force, that's all you need. Provides every single stat you would possibly want, even mana for that mana-less Shen.
Yeah, you just gotta go in style, you know? I mean, everyone else, right, you got 2 Muramanas in the game, almost 3. Say, guys, I want to build some 2. And so he's taking part a little bit. So the rest of CLG, though, are grouping up. Hotshot has been sent down toward the bottom lane to split push one more time. The rest of CLG are congregating towards mid.
The key thing in all of these games really has been the Link just getting death cap every single time. He doesn't want to play any sort of supporty mid lane anymore because they've discussed their weaknesses of relying too much on the damage from double lift, and Link has really stepped up. I have to say, he's really come to play, and he's adding so much more to these team fights because he's always another really big source of damage for CLG.
Yeah, he had instantly removed Demon Low in the last battle with just the Arcane Barrage, so I do gotta hand it to him as well. You're really spot on. Link has been just so massive. CLG now, they're trying to bait out Baron. They've taken away all the wards. And the Shock Blast, good read by Big Fat LP. Says, guys, we've seen this before.
I know your tricks. Get out of that bush and come to play because we actually really want a team fight. CLG are going to go for this top turret, it looks like, and continue the split push game. This is going to be just slowly wearing down Azure Cats, just destroying their outer defenses. And Hotshot doesn't want to go slow. He wants to go quick.
Just dueling Demon Low inside his own base and saying, all right, I got some damage. I'll back off this time. The rest of CLG, 4v4, sieging down the turret, putting some spiders out. There's a little bit of a Arcana Pulse as well. They're still looking for damage.
That is the worst sign if you're the defending team, that the person you send to defend Shen, not only does he not have a teleport, but he can't even stop Shen.
Oh, man. So, there we go. More damage coming out. The turret is losing health. And CLG are definitely looking to close this one out in the near future. They're winning by about 7,000 gold right here. Link back in siege form, looking to hit Cruiser. He doesn't want to take that damage. They're still pushing forward. Shock Blast comes across, a little bit of damage here. CLG now in range of the turret.
So he was able to land that Shock Blast onto the back line and hit Xerath there, who is just trying to stay very far back and bombard people from afar. But Xerath's passive has given him 50 armor at this point in the game. That Ascended form actually working really well here. And since he went with that death cap, 15% of your ability power turned into armor, actually pays off a lot in defenses when Jace is the poke on the other team.
So, good stuff then by Counter Logic Gaming. And Azure Cats have at least defended this top turret here. Hotshot actually stopped pushing the bottom lane. He's back towards the mid right now. So, some change in plans. CLG really trying to shove out all of their lanes. And CLG goes for another chance here. They get the flash swap on a Demon Low. He's going to flash away. There's the True Shot Barrage as well. Or not True Shot Barrage, but the Arcane Barrage. A lot of damage, but there's the Unstoppable Force under the turret. Crescendo as well. Shen's going to show up on the double lift. Here comes the damage up. It's so much burst everywhere. Double drop back into turret range. Still taking damage. They do kill double lift here, and Jaggernaut is alive. They get the 1 for nothing, and they all back out. Big Fat LP, though, has been taunted. This could be the Jace going down. Jumps in, gets the kill on the Chowster. Refused to go down, finally does, but a 2 for 1. Not bad for Azure Cats.
Manly death there by Big Fat LP. If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me, Chowster.
Does get it. So great pickup there. And now it's Link in the mid lane. The crazy thing is they're 3v4. They're like, yeah, guys, we're going to keep pushing. Thanks.
They lost that fight in numbers, but they still had the map control. You're right. So Hotshot still with that ridiculous sustain of the very early Warmonks, which heals 1% of your maximum health every 5 seconds. able to stay up in that top lane and trying to finish off this top turret by himself.
Seems like he's doing a pretty good job at the attack speed slow, making it difficult. Has to taunt back out of range as Cruiser makes his life a bit hard, but that's okay for CLG. Hotshot has 1,000 gold in the bank right now, which is enough to finish Trinity Force here. So there it is, picked up for him. And this is going to be good times for CLG. Hotshot, 2 completed items. Link already the death cap, as you mentioned. The Muramana already done for double lift.
Muramana done, death cap done, yes, and they also stole away the blue buff here for Link. So they have constantly been taking every single Azure Cat's blue buff, and that has caused them to be the late ones to the Dragon Party. They put more emphasis on stealing blue buff away than they do on grabbing the global gold of Dragon.
Well, and that global gold has kept the game within 6,000, so not an insurmountable lead right here for CLG, but certainly they've been controlling the game for the most part. Azure Cats, they've got a few tanks. They are trying to clear minions out and keep their base alive. They have only lost one of their secondary turrets.
Looks like CLG are hungry for more, though, and the reason that they put so much emphasis on that blue buff, even more so than the Dragon, is because Big Fat LP is that Jace. He's the strongest member on their team at this moment. He's going to be the one poking from the back lines. They want to deny him that extra mana and cooldown reduction, so the shock blast will be fewer and far between.
Well, there we go. The just siege still happening, though, from Counter Logic Gaming. Another shock blast comes across. Not a big enough deal. CLG take their 5th turret now of the game, moving farther and farther forward here. And they're just going to control this, and they're moving actually towards Baron Nashor.
Azure Cats are going to have to make the move at Nashor. If they CC'd the purple buff over here, then all that CLG have to do is exactly what they were doing 5 minutes ago. 4 members top, Hotshot shove bottom, and they'll just slowly work into the base. What Azure Cats are hoping for is CLG to make a misslip around Baron, the noob magnet. But it looks like Cruiser's going to be the one initiated on.
A lot of damage done to him. Down below half health. Hotshot taking some pain as well. Link in the backlands jumped on by Dragoner, and Cruiser goes for the knock up there. Link's going to get the kill, though, and they're going to move on forward for the damage up. But Hotshot GG slowed down. Dragoner's going to die as well. 2 kills so far. Make that 3. And Demon Lowell, Big Fat LP are running for their lives. Iceborne Gauntlet with a bit of slow. Not quite caught by the stun. Still trying to run. 5 versus 2, though. CLG has control.
This Malphite has been so ineffective all game long. It was a beautiful counter pick by CLG. Talked about him being the best at shutting down traditional AD carries. Double Lift keeps on saying that people forget about the rest of his champion pool, and they focus too much on his Bane and his Caitlyn. He's always had that DPS Urgot, and it looks like they're going to get that uncontested Baron there.
Well, great pickup then for Counter Logic Gaming. 13-4 in kills, 5-3 in turrets, 1-0 on Barons. Even if the Dragons are going the other way, it's not a big enough deal for these guys. They have built themselves a lead, and they've been looking to get back into the LCS ever since the demotion about 2 weeks back. They're looking great for it.
Looking extremely strong here. Now, they do have that purple buff we just talked about. So, we laid the game plan out a couple minutes before. It's probably what they'll go for. Have another split push Hotshot. GG and the rest of the team sieging up outside, trying to use that Xerath Arcane Barrage on max cooldown to just continually poke people out and take them under turrets.
Well, they should be able to be successful here. You're looking at the minions just getting cleared out. So the CLG plan, we know it. We've talked about it. They've been executing on it very, very well. On the Azure Cat side, we just saw a fight go not great. As Azure Cats, what do you do to turn this one back? You've got to do it here.
You have to get that CC that you're looking for with the team composition. Started off with Unstoppable Force. Last time he went onto Link as he was dying, and so he got it off onto one of the backline targets. But really, you're gonna want to still target Double Lift with that one because he's gone the DPS Urgot. He isn't the the extremely tanky Urgot, and Xerath just has so much armor from his passive that if Cruiser waits too long and gets poked down trying to get cover all that distance to Link, then he's going to be very ineffective for the entirety of the rest of the fight and probably just drop. Here they go!
Oh, and they get the kill on Ezreal right away, so 5v4. Big Fat LP not in a good place as well. Trying to burn down, and Ignite does take him. Hotshot with a double kill so far, and they're going to keep moving forward. Triple kill make that, and now onto Dragoner. Can Hotshot make it a quadra? Trying to chase him down. He's going to run away. Arcane Pulse ticks on him, but they're now going to go for the turret. Hotshot's favorite kind of kill. I'm going to count that as a quadra kill now for Hotshot as he takes down a structure, and they move on to the inhibitor. Double F Scumbag stole the Penta away from Hotshot GG. Now they move on forward toward the Nexus. There are no minions here for Azure Cats, but there is a way for CLG. Nexus turret number 1 goes down. They move on for number 2, and I don't think there's enough defense here for the rest of Azure Cats. CLG with a 3-0 sweep will make their way back into the LCS Summer Split.
One of the biggest talked about series goes down in 3 quick games. CLG do not mess around. They just executed their game plans calmly and perfectly.
And there's the smiles. Finally, they allow themselves happiness in this series. You mentioned the just fierce dedication on their faces. Game 1, Game 2. They win. Fists in the air, smiles, thumbs up. They got it.
Counterlogic Gaming will be sticking around along with Dignitas in the summer split of the LCS. Congratulations, guys. You deserve it.
And there we go. The sort of camaraderie between the teams. They come back over, they shake the hands, and after every single time, always a fist bump. We'll never shake hands. Always says, no, make the fist, put it out there, make it happen. So CLG, congrats, guys. They made their way back in. So now we know our 8 teams for the next half of the season. Of course, a lot of great games from these guys.
I guess all the people talking about 3-0 one way or the other were correct. CLG turned out to be the victors with, I don't know, they were just looked so much more flexible than usual too.
Yeah.
They were never panicked, and it always looked like they had a perfect counter pick, just ready to go.
Yeah, so we want to actually go back into that game then and look at one of those big plays from CLG. Right before the Baron steal, or the Baron take, they got a really good team fight. Kobe, take us through it.
All right, so let's look at this lap one. Of course, they're already so far ahead, but here's the poke on Malphite that I was talking about. He gets so low that he starts out this team fight by using a Sabo Force on Link, and it instantly drops. Now he's dead. Link gets the shield from Shen. He's not going to go anywhere. And now they turn their focus on the rest of Azure Cats. Demon low in a very bad spot, even though he's got the Iceborne Gauntlet. It doesn't matter because he's just retreat to the base. He's ineffective, and the rest of their base crumbles after that.
They got an easy first 3 kills. You mentioned Link turning into a damage threat, building death cap game 1 and 3 on his mages. And yeah, it just brought the health bars down. It was great. They finally found a new threat, and CLG are threatening now a top spot in the LCS. So coming up, guys, Hotshot GG and Double If join us to talk about their dominating 3-0 performance. Plus, Jat will break down the strats that helped counter Logic Gaming, stomp the competition, and earn a spot in the summer split. Stick around, everyone.
No, you guys are good. You guys are good. Varus isn't there. Chill. It's good. I'm on Rammus. I'm on Rammus. 45 right now. His pulse is down. Nice.
That was, I think, the most Season 1-esque I had seen CLG. They do get it! Oh my gosh, he is so dead right now. Flashes, I don't even know why. That guy is gone. Gonna face check and a double flash pull. Oh, he still hits him. This is not good for Jana. Has no flash to get away. CLG with a 3-0 sweep will make their way back into the LCS Summer Split.
Heartbroken now.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the show. Freak here with Doublelift and Hotshot GG from Counterlogic Gaming. Now before we went on air, Hotshot, you said, I'm more nervous for the interview than for the games. Tell me about that.
Well, you know, after game 1, our team was like really confident. We're like, we can do this, and we just had enormous confidence. That's why winning game 1 is so important. And then after game 2, like, all nerves were gone, and we were just like, we were laughing. We were like, we were taking it serious though, obviously, when game time came around. But yeah, it was a good atmosphere to be in.
So a lot of people said that regarding the match for you and Azure Cats, it would be 3-0 one way or the other. Didn't know who would take it, but it was going to be a 3-0. Was that just game 1 confidence, or why would people say that?
You want to take this, Doublelift?
I don't know who said that. I thought it was going to be 3-2 because Azure Cats is really good. I was talking to Gigi about it, and yeah, he's like, yeah, 3-2, either way. We're both really good teams. And it's really weird because we play the same way, actually. I think like our picks and just like how we play the game, just push and pressure all the entire map. We play like pretty similar, and I guess we're just like one small level ahead of them, and we made them look pretty bad, but they're actually a really good team.
So what happened? What made the game so sort of not close? They all seem pretty dominant.
Just really small mistakes from them, actually. That just snowballed the early game. I think 2 games we got first blood in their jungle, and when you get first blood, you basically just have this confidence boost, and like you just start snowballing out of control.
Afro's blitz. Oh
yeah,
my
dude,
god,
Afro's blitz.
That was disgusting.
It's good.
So it was so good in game 2. Why didn't you bring it back game 3 then?
I mean, there's a time and a place, and usually if Afro knows like it's a time to pick blitz, he'll be like, pick me blitz, just like that. So game 3, we just had a different plan.
So can you walk me through the plans that you had for the games? I know you picked 3 different champions every single time, Hotshot. You had Ezreal twice and Urgot once. Like, walk me through your sort of plans for the games.
Well, we used to have a plan for each game, but now we don't because we realize being flexible and picking reactively is really important. So, you know, before it would be like Kaylin and Vayne, like every game, no matter what, and like Twitch. But now I have like a more diverse champion pool, and I'm willing to try new things. So like Ezreal just seemed really good in 2 games, and then the last game it was like, if we play Taric or Gut, it'll really catch him off by surprise, and it did.
So tell me about some more of these reactive picks then, you know, and you mentioned your 80 carry picks, but Hotshot, what about you? What were the sort of reactive picks you tried to go for?
Well, one of the funny things is I haven't played Nidalee since her nerfs, and I've been practicing her in scrims, and she just gets permaban in scrims. So we knew that they most likely wouldn't ban Nidalee unless someone ratted us out. So I got a free Nidalee, and that went our way. And then Diana, my Diana was a little bit shaky. You suck. Yeah, I suck. Rammus was really scary with Shen, so. But yeah, we just practiced, and they didn't know what was coming.
Okay, there's one other thing I want to ask you guys about. So it seemed like Link was playing more of a carry role. He got death cap in the 2 games he was a mage. Was that a conscious choice to make him more of a threat, or has that just been never really seen before?
Link plays really well as a carry. I think one of the biggest changes we had with this roster change at the beginning of the season with Afro and Link is now we have 2 really big threats, me and Link, and we generally tend to play like in the back, high DPS with like really squishy champions. Like for me it was Ezreal, and for him it's like Xerath and Orianna and stuff. So we tend to play the same style. I think sometimes he gets owned early game, which was his big problem throughout LCS, but now that he's getting farmed and he's actually like being able to snowball, he can build glass cannon and just one-shot everyone.
Okay, so moving forward, Doublelift, you said that for the playoffs you played really, really poorly. You didn't play up to your standards, and here you seemed really on point. Next stop for you is the All-Star game. How on point are you for this?
I'll practice obviously just as much as I did for this. I practiced so much for All-Stars. It's just I got so nervous and I just like choked super hard under pressure, because that's like honestly playoffs was more nerve-wracking than this. This is like the final step, and I just had to calm myself down for this. So that's why I played on point.
All right, so you guys are going to move forward into the summer split. You guys had 4th place last season. How are you feeling coming into this split?
Feeling a lot better now. I think we ironed out a lot of our problems and like how we should play the game, and I picked up a few more threats, and the meta's kind of shifting in our favor again. So everything's just going our way. So I think we'll do really well.
All right, give me a number 1 through 8. Where does CLG land?
Every team in the world is going to tell you stay number 1.
Yeah.
I think
top 2.
Top 2 is going to be like optimistic.
Yeah.
Top 2. All right, guys. I love the confidence. I hope to see you guys do really, really well. You're a great team, and of course, you showed it here today. 3-0, commanding victory. I know your fans are behind you for this one. So congrats on the win. Of course, we'll see you guys in just a couple of weeks, and Doublelift will see you in China. But to break down that awesome 3-0 victory, let's send it over to Jat to break down the plays.
Thank you very much, Freakum. We just heard Doublelift talk about how the Tarek Urgot would catch Azure Cats off guard, and I want to highlight this early second turret dive that CLG does. The big thing to keep note here is Cruiser is getting support from his jungler, but his jungler has to pass through what is essentially the danger zone. So anytime the jungler is between this spot where he has no turret protection, he is attackable. And Chouster over here is going to flank around and catch Volibear running through without him second. Let's roll this at full speed, actually, to see it approach. Volibear's coming in. They don't realize Chouster's here. He's coming to support because there's going to be a 2v2 dive of the turret. Pause it here. What's happened right now is Aphromoo has landed the stun onto Dragoner, followed by the Elise stun as well. And what happened was, since Aphromoo landed the first stun, the turret is all the way on him. So even though Doublelift is in turret range, he's not getting hit by the turret, and he is free to auto-attack him down. Plus, they burned an Ignite and got a healing debuff on Dragoner, so the Volibear passive, even if it's up, is not working. Let's roll this at half speed to watch how well they juggle the turret aggro on Aphromoo here. He drops down. Let's keep rolling this at full speed because this is where it really gets interesting. Cruiser can't go back through the danger zone, but he still has to worry about 3 people right now. And CLG is saying, someone else take turret aggro so Aphromoo can stun the target, and they're going to go again. So let's pause it right here. Chouster has actually hit Cruiser first, so the turret is not going to be shooting Aphromoo, who's actually really low on health up there. And Cruiser has actually already used his ground slam to try to clear the creeps, so he's not able to slow the attack speed of Doublelift or Chouster. 3 people at level 4 doing a turret dive. Let's keep watching this at half speed as the turret is juggled beautifully. Chouster repels up from a turret third shot, and since he repelled right before the turret refired, the turret acquired a creep first and then swapped onto Doublelift, so it gave him even more time under the turret. This early double kill really set the stage for the entire game 3. In the first game, though, really the closest this series was 33,000 gold to 33,000 gold. CLG is actually forcing the Dragon. Let's start playing this here as they were able to rush it down. And since they rushed down the Dragon, Azure Cats was saying, you can't just take the Dragon from us, you want to fight. Let's pause it here. Chouster has done so well is spaced himself from the rest of his team and blocked Rammus from being able to powerball into any priority targets. That's really just the stage setting for the rest of this fight. Let's roll it at half speed right now, or even 1/3 speed. So GG throws in, Big Fat OP throws in his Living Shadow, and the Chain of Corruption goes out. Let's actually get ready here as everything is about to turn right for CLG. Let's pause it here. What's happened is the Chain of Corruption spiked down onto CLG. But the only person close, the only person past this line is Big Fat OP, and he's trying to get on a Doublelift. Everyone on Azure Cats actually wants to initiate onto CLG, but they can't get there because this ball right here is casting Shockwave. It's going to suck in everyone, including Sona, who's trying to flash in Crescendo. Let's watch this happen at 1/3 speed. 4-man Crescendo. Let's actually pause this, go back. Let's watch it again, because this Crescendo is that good. He's able to get 4 people, including the Flash, and once this happens, even though the Chain of Corruption proc, roll it at full speed, Doublelift is untouched, he gets the ultimate over everyone, cleans up the rest of the fight, gets 3 kills and the Dragon, and this really lets CLG set the stage to roll over Azure Cats in all 3 games. So once again, congratulations for CLG to making it back in. We saw no changing of the guard today in the LCS. Back to you guys.
Thanks very much, Jat. So after 3 incredible days of action, we've locked down the 8 teams that will compete in the 2013 North American LCS Summer Split. The Spring Split champions, Team Solo Mid, will fight to defend their title against Good Game University, Vulcan, Curse, Dignitas, Counter Logic Gaming, and newcomers, Quantic and Velocity.
And remember, before the North American LCS Summer Split kicks off, we'll be bringing you the 2000 2013 League of Legends All-Star event live from Shanghai, China.
And this incredible weekend of gaming will run from May 24th through the 26th. It will include one-on-one skill challenges, dual lane duels, and of course the North American All-Star Squad taking on the best players from around the world in the team tournament. So that's it for us for the 2013 Summer Promotion Tournament. I am Freak.
You sure?
Yes, I am. I am Freak. And for Kobe, Jat, Riv, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching.
So amazingly happy.
You believe the snipers?
Yeah!
What happened? So Zuna fires off his ultimate from the rates, blindly recalling in the base.
Big pressure on that guy on your screen right now, Wild Turtle.
It's gonna be the pentakill! Beautiful play, Wild Turtle, stepping up. Is your 7-0 curse.
Dignitas have ended Curse's undefeated streak.
Good game by GG University.
You guys are now a top 2 team in North America.
People think we're bad, and I think we're bad, but after this, it's just like, damn.
They are in the LCS.
There's too many members of Velocity on the Nexus, and they're into the LCS Summer Split. There it is, TSM in Game 5.
Everything's back to normal.
Thank you.